Greetings, one and all, to the most cursed, most cringiest corner of the internet. A YouTube channel content creator actively alienating everyone in both the analog and digital world. Well, welcome and good evening, you wonderful dice of all alignments. I am Lunar D8, the Lunatic Angel, your tsundere streamer who doesn't stream. Welcome to Rockinjima. Umineko when they cry. When the black-tailed gulls cried, or when the seagulls cry, is a kinetic sound novel of the 07th expansion. While primarily a mystery story with psychological thriller elements, the story gradually peels back its layers and begins playing around with and commenting on the genre conventions of mystery fiction as they come up in the plot, to the point of being out-and-out metafiction at times. The story takes place on October 4th and 5th, 1986, on the island of Rockinjima in the Izu archipelago. The rich Ushiromiy family is gathering for its yearly conference at the family mansion on the island, all of which is their private property. This year, however, is a bit unusual, in that the family patriarch Kinzo, a very talented and willful businessman who has always straddled that very fine line between extreme eccentricity and slightly dangerous insanity, has been ill in recent days and might not be long for this world. As such, the conference, already a pretty tense and uncomfortable affair in normal years, is shaping up to become a major clash between his 4 middle-aged children, as the inheritance of the family fortune and the associated business empire is undoubtedly going to become its main topic. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Battler, an 18-year-old student, has returned to his family after 6 years of rebellion and is eager to reunite with his cousins. I would say from this point on, beware, I'm going to go into a ton of spoilers. But why would you start with this video then? That being said, I'll say this. An alternate way I think things could have gone. Simple. When Battler wrote the letters to everyone, he could have wrote letters to absolutely everyone. And he could write a letter literally to every single person on the island. And so his letter to Shannon, also known as Sayo Yasuda, the other main protagonist of the story, his letter to Shannon could have read, "Dear Shannon, I always did love reading those mystery detective novels with you. I hope you remember our promise to one day write a mystery novel together. However, the logistics of the real world are going to make that take a few more years than I initially expected it would take. I guess when I was younger, I didn't quite understand all of the extra complications that would come with the, air quotes, editorial process. But if you still value the idea of us writing that story together, that long story with many volumes, perhaps never-ending volumes, about a white horse, then know that that day will come. And as long as you still want to write a mystery novel with me, know that I still want to as well. But also, if I understand that if you've decided that you no longer share that passion for that, no, I will not hold it against you. But also know that I have been thinking about the stories we would read and how much I loved it every day. Not a day has gone by in which I have not thought about the mystery novels that we will write together. So know without fail, as long as it's still an interest that you share with me, know that your wait will not be in vain. And obviously you guys get what I'm saying by that. And so would Shannon, or Sayo, however you want to say it. The person would, one, be delighted they got a letter back, and two, given the fact the way they communicate, they would obviously fully understand, Sayo, Shannon would fully understand that, okay, that's what Battler's saying. Battler's saying, hey, I still remember the promise that I made with you, and that I have every intention of keeping to it. But I also realized that, when it comes to bills and having a place to live, there's things I need to sort out before I can make sure that I can do right by you. But know that I still remember you, I value you, and everything I said is of great importance to me. He could even add an addendum saying, I feel a little ashamed to say this, but there are times where I did not have faith in myself or faith in you, to where I think that you must not even remember the promise we made together about writing the mystery novel, or that maybe you were just humoring me, that maybe you just felt nervous about telling me you weren't as excited about writing a mystery novel as I was, and you just didn't want to disappoint me or feel uncomfortable. So, as much as it shames me to admit it, Shannon Chan, I don't exactly know how you feel on that, largely due to a large part in doubting my own ability to be a good mystery author, writer, that you would want. Do not blame yourself on that. Chalk that up to my own lack of belief in myself. Other than that, other ways this could have worked out in a less negative light would be as soon as Sayo Yasuda, or Shannon, found out the truth of everything, even if they didn't feel like immediately, coming out about everything, how about we just have Genji, Nanjo, Kumasawa, everyone go with Shannon to Jessica, particularly during a time in which Kraus and Natsui are away, or maybe in the middle of the night or something. And all of them come together as a group. They could even bring Goda too, so he could be a witness. Got to bring him in on the shit too. Also, it'd be good to have some snacks. But Shannon could bring Jessica to the hidden chamber, basically to show up Jessica with Kumasawa, Nanjo, Genji and say, hey, Jessica, I want you and Goda to come with us. We have something very important to show you. And then all of them go to the room with the gold. Obviously, Goda and Jessica would be very shocked at this, at which point Shannon would explain, okay, Jessica, there's a lot of things I have to explain. Now, I don't know if I want to explain everything, because there are things that I was told, that I found out about recently, that I am still processing, and I feel very emotionally bothered by. And to be completely honest, a lot of things are really bad. Now, there were things beyond my control, things that happened before I was even born. So, yes, it is the gold. Please stop freaking out. Allow me to be clear. First, I'm related to you. I am technically Kinzo's child. Now, it's like, what? Yeah, please let me explain. I understand what I'm saying is a lot, and honestly, I feel very much like I want to interrupt myself saying this, so this is very confusing for me to even convey to you. And here's the thing. I'm not against telling you absolutely everything, but I want to tell you in bits and pieces. But if you want to know everything, I will basically give you the equivalent of a spoiler warning or a danger caution sign, because there are things I found out that I don't emotionally feel okay with, and I also feel concerned about how you will react. And I want to also, one, I don't want you to hate me or be disgusted by me, and two, I want you to be able to cope with this better than me, because I'm not coping well with this. First off, Genji, you can assure Goda and Jessica that they are safe, right? Yes. Okay. First off, Jessica, I would never ever hurt you. But just to be completely clear, the things that Genji and Nanjo told me about, like if I were to go into full detail, the things that I discovered, I was very strongly not considering having this conversation with you. I was considering just killing myself. I was also considering the idea of killing everyone on the island with me. It's like, how could... Again, the reason I'm telling you this is because I would never hurt you. I certainly gave it a lot of thought. I even wrote out scenarios as like a fiction writer, because I really like reading stories, and I like the idea of writing stories, though honestly I feel like I get a bit lost and distracted while writing those stories. Plus, since the stories were kind of about real people and myself, one, the stories themselves are very emotional for me, and two, they're about things that were emotional to begin with. I would say, if anything, we'll call it a therapeutic exercise, but let's be clear. I'm going to use a lot of money to hire a therapist, because at the same time, you know, like I was like, in addition to like what Genji was telling me about stuff that happened before I was born, I mean, I really enjoyed reading all the mystery novels that Kumasawa was bringing in front of me. Plus, you know, she also came across a few comic books that her son had and let me look at those. And there was a lot of Batman. I also read the Odyssey and Shakespeare and Edgar Allan Poe, Don Quixote, Canterbury Tales. I mean, I really enjoy reading. Anyway, Jessica, first, let me say this. I would never hurt you. And at one point, I was considering the idea, particularly at like a family conference, killing everyone in the Ushiromiy family. I gave it a lot of thought. I even wrote out various scenarios. I even came up with various ways in which to do it, in which It would be very easy. I even considered purposely putting in flaws in the plan, with the idea that I'd want someone to stop me. But at the end of the day, I came multiple decisions. One, the easiest way to stop me is just not doing it to begin with. At the end of the day, a lot of considering killing all of you is, one, me not being able to cope emotionally with what Genji and Nanjo told me, and two is my own, lack of self-esteem and indecisiveness. Part of the idea of killing all of you was in order for me to run away from things that make me extremely sad. I mean, it's basically suicidal depression, but, +1 multiple times. It's like New Game Plus for Bloodborne, except each New Game Plus is me killing all of you. Again, like I said, not doing it. That's why we're having this conversation. But I just want to be straightforward with you that I was thinking about it a lot due to how suicidal and emotionally unwell, I am. But the main thing is, after giving things a lot of thought, I don't want to. I don't want to hurt. To be clear, and I have reasons for it, which I will fully explain to you, I still kind of want to kill your parents. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I know that makes you upset. I'm not going to do it, but I want you to understand why I feel that way. But first, Jessica, let me be very clear. I love you. I also love Battler. And again, there's several parts of this that are very confusing, and multiple parts of it make me feel like I need multiple therapists, as well as various doctors, and perhaps most of all, some understanding on your part. And again, I understand everything I already have said is a lot for you to take in, although I know I have kind of dodged a lot of details so far. Again, not that I'm hiding anything from you. It's more so I'm trying to properly explain this in a way that is selfishly on my part most comfortable for me. Again, I had Genji bring a shit ton of coffee, which, I've started some of the pot. If you're worried I'm poisoning you, granted, I could drink some of it before you, but then again, I've already admitted to being suicidal. So, that's probably not going to encourage you very well in that. So I'm sorry if you feel you can't trust me. I would say please have faith in me, because as much as I am saying things that might bother you, and I am understanding it's very patient on your part to stay there and be quiet while I try to get all of this out, because it's not that I'm just trying to give you little tidbits, is that I have a ton of information to convey to you, and I am very inefficient about doing it, and it is taking me time to do so. So basically, I want to fully explain everything to you, and I'm doing it as fast as I can. This is the best I can do. We will get to all the information, and at multiple junctures of this, I will sort of give you a warning that we are going to broach into more distressing topics. Again, distressing enough that I was considering, a mass suicide murder idea, to where I was really sad. Still considering killing myself, but at least I'm having this conversation with all of you because, I'm at least not going to kill you. Again, I know you're ready to, start saying stuff, and you're really confused, and everything I'm going to say is going to confuse you even more. Again, I've had a while to think about this, and turns out the more I've been ruminating on it, one, it has been a bit emotionally painful, but it's actually good, because the extra ruminating and worrying about stuff is a good manner of self-reflection. It's a good way to move forward. It's a good way to process your emotions. The problem is, when you process your emotions, this is a painful process. But just like working out, that takes effort. If you go to the gym, there's a lot of effort, a lot of tedium, and a lot of pain. but that's what you have to do in order to make some improvements. And again, like I said, me dealing with the emotional distress of everything Genji and Nanja told me is basically how I was able to at least understand how I feel about stuff and understand how I would feel about the various strong negative actions I could take about it and how I would feel about that and make the decision about what it is I want to do. And the answer is, I don't want to hurt you. And I wouldn't want to do anything to cause you sadness or pain. And I also understand it would make you very, very sad to hurt your parents. But again, I have very justified reason to do so. Much more than the fact that Kraus and Natsui are fucking assholes who fucking yell at me for every time I spill the tea, and they're just very rude and overbearing about that. But then again, you know very well they're your parents, which again, lots of irony coming up. Which, again, I care very much what you think of me, Jessica. I also care very much what Battler thinks of me. And as much as this is probably going to gross you out in every way possible, I'm still considering the idea that I would like a harem of you and Battler as both of my spouses. Yes, I understand. And everything I'm about to say is going to make you feel more and more grossed out about that. But again, still considering killing myself after this discussion. So, and not just because of the cringe or embarrassment, but that is definitely very much a thing. Okay. First, Jessica. I am Kenzo's child. Yes, by his mistress, Beatrice, which this is a very complicated discussion we could have. Let me be in pieces. First, there is a second mansion on the island, on the other end of the island, called Kuadorian. It is where Beatrice was living until she died. That is my mom. Now, she died when I was still very young. And by very young, I mean, allow me to be clear about something. I never got to meet my mother. I was a baby. And at the time, your mom, Natsui, was struggling to have children. So Kenzo gave me as a baby to Natsui, while Kraus was out on a business trip, with the idea that when Kraus comes home, I'd be introduced. Natsui, she would introduce me to Kraus as a baby given to her by Kenzo. I am Kenzo's child. I am Kenzo and Beatrice's child. I am technically Kraus's sibling. However, Kenzo wanted me to be part of the family, but didn't want to admit to the affair, as well as many other things. So Kenzo wanted me to be raised as his heir. And so I was given as a baby to your mom to be raised as your older sibling during a time in which they believed Natsui was never going to get pregnant on her own. However, Natsui was very upset and felt very insulted about the idea that she was going to be raising a baby that wasn't hers. Kenzo never told her that I was his child. Anyway, so Natsui took a bit of offense to that. And at one point she sent me away with a servant, and I've heard conflicting things. I do not know which is true. I believe the latter, but then again, that's partly because I'm very angry about it, so maybe I'm wrong. But I do know that Natsui was very angry about stuff and sent me away with a servant because she really did not want to accept me. Anyway, that servant fell off a cliff. The servant died. And I was a baby who, honestly, by all accounts, should not have been able to survive a fall off a cliff. Thankfully, I had an airbag. The servant meat bag. So they shielded me enough to keep me from instant death. I was, however, still severely injured. By the way, I'm actually 3 years older than what Genji and Nanjo, Genji said. And in fact, I thought I was younger. As it was, I thought I was younger than you, Jessica. Turns out I'm older. I'm 3 years older than I thought I was. The reason why that's been able to pass off so well is because a lot of my early childhood was a little bit not being able to remember because I was a baby, severe trauma, and the severe injuries. So anyway, so I definitely have multiple types of trauma, including some brain damage and definitely some back problems. And also, despite the fact that I'm older than you, apparently I'm not really growing very well due to multiple reasons for injuries. One of them being just the fact that, my body is a bit frail and weak, and my health is not stellar. Also, I was raised in the Fukuen house despite being Kenzo's child, and then was brought back here by Genji as a servant to work here. And initially, Genji and Nanjo and Kumasawa knew who I was, even though I didn't know that. They also hid it from Kenzo. Initially, when I fell off the cliff, they told Kenzo I died, and then secretly brought me back, hoping we'd be able to eventually have a normal, healthy family relationship. Again, I understand what Genji and everyone were trying to do, but I seriously question major issues of logic of so many things. Next off, in addition to the fact that I was raised as a servant, and that the people who were supposed to raise me as a child, and to keep mine, at the very minimum, Natsui just hated me as a baby and sent me off as a servant, and the servant just happened to fall off a cliff. But I've also heard things about, maybe Natsui pushed them off the cliff, murdering me and the servant. I don't know if that's true, but I'm very angry at the person that is your mom and honestly would have been my adoptive mother. So I'm very angry about this. So I'm very much just thinking that she did it. But that may just be my anger clouding my judgment. So you can understand why I kind of have issues with Natsui, aka, the woman who was supposed to be my mother, and felt it was okay to be emotionally upset at an infant, and kind of fucked over the entire start of my life. In addition to living as a servant in an orphanage, I had a dream, when I was in the orphanage. I was thinking about how shitty it was not to have parents and to feel all alone in the world, thinking, what must have happened? Did my parents just abandon me? What happened? The amount of feeling of loneliness and abandonment, it made me really, really upset. But I had a dream. One day I'll meet someone. I'll have, I'll get married, have kids, have a big family, have lots of kids, and, never be lonely again. And I'd be the best parent in the whole world. And I'd be able to give those kids everything I ever wanted, when I was, living in a fucking orphanage. However, Jessica, remember how I fell off a cliff? Yeah, it turns out I can't have children. Turns out there's a lot of internal injuries to my body, not only to my back and my brain and multiple organs, and the fact that I pretty much am already starting to get arthritis, even though I'm not even of American drinking age yet, I will also say the following thing, Jessica, which is going to be much more emotionally difficult for you to hear. I am a guy. I did not know this. Okay, I was raised as a girl in the orphanage. And you might say, well, how did I not know? And the answer is the fall off the cliff. I don't have a penis or testicles any. I just have a huge gaping scar across my entire abdomen. I'm pretty sure I need a new kidney. So at that point, I'm a guy who got raised as a girl. And then eventually started being, there were certain questions like, why am I not having a period? Why do I not have boobs yet? See this? No boobs. Anyway, so as I was already having an issue with figuring that out, I decided, maybe just try dressing as a boy. See if I like that. See if it feels more normal. Hey, Genji. Let me take my eye contacts out and... yeah, I'm canon. Oh, right. Let me do the voice. I'm canon. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm going to put the contacts back in and move my hair back around. Anyway, I'm also going to put the fake boobs back in. There you go. Anyway. Yes, I'm canon. I'm Shannon and canon. Also, technically, my normal name is Sayo Yasuda. So, my servant name, the name I was given as a servant in the fucking orphanage, is Sayo Yasuda. The name I took as a servant here is Shannon. And then, of course, I invented the name Canon, which I have been doing for like a year plus now. And no one can tell the difference. And by the way, the name Kenzo gave me when I was first born was Leon Ushiromiy. It's spelled lion, like the African animal. Technically lions used to be everywhere in the world, but they sort of died out. But yeah, Lion. Leon Ushiromiy. A guy's name, because I'm a guy. Though, I guess at this point it doesn't fucking matter, since there's a movie about to come out called Fight Club. Tyler Durden. I'm basically Tyler Durden. So again, multiple reasons for a therapist. So, Jessica. Again, I'm Canon. And I'm Shannon. And I'm Kenzo's son. I'm Krause's, technically, brother. So, I am both yours and Battler's cousin, your uncle, and your aunt. By the way, this gets worse. Okay. First off, I solved the epitaph riddle. Not only am I the person that Kenzo initially intended to be his heir, I also solved the epitaph riddle, which is a way of him choosing the heir. I have the full rights to all of everything. I am the heir. I already have Kenzo's rights, and I already have the gold. I've already converted $1 billion worth it into currency, which is tied to a debit thing. I've also been giving money to all of these people's extended families. Go to YouTube. I mean, you've been doing really well over there. You just kind of hyperventilating in the corner while eating. You've eaten 4 apple pies, Goda. How the fuck have you done that? I mean, I appreciate that you're like listening to this. You're like really confused. I'm a little bit of empathy for you too, because this is, I know it doesn't directly affect you, but don't worry, you're still going to be taken care of, Goda. Anyway, yes, Jessica. I am related to you by blood, and I understand that's going to bother you. And again, even if you and Battler do not like me in that way, especially given the fact that not only am I your blood relative, but I have severe mental issues and physical issues. But I don't want you to hate me, or, I mean, if you don't like me that way, I understand. But I know at one point you had strong feelings for Canon. And Battler has strong feelings for me, but again, I don't know if he really feels that way or not. It may have had some extenuating circumstance with that. I feel very confused about that. That being said, Jessica, not opposed to being with either of you or both of you if you're still interested. I mean, at the very least, we can't have more incest babies, because I can't have babies. That being said, here's an issue. Kenzo, after already being married to your biological grandmother, went into the military. He had already had 4 kids, and he went to the military planning to die because he decided he fucking hated all of you. I'm sorry. Anyway, he was stationed on this island, and then a sub from Italy came, and Beatrice Castiglione was there. And anyway, there was 10 tons of gold, and Kenzo kind of massacred a lot of people, and we can say he fell in love with / abducted Beatrice Castiglione. And honestly, I've heard multiple versions of this. I don't know if it was a consensual relationship in of itself. I feel very confused. Anyway, he built a separate mansion. They had a relationship. Nanjo and Genji were aware of things even then, and were definitely just going along with shit, same as Kumasawa, who eventually, the times that she quit working at your family's mansion, it was when she was going over to Kuadorian to do things. So she never actually quit working for Kenzo. She just faked not working for Kenzo to work for Kenzo in a different place. Anyway, so the Italian woman got pregnant with my mom and died in childbirth. And then Kenzo raised his daughter, who then grew up to look exactly like her mother, who Kenzo then decided must be the reincarnation of his first mistress, so that he raped his daughter, getting her pregnant with me. And then shortly after I was born at some point, either she was still alive in Kuadorian and I was just given away and never even raised by her, or the situation that killed her occurred when I was still a baby. So either I died falling off the cliff first or she did. But anyway, at one point, Rosa, when she was still in elementary school, ran away from home, accidentally found the Kuadorian, let Kenzo's first incest child out into the world, who had been raised like a fucking prisoner, who had never been allowed outside of Kuadorian at all. So that's so many types of just psychological abuse right there. The fact that you just have someone living in a mansion completely isolated from everything in the world, being dressed as their mother, and then yeah. Anyway, so then Rosa was young and didn't mean anything by it, but also the incest baby Beatrice, the second Beatrice Ushiromiy, Kenzo's daughter, didn't exactly have a lot of world experience and just sort of accidentally fell off a cliff because she was just too emotionally excited at the idea of seeing the new world, and then she died. Anyway, so then also I fell off a cliff. Also, part of the reason Genji and them hid me from Kenzo's because they were worried that he would wind up raping me as well. So, then again, it comes with several issues that if you're going to raise me as a servant, if this person's going to rape multiple people, including his own children, I don't think there would be any objections at that point to that person. Like, if that person's going to do that, then why wouldn't they rape a servant or even just manipulate a servant to sleep with them? Honestly, at this point, I'm not convinced Kinzo wasn't sleeping with the other Fukuan servants. At this point, it's like saying, well, Charles Manson did some bad things. Maybe he also occasionally should have gotten speeding tickets, too. I'm just saying, like, if this person did these really, really horrible things, if they did the extreme bad things, why wouldn't they have done the lesser bad things? Like, it'd be like saying, okay, would Genghis Khan recycle? Granted, recycling is markedly less bad than a lot of the other things Genghis Khan did, but when you look at the rest of Genghis Khan's life, you would think if recycling had been a thing, he probably wouldn't have been too big into it. Like if cars existed and he was driving in modern time, like if Genghis Khan were to be isekai'd from the past into like a cyberpunk world, I wouldn't suddenly start to expect him to follow the law, or to have basic empathy, or just respect for his fellow man. Between the fact that Kinzo is one... Now, I was just confused when Kinzo initially told me I was his child. I didn't understand it. I figured out the epitaph, found the gold, and then Kinzo told me I was a child because they all had that big reveal together, and then he died. By the way, Kinzo is dead. Kinzo's been dead for over a year now. He's been dead for a while. However long it's been since it takes Shannon to have this discussion with Jessica. Anyway, Kinzo's dead. Natsui is hiding it. His corpse is underneath his bed in the study. Kraus, Natsui, and everyone except Goda and you know about it. Now, that being said, the other family members don't know about it, but they certainly do suspect it. Anyway, I understand I'm related to you, Jessica, and I'm related to Battler. But initially when I started having feelings for all of you, I didn't know that. In addition to that, we can't exactly make incest babies. And I still feel the same way about you guys that before I found out about this, which partially makes me hate myself because it makes me think that I'm no better than Kinzo, given that he also. So again, lots of things to process, and I'm not sure what the correct path forward on this is. I was considering killing everyone. By the way, Kinzo has 900 tons of TNT also set up. He essentially has a nuke set up in this place. You see that clock over there? There's literally a switch on it to where you can set it, and then if it doesn't get unset, then when it hits midnight, the entire island will explode and everyone on it will die. So to be fair, I was considering on a family conference when everyone gets here to go around shooting people with shotguns and poison. And even if I fail, well, the island will explode. And to be fair, I wasn't planning on leaving the island. I was planning on letting the explosion stop me. From living. But as I've thought about this, I decide I don't want to hurt you. Or I really don't want to hurt anyone. Don't get me wrong, I love you. But I mean, not only do I not want to hurt you, but I hate Natsui and Kraus. And yet it's not just like, yeah, I don't want to hurt them because I don't want to hurt you, but in general, I don't want to hurt anybody. And it's just, I'm not sure what we're going to do, Jessica. Also, I have a camcorder over there. The reason for that is because I don't emotionally feel okay having to constantly re-explain this to everyone. Because I feel like if, we decide to go forward with discussing this with everyone, eventually, Kraus, Natsui, everyone else needs to hear this. And, well, I don't know if I even want to be here for that conversation. Either I'm going to kill myself, or I'm just going to go somewhere else and just live away from all of you. Don't worry, I'll leave you enough money for you guys to be fine. It's just, I don't know if this is an emotionally healthy environment for me to stay in. Like, I mean, what on earth response would Natsui have? Is she going to apologize? Is she going to cry? Is she going to yell at me? I don't know. But I don't know if there's any way in which we're going to have this response in which I'm going to feel emotionally better. So I'm just going to do what Batman should have done and been like, hey, you're obscenely wealthy and you've been through traumatic things. There's no reason you can't just hire an entire team of therapists. But yeah, here's a solution to the story. So yeah, whether it's Battler just straight up writing a letter, or even if the absence or presence of that letter, I mean, it's not that hard for Sayo to just talk to Jessica in that way. Anyway, we have not even started the tropes, and we have already spent 50 minutes and me doing a pseudo conversation of how Sayo Yasuda could have perhaps explained the situation to Jessica. Though I don't know if Jessica would have been able to listen to all of that without just becoming too emotionally wound up. Also, the thumbnail for this video is a picture of Sayo Yasuda and Battler as a married couple. No, honestly, I couldn't see an objection to the idea of Sayo getting married to Jessica and Battler. Because why not? Anyway, while the arguments about the inheritance ensue, a typhoon traps all 18 people on the island. Closed circle. The family then finds a mysterious letter from a person claiming to be Kinzo's alchemy counselor. The family alchemist, the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Beatrice claims that she has been summoned by Kinzo to claim the inheritance, as the family has been deemed unworthy of it unless someone solves the riddle of the epitaph on her portrait before midnight hours on October 5th, and becomes the family's successor. Beatrice will claim everything that the family owns, including the 10 tons of gold that Kinzo claims will be given to the successor. This is only the beginning of the strange and shocking events that will occur on the island during these 2 days, as soon both the phone lines to the mainland and the emergency radio are subjected to sabotage. The visitors start getting picked off one by one as they die in violent and occult-like ways, all of which seem ostensibly impossible for a human culprit to carry out. Panic, reasoning, romance, heated confrontation, and tons of mind screw ensues as several mystery tropes are examined, taken apart, and put back together again over the course of the story. Similar to its predecessor, Higurashi, When They Cry, Umineko When They Cry consists of several arcs with the same scenario repeating for mysterious reasons. Although unlike Higurashi, where each arc was more or less independent, there is a continuity and a transition between the arcs here. The first 4 arcs are the question arcs, where the puzzles are presented to the reader. Instead of outright answer arcs, the last 4 arcs are the core arcs, which provide the reader several hints on how to solve the mysteries, but without outright giving away the answer. The first sound novel was published in 2007 and the last in 2010. There's also been multiple expansions, DLCs, extra stories, mangas, animes, and additional things that add to or expound upon the story. The series consists of a sound novel, a manga, an anime, and a pachinko game. I also know there's like a fighting game too. The sound novel is 8 episodes in length, along with 2 fan discs. Umineko no Naku Koro ni Tsubasa, Umineko When They Cry, Wings, and Umineko no Naku Hane, Feathers, containing extra short stories called Tips that don't fit into the main story. The anime adaptation, produced by Studio Dean, spans 26 episodes, but it only covers the first 4 arcs and is very rushed. NIS America announced the localization of the anime in July 2012 and released it 5 months later, classified an 18+ due to intense violence, which, unlike the Japanese version, is completely uncensored. Each episode was also adapted into a manga published in magazines owned by Square Enix. I can't remember which came first, Square Enix or Squaresoft. Episode 1, Legend of the Golden Witch, was published in Gangan Joker and drawn by Kai Natsumi. Episode 2, Turn of the Golden Witch, was published by who also drew Tatari Goroshi Hen. Episode 3, Banquet of the Golden Witch. Episode 4, Alliance of the Golden Witch. Episode 5, End of the Golden Witch. Episode 6, Dawn of the Golden Witch. Episode 7, Requiem of the Golden Witch. Episode 8, Twilight of the Golden Witch. Tsubasa was published in Big Gangan and drawn by Fumi Ito. After a 7-year and 50-volume run, which is quite exceptional for a VN adaptation, the manga finally came to a close in June 2015. In 2012, a doujin manga by Kurumi Suzihiro, Umineko no Naku Forgery, The Purple Logic, was published. The monthly comp Ace, an independent mystery not placed in the main story's continuity, using the expanding the mechanics of a minigame. In episode 8, the entire novel has also been ported to the PS3 for a remake complete with voice acting, remade sprites, and CGs. The first 4 novels were released as Rondo of Witches and Reasoning, and the last 4 novels were released as The Nocturne of Truth and Illusions. Contrary to the PS2 port of Higurashi, though, there are no additional arcs or alternate endings. In addition, a PC fighting game in the vein of Melty Blood has been released. Also, there are multiple arcs and DLCs that were made for this, including there's a character called Peace, which is actually a sumo Ushiromiya, which we believe to be Battler's mother, but it turns out Kairi actually is Battler's biological mom, but neither Battler or Kairi knew this. Again, another thing that may have actually just worked out better had Rudolph just fucking told people shit earlier on. But anyway, Peace is the world's first bangable false Hydra. A false Hydra is an idea, let's say, most particularly popular in Dungeons and Dragons. It is a otherworldly eldritch abomination that is capable of eating not just a person, but their very existence. And to where if the false Hydra eats someone, not only are they gone, but everyone in the universe no longer can remember them. So the very memory of their existence is gone. The false Hydra has many representations, many of them very Cthulhu-esque. However, Peace is a cute anime girl who constantly does ahagaos. So, yes, it's basically a false Hydra, but a cute anime girl with tits and who is orgasming all the time. So, One of these things are not like the others. In addition, a PC fighting game in the vein of Melty Blood has been released, entitled I Can't Say That, featuring 10 of the characters from the novels, an Xbox 360 port. Again, more shit I can't pronounce because I have no idea. Like how Ogon Muso Kyoku. Fuck you. I don't know how to say shit. Has also been released, featuring the 10 characters plus 3 more added to the roster. An expansion of the PC version, Cross, has also been released, featuring that all the characters of the original Xbox 4 plus 3 more characters and 3 other added as updates. The game was added to Steam in December 2017 under the name Umineko Golden Fantasia. Be wary of the terms used in Umineko pages. Episode EP with a capital E refers to the story arc of the novel, while episode refers to an episode of the Dean anime. By the way, I'm still very much looking forward to the new 2027 Higurashi anime. That's a brand new, never-before-seen story, as it is currently July 25th, 2026, 9:55 a.m. America time. So we have at least half a year plus to wait on that. Manga Gamer released the entire series in English, similarly to the release of Higurashi, When They Cry. Bah, had to double check OBS chat. The entire series contains the original soundtrack, updated sprites, and a new translation made in corporate with the team's Witch Hunt, the group behind the fan translation mentioned above. The main 8 chapters are available for sale on Manga Gamer's store and on Steam. Manga Gamer also translated the PC fighter Golden Fantasia Cross as Umineko Golden Fantasia in English. It became available on Steam December 8th, 2017. And in 2019, Umineko Saku compilation of all previous content was released with brand new episode taking place after the Ansi arcs, titled Last Note of the Golden Witch, which includes Peace and a bunch of other stuff like that. On November 1st, 2018, the Umineko Gold Edition Kickstarter was announced, which, if ever launched and funded, will release with full English voice acting and the option to play the Steam version with the PS3 sprites, new content by Ryu Kishi, and a dramatized audiobook in iTunes. A port of Saku titled Umineko no Naku Koro ni Saku, Symphony of Catbox and Dreams, with the voice acting and the PlayStation 3 sprites, was released for PlayStation 4 and Nintendo Switch with a download code for Umineko Golden Fantasia in January 2021. Warning, just like the previous installment, the plot is full of twists and turns, so it might be best to proceed only once you have experienced the full story. Spoilered rotten. Now, the tropes. When the seagulls cry, none are left alive. Numbers through E. 13 is unlucky. A total of 13 people are killed in the epitaphs ceremony. 2D visual, 3D effects. The butterflies in the anime are rendered in 3D while everything else is in 2D. Abusive parents. A recurring theme. It starts with Kinzo is shown in flashbacks to have cared little for his family and sexually abused the illegitimate daughter he did care for. Rosa constantly beats Maria for minor nuisances and leaves her at home for days. Ava cares for George, but her need for an heir makes her intrude on his life in many ways. And worst of all, in episode 4, she becomes a resentful guardian to Angie and makes her suffer for all the sorrow she experienced on Rokkenjima. Oh, Family Guy. Peter Griffin. Adaptation distillation. The manga adaptation condenses a lot of the dialogue while still covering all of the plot points better than the anime does. And that's the thing. In some versions, things like the anime stuff can really rush a lot of things. But at the same time, a lot of manga versions, they wind up do flush out a lot of story points that are either rushed or outright obscured in the original version. Adaptation dye job. Beatrice is dressed in the anime, and of course, the eye colors of just about every character. Battler, Jessica, George, Shannon, Lambda, Delta, for... Oh, fuck. Adaptation expansion. The manga of episode 8 replaces the quiz minigame with a game of hide and seek and treats us to new scenes, some of them incredibly heartwarming. More generally, the manga adds additional clues and explanations about the game board and the mysteries, as well as a few additional red truths, and most importantly, it confirms unambiguously that Shannon Cannon and Beatrice are all the same person, Sayo Yasuda. Adaptation, explanation, extrication. The anime cuts out the entire first half of episode 4 Tea Party, which had important facts about the mystery. Adaptation induced plot holes, several in the anime, due to either misinterpreting certain scenes in the visual novel or by trying to go for rule of cool. In the first two are in episode 5 alone. In the first one, Battler shoots a bullet at the portrait even though the gun he picked up was supposed to be unloaded. In the second one, Battler sees gold butterflies, while in the visual novel, Beatrice appears in purple. Gold butterflies are supposed to indicate we are watching a fantasy scene, so the detective shouldn't see them. The only exception to this is at the end of episode 2 where Battler had surrendered. Like, that's another thing to keep in mind, is like the scenes with like how Shannon and Cannon are the same person. Technically, like, you can't have a scene in which they're together, in which you have a reliable narrator. For example, when it comes to a lot of closed room murder mysteries, a lot of them were considered closed room based off alibis of people that were accomplices. So, first off, in the main actual canon version of the story, Sayo Yasuda never actually killed anyone. She was planning to do it, but all of the adults suddenly put away their sibling rivalry, worked together, solved the epitaph, and Sayo just gave up. At which point, well, the siblings weren't exactly getting along, and they just started murdering each other. In the end, Rudolph and Kyrie kill everyone, and then proceed to go around and try to murder everyone, including a plan of killing Battler. However, Ava manages to survive, leaves, confronts Rudolph, kills him, and then runs away to Huadorian to survive. Battler, at that point, Kyrie is the mass murderer, and Battler's already... Now, of course, some versions of the story where Battler is supposed to work with them, but in general, Battler is not working with them. Kyrie went full psycho. Shannon, Beatrice, Sayo Yasuda, managed to also survive the gunshot. At which point she, powers through it, finds Battler, and manages to get him to the subway, to the submarine tunnel, and then, gets him to a motorboat so that he can, get off the island and survive. Though, initially, Beatrice says, I'm just going to stay on the island. And Battler's like, nope, you come with me. I'm not going to let you just be here by yourself. At which point, Shannon then does what she was planning on doing with the privacy of the island, but now, so then jumps off the boat to try to commit suicide. Battler, however, decides to try to rescue her. However, this fails. So Shannon dies, and Battler washes up on shore with amnesia and doesn't remember his name, and then eventually becomes crippled. But in a lot of the versions, like where their stories are wrote, like where she could have succeeded, not only are, like even in a lot of versions, she kills herself and then, does in a way to where it's not noticeable. Then, of course, her accomplices can continue things too. And of course, a lot of people could be working with her, like Kumasawa and Nanju might initially be working with her because they think that they're faking the murders as a way to set up a cool little mystery novel for Battler to solve as a cool little party thing. After all, that's one of the things when the Frude Erica was introduced. And like I said, any scene where you have both Shannon and canon, either one, unless someone's there to witness it, it's just someone else's hearsay. And of course, if Genji or any of these other people are there too, they're just going to go along with the made up version of things. There's also the fact that sometimes, if there is another person there, either one, their accomplice, like maybe Rosa in one version is an accomplice, so she's working with, I think in episode 2, would make sense for Rosa to be an accomplice. But the other thing is also this: if the character is supposed to be witness is, dead, that they're not very reliable because they're not alive. In episode 11, where Shannon's corpse is found, the stake in her forehead, the visual novel, the fact that her stake is beside her corpse is an important clue that she committed suicide. The anime has Shannon and canon appearing together in front of people, such as the cousins and scenes that aren't fantasy. In the visual novel, Shannon and canon never appear together in front of the other human characters outside of fantasy scenes, foreshadowing how they are actually played by a single person, Aerith and Bob. Most notably the witches. We've got Lady Berncastel, Lady Lambda Delta, and of course Lady Beatrice. The Ushiromiy family has a lot of this too. In the same family you have names like Kraus, Maria, George, Angie, Kenzo, and then there's Battler, which isn't a normal name at all. This is explained as being from Kenzo's obsession with Western culture that prompted him to give his children and grandchildren these names. Odd name out. Age gap romance. George is 7 years older than Shannon. Actually, he's only 4 years older than her, but he doesn't know that. And he's been interested in her since back when she was 10. All just a dream. Maria murdering Rose in episode 4. It is implied to be this, as the scene afterward shows Maria waking up. All of the other reindeer, both Rosa and her daughter Maria, suffer from this. Rosa was unable to bond with her much older siblings and was relentlessly teased by them as she was growing up. She couldn't live up to the expectations her parents set, either leading to a lonely and hellish home life. Maria is similarly bullied at school for both being a kitty kid and for her obsession with magic and witches. All there in the manual. There's a good deal of extra material explaining details and important, often hidden plot points. A number of tips were not shown in the game itself, but released as side material. These were generally short stories. Often they were humorous and not meant to be taken seriously. The stakes, Valentine's Day, but some were plot relevant. The witches, Tanabata isn't sweet, and others somewhat straddle between the two. Cornelia, the new priest, Tsubasa collects most of these short stories and presents them in a visual novel format. Our confession is extremely important in that it tells you how Sayo Yasuda used bribery, trickery, and threats to both commit the murders and get the adults to lead Battler towards the truth. For example, Ava's talk with Battler about the culprit in episode 1. Alpha Strike. This is basically what Erica orders in the final battle. What are you standing around for? Open the gun ports. Load concept negation explosive rounds. Don't worry about aiming, just fire. Alter the speed. Part of Ava's plan to have George jump ahead in the succession was to rush a marriage to Hideyoshi. In spite of that, they're quite happily married. Alternate character reading. Up the yin yang in the anime's ending theme, La Divina Tragedia. A few examples: Orgy is read as Banquet. Demon is read as My Beloved. And Tonight Will Sacrifice This Fool is read as Sacrifice Sheep to God. Mimetic mutation. Mimetic mutation. Okay. Did I already? Yes. The internet. Nyan cat. Oh my god, so many memes. Let me know in the comments. Did you know what a meme was before this video? You didn't explain shit. Exactly. Alternate timelines. Several of them. A notable one is shown in episode 7, where there are no stories of Beatrice as a witch or a ghost who haunts the mansion. Kenzo never wrote the epitaph, and Battler does not come back to Rokkenjima, not to mention the existence of a new family member, Leon Ushiromiy. Always save the girl. George in episode 4 says outright that he would leave the rest of the family to die if he could save himself and Shannon. And then John was a zombie. After 5 arcs of denying the existence of magic, Battler becomes an endless sorcerer. Anthropomorphic personification. Most of the magical beings can be interpreted this way. Anti-escapism Asa. The human culprit approach treats witches as convenient imaginary enemies who are responsible for anything that goes wrong when humans want to avoid responsibilities with something they can't explain. The magic culprit approach shows that even fantastical powers, you are still at the mercy of rules and superior beings. In either interpretation, whenever someone uses magic to wish their problems away, it only makes them worse. Zigzagged Sayo Yasuda, escapism, creating numerous imaginary friends, and creating at least 3 different identities with completely different personalities because she hated herself so much, is pretty much the only way they made it through much of their childhood, and repeated point is how delusions and escapism serve as coping methods for much of the cast, in some cases even helping them to develop their greatest strengths. But it comes back to bite Sayo in the rear later, when the things they try to escape from become too great to completely ignore, and they even suggest that they regret having used escapism at all. In one of their final lines to Leon, I pray that you live as a human without awakening as a witch. Apple of Discord. Soon after the Mars magic inscription is revealed, the survivors in the room turn their suspicions on each other. The family conference was pelted with a bushel of apples throughout. Access to Kenzo's wealth was one everyone eyed before they arrived. The epitaph might have been one, but no one took it seriously enough to reach for it until they received Beatrice's carrot or stick invitation. But if they band together and cooperate on solving the puzzle, they can find the most compelling apple of discord of all. Aquarium date. The second episode, Turn of the Golden Witch, opens with George and Shannon on a date at an aquarium at Okinawa. Arc number 19. Among other things, the witch is the 19th person on the island. The age of Sayo Yasuda, and her personas, Shannon and Cannon, walk 19 steps in their duels, specifically in reference to the importance of the number 07151129, which is Battler and Beatrice's birth date, November 29, 1984, being the day Sayo solved the epitaph and discovered who she was. The number 12 is also very present. 12 people sit at the table in the dining room. Natsui was infertile for 12 years after her marriage. Battler and Angie have 12 years of age difference. Angie's part of the story happens 12 years later. Battler was 12 years old when he left the family due to Rudolph's remarriage. It took 12 years for Battler to regain his memories, and Beatrice's game ends at midnight. Arc words. Many, actually. Beatrice exists, always with inverted commas. Without love, it cannot be seen. This one is notable for being both one of the major themes of the story and a huge clue on how to solve the mystery. Without love, that is, a deep understanding of the characters, their history, their motives, and a huge helping of sympathy, it is impossible to solve the mystery, as only by understanding the relationships between the characters can you correctly deduce that Shannon and Cannon are likely the same person. Come, try and remember. Often followed by what form did you have used by witches when fixing objects with magic? On that day, what happened? Because I'm furniture, calmly said by some servants. It turns out it doesn't quite mean what it seems to mean at first. Rest peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. It takes 2 to make a universe. Arranged marriage. Kasumi was forced into this after Kairi ran off with Rudolph, which is the reason she hates both Kairi and Angie so much. Ava also tries to set up George with someone to get Shannon away from Ayami-san, which I actually made the very first picture of that character to ever exist. It's in a thumbnail. It's also in the community posts. Artifact alias. Shannon and Cannon's names are revealed to be Sayo and Yoshiya, respectively, but the cast continues to refer to them by their on names. Artifact title. The tea parties in the visual novels in episode 1, they're set up to be reminiscent of the Higurashi wrap-up parties, which were non-canon but provided hints on the overarching plot. This expectation gets subverted right away when Battler denies the existence of witches, causing Beatrice to show up and set the stage for the rest of the series. From then on, they serve as a direct continuation of the main scenario, and by later episodes don't even have the meta aspect to distinguish themselves, since the meta world has already bled into the main narrative. Art style dissonance, like in Higurashi, the puny plush style of the original sound novel sure produces a strange effect when brutal scenes occur. Sniff. You just farted, didn't you? Just no. All morning pretty constantly. Just? No. All morning pretty much constantly. Proper lady, my ass. This is what happens when the story or themes behind a cartoon, comic, or such don't match their art style. Pony plush. An art style alternative to the tall, skinny design that is typical for Bishojo series. Pony Plush avoids straight lines, emphasizing a character's curves, especially the face and hips. That can give to the cast an overall short, childlike look, most common in romantic comedies or slice-of-life animes and mangas, but sometimes used in less obvious ways. Shows with prominent moe content, moe meaning emotional warmth, use this art style as well, often leads to artistic age or of the looks younger variety. As the good book says, each of the blood runes has scrawled on it a Bible quote in Hebrew, ascended meme. One of the anime's preview gags uses Ava Beatrice's fan nickname Avatrice, ascend to a higher plane of existence. From a fantasy perspective, it seems this is how you become a witch in Umineko. And Higurashi, judging from Burn Castell's case, someone who becomes a witch gains another self, which ends up separating from the human self, which are illusions or imaginary friends and which are actual witches. If there are such things, it's left for the reader to decide. Audience monologue. Kumasawa does a few of these in the first arc to explain various issues among the residents of the Ushiromiy mansion. Author appeal. Take a look at Aisun Jufrog, The Sticks of Purgatory. The Cheister Sisters Ryukishi 07 seems to have a thing for the leotards of power with showgirl skirts. I, the wizard, have made the piss forest you see before you. Stop injecting your horrible fetishes into our game. I am going to punch you. Alright, you come across a bridge troll instead. Author appeal describes when the presence of a particular gimmick or kink is so widespread and prominent that it is interpreted as a specific reason the creator actually produced the work. Often this can overlap with certain philosophy the author espouses. Deliberately satirical or apolitical stories often evoke associated take-that moments. mean, I also like big boobs. Author tracked. Delanner in episodes 5 of Ikuku Hacho in episodes 6 through 8 take pauses in the story to discuss relationship and trust between the mystery writer and the reader, while also discussing how logic-aligned characters representing some readers disrespect the story by not seeing through a more romantic lens or demanding the solution. Awesome moment of crowning. The third arc makes a grandiose ceremony of Ava becoming Ava Beatrice and solving the epitaph, but for everyone else, no reason to celebrate. Sayo does not react well to learning that she's a result of Kinzo raping his own daughter, nor that her sexual organs are too badly damaged to ever start a family. In episode 7, Angie is forced to watch a scenario where her parents kill most of the family to hog the gold, and Kairi admits that Angie was nothing more to her than a tool to keep Rudolph in check. Bern-Castell then confirms to Red that this isn't just a game, but what actually happened. In episode 8, Bern-Castell ropes Angie into a face-heel turn so she can learn the truth about Rokkenjima that her brother keeps trying to hide from her, only to learn that it's exactly what she saw in episode 7. Batman! This is essentially what boils down to between Battler, later Angie, and Beatrice's conflict. Beatrice antagonized the two so that they would believe that she was the one responsible for the murders. While she did have a hand over the conflict, it's far more complicated than what she claims to be because it's very difficult to explain. Kairi claims Asumu pulled one to steal Rudolph out from under her. Later on, it turns out that Asumu didn't switch the babies. Rudolph did. Back for the finale. Nearly every character comes back in the 8th arc. Backward firing gun. Battler suggested Natsui's gun was rigged to fire at the wielder to explain the death in episode 1. Badass adorable. Groups of cute young girls will mess you up. The Stakes, the Cheister sisters, etc. Badass family. Most of the Ushiromiy family, as well as the servants, have a moment in which they are able to fight off the magical beings tormenting them, at least for a while. Yeah, I remember a boxing match between Kraus and a giant goat man. Badass normal. Most of the Ushiromiy family gets a badass normal moment or two. Special mention must go to Kairi, who's usually the first to start firing off shotgun shells or beating demons and whatnot with chairs while everyone else is still panicking. Episode 4, where practically everyone who hasn't been killed in the first Twilight gets an awesome moment, which are all thoroughly underscored with the revelation that everything was going according to the witch's plans. Bad future. The world that stems from the events in episode 3, in which Ava was the only survivor of Rokkenjima incident and was left to look after Angie, her only other surviving relative. Unfortunately, over the years they grew to resent one another. By the end of the series, it's clear this future is in fact what actually happened in reality, with no way to change the events prior to it so that it can turn out differently. Bastard. Discussed with several characters in the early arcs who theorized that an illegitimate child of Kinzo and Beatrice has come to the island to take revenge and or claim back the gold. They were right about the illegitimate child, but not about their motive. Batman Gambit. Kraus and Natsui's whole of course he is alive scam. With Kinzo relies on this to a degree. When Rudolph expresses annoyance at their explanation of Kinzo being a no-show at the family lunch due to his illness, Kraus directly dares him to go speak with Kinzo himself and convince him to join them. Predictably, Rudolph and all the other Ushiromiy siblings, for that matter, are too scared of Kinzo's infamous foul moods to actually try this, thus allowing the deception to go undetected for a while longer. a specific one from episode 3, Beatrice coming out on top from her duel with Virgilia hinged on Virgilia healing Beatrice before realizing she was fatally wounded herself. Of course, they were actually working together the whole time, so not really. Beat Still My Heart. Episode 3 features Ava Beatrice trying to destroy Beatrice's heart, but failing miserably, with Beatrice's heart refusing to stop beating because it would leave Cannon and Jessica at Ava's Beatrice's mercy. The end of episode 4 features what is probably one of the most touching moments ever created by this trope. Be careful what you wish for. The Witch's Tanabata plays with this. Beatrice pulls the thread of Maria's simple wish, gradually getting her to imagine her ideal world and a greater deal. Bern Castell, meanwhile, plays this terribly, horribly straight. Beat them at their own game. What Battler is trying to do, all the weapons he has to defend the Muggle possibility are supplied to him by beings that he is trying to deny. This is because Beatrice actually wants him to figure out the truth. Betty and Veronica, a very complex example. Sayo Yasuda is the Archie, the gentlemanly second love George is the Betty, the rebellious and perverted longtime missing first love Battler is the Veronica, and the free-spirited longtime friend Jessica is the third option love interest. The problem is that none of Sayo's love interests know about her issues, let alone the fact that they all love the same person. Sayo wanted to accept George's marriage proposal, but Battler's sudden return, as well as Sayo's fear of how anyone would react to the truth about her origins and her body, caused the entire tragedy. Big Bad, Beatrice, the Golden Witch, aka also known as Sayo Yasuda. For the first 4 arcs and the 5th arc, she is usurped by Bern Castell and Lambda Delta, and then Lambda Delta pulls a heel face turn in the final episode, leaving Bern Castell as the final boss. Because of this, Bern Castell is now a rogue protagonist and fallen hero, since she was the amalgamation of all the dead Rika Furudes from Higurashi, while Lambda Delta was the one who granted Miyoto Kano's wish to become a god. A subtrope in the man behind the man where an old villain is behind a new one. Big damn heroes. Angie's entrance. She saves Battler just as he's about to sign that witches do exist. Episode 5 is all of Beatrice's furniture comes in order to counter Erica's argument that Natsui is the culprit. While doing so, they beat the ever-loving shit out of her. In order, Gape summons a hole at Erica's feet, and as it opened on the ceiling, Virgilia summons her smothered mate, Lance, to skewer her, and the stakes of purgatory attack her all at once, so by the end, she has a giant lance and 7 small stakes going through her. Episode 6 has Cannon breaking out of the closed room Erica created to save Battler from his closed room by switching places with him. Will's entrance in episode 7 shows him coming to the rescue of an innocent maid who's being interrogated by his own agency. He does it again for Leon at the end of episode 7. Episode 8 has a multiple and surprisingly many pulled off by the antagonists and some morally dubious members of the case. Erica saves little Angie from being eaten by goats, and Lambda sets off a multicolor words battle the likes of which has never been seen in game against Featherine. The main cast gets their share, 2 fighting off hordes of goats. Big fancy house, the Ushiromiy mansion, complete with servants and secondary guest house in case the main mansion wasn't big enough. And there's another mansion. The big screwed up family, the Ushiromiy family, of course, the parents in particular, with notable exception of Hideyoshi, all seem to have screwed up in some way or another. The Sumadara family qualifies from what we hear of them. The fact that they are a Yakuza family probably doesn't help. Bisexual love triangle. The big love duel between Shannon and Cannon in episode 6 is a fantasy metaphor for Sayo Yasuda's Conflicting feelings. Sayo has decided to marry George, who loves her as Shannon, but she also feels some attraction towards Jessica, who loves her as Cannon. To make it all the more complicated, George and Jessica have no idea that they love the same person. When adding Sayo's long-suppressed love for Battler into the mix, it becomes a bisexual love square, and the results are catastrophic for everyone involved. Bittersweet ending. The author intentionally gave you two ways to see this, either bittersweet or as a downer ending. Which one really depends on whether you take the mystery or fantasy explanations for what happened. Even with the fantasy stuff, though, it's pretty difficult to say it ends any better than bittersweetly by the end. By the end, almost everyone is still dead. Those who survived, Ava and Angie, still lived pretty miserable lives. Although the ending gives Angie a chance to move on, you find out that Battler also survived and recovered most of his memories, albeit with a dissociated identity, traumatized and crippled. It turns out that the series is about him coming to terms with his past. So in that way, as well as looking at the new life Angie made for herself, the story ends happily. The manga goes with the magic timeline ending with the twist that Angie does attempt suicide, but survives and goes on to become a famous author, but as in the VN, her physical condition is weakened considerably due to battling cancer. However, Angie and Battler finally reunite. Bland name product. When Krauss discusses his vision of what to use the inheritance for, he mentions that he sees a great future for investing in theme parks, referencing the success of a little-known place called Disneyland that just began operation a couple years prior. Blind Idiot translation. While the English scanlation of the manga has occasional mistakes, the first chapter of episode 8 manages the feat of getting a good 80% of the dialogue wrong, or in the wrong place in the penultimate page alone. A crucial piece of information that Shannon and Cannon can only appear simultaneously in front of people who recognize them, and a red truth are replaced by completely irrelevant lines. This may be a case of improvised translation, but even by improvising, missing a red truth that covers half the page is quite unexplainable. Blood from the mouth. In episodes 14 of the anime, Beatrice doesn't so much cough up blood as she foams red from the mouth. Used during episode 26, as Battler uses the blue truth and Beatrice gets impaled, upon which she starts vomiting blood rather profusely. Quite possibly this image as well looks a bit the bottom row of teeth in someone's mouth bleeding profusely. Body horror. There are multiple instances of what appear to be ritualistic magic circles being drawn in blood. And in episode 3 of the visual novel, the numbers are written in what looks like blood over the door. George is found dead, and this serves as a hint for later episodes in the Chiro arcs. There are multiple cases of murders that involve bashing people's face so that they are so bloody that it's impossible to recognize who it is. The disemboweling in Higurashi makes an encore in Umineko on the first Twilight murder of the second arc, leaving blood and guts all over the crime scene, played for horror again since they were sitting at a party table when they were found. In episode 6, all the visual novel, it's revealed that Erica decapitated the heads of the people who were playing dead and stuffed them in a garbage bags so she could trap Battler, who was the game master, at the end. And a logic error by making it so nobody could replace the chain lock if he left the room he had died in. Boarding School of Horrors, St. Lucia Academy. The school itself isn't that horrible. The girls in it, however, bookends. In the sound novel, the OP for episode 1 plays in the credits of the trick ending in episode 8. In episode 8 itself, early in the game, Beatrice does a sleight of hand in front of little Angie to make a candy appear. Near the end, she does the same sleight of hand, and you have to choose whether this is a trick leading to the trick ending or a genuine magic leading to the magic ending. Of course, this is the point the player knows neither answer is right or wrong. Breaking the fourth wall. In the first half of the series, Brinkestell occasionally seems to do this, though whether she's addressing the reader or Battler is unclear. Break the cutie, what Beatrice does to Shannon in episode 2, however, with how the game later implies heavily that Beatrice and Shannon are actually one and the same, it's likely a metaphor of Sayo Yasuda's self-deprecation. Lucifer's vice and vulnerability is pride, so she takes a hit to the ego much harder. She gets no consolation. The butler did it. Shannon and Cannon are usually suspects for many murders. doubly subverted throughout the same as many incidents occur, which completely dispel the audience's belief that either are involved. But Shannon and Ken are later revealed to be the same person and heavily involved in the murders. Genshi, the head servant, is also one of the key accomplices in the murders, being in the know of the killings and helping in them, even doing some of the killing himself in episode 2. Cassandra, too, of Maria, keeps trying to warn everyone about Beatrice, but no one believes her. Cast of snowflakes. Ryukishi's drawing skills may be limited, but he admittedly gave all the characters unique designs and faces. Outside of the Seven Sisters and the Generation Xerox characters. Sometimes the artist has decided to take the time to give even the most incidental of background characters each unique face and appearance. This requires the artist to resist the temptation to idolize everyone's appearances, making only a minority of characters attractive and not design faces and bodies from a limited set of templates. Not only has our hero discovered his secret legacy and realized that due to his in Umineko, our confessions, Beatrice imagines the new Damon Flauros to be one, thinking that she should be portrayed as a cute girl. An hour and 40 minutes, and we are gonna be a while at this. Bern Castell is a borderline example since she only has a cat's tail, but she's still strongly associated with cats and from a mundane perspective is one. The chain of harm. Kinzo was treated as nothing more than a puppet by the heads of the Ushiromiy family, being forced into the arranged marriage with a woman he didn't love. He became rather abusive towards his children, which in turn would lead to his children to abuse each other, with his youngest daughter Rosa being bullied worst of all in the present state that has led Rosa to become an abusive parent herself towards her own daughter Maria. Still not an excuse. Like, I've had so many people treat me like fucking shit, and yet I don't do anything mean to anybody. Character Shilly, played for dark humor in the 5th and 6th chapter. The narration itself is clearly bent by Bern Castell and Lambda Delta, so that the story will constantly gush about Erica Fruto, as do characters to a slightly lesser extent. However, she is clearly a complete bitch. Chekhov's gunman. Angie and Gabe are mentioned in the first novel. Angie is specifically stated to be bedridden with flu and can't join the festivities. Maria mentions Gape's powers as one way for Beatrice to smuggle Kenzo out of his own room without breaking the closed circle. The anime's image songs have Maria mention Sakutaro once near the end of her song. When the single line was released, the anime was still midway into its third arc, when Sakutaro only appears in the 4th, 6th, and 8th. Willard H. Wright was first mentioned offhandedly at Tips episode 5, as the head of SSVD Wizard Hunting Right. Chess motifs used extensively in this series, mainly with the game itself being likened to a chess game, chess with death. This series extends the metaphor from Higurashi into a motif. For Kinzo, it's roulette with death since it relies on surviving the random selection of sacrifices. For everyone else, it relies on first accepting the game and then winning it. But Kinzo doesn't have much faith in or concerning for that happening. A literal example is episode 3 where Kinzo loses a chess match with Beatrice. Before the first Twilight, it's only implied that it was his final opportunity to evade selection for sacrifice. The chess master, the repeated invocation of the chessboard by everyone regarding this plot. The only ones who seem capable of applying the trope, though, are the witches, pretty much all of them. As of episode 5, Battler becomes the Endless Sorcerer. With approval by Lambda Delta, that means that he is now the game master like Beatrice in the previous episodes, and with his experience, he is quite capable of weaving complex stories and to manipulate his opponents. Children raise you. Downplayed in Maria's diary, which tells the family events of her and Rosa before the tragedy of Rakanjima. During episode 4, Maria described herself practically as the one who takes care of the house, from the general cleaning to cooking, and even the expenses at the supermarket included due to the constant absences of her mother, and motivated by Sakutaro, her stuffed animal. However, in Rosa's opinion, Maria is actually quite messy and has not yet learned to fold her clothes. It is possible that neither of the two of them is necessarily right, but the truth lies somewhere in between. Cliché Storm. Episode 4's legendary fight between Kraus and a goat man has the antagonist invoke, "Nothing can stop us now." Retire. It's irony. In the typical villain ball move of promises are made to be broken multiple times in quick succession, finishing it off with the Gretzky has the ball boxing gibberish. It's lampshaded this whole way through. Closed circle, the Ushiromiy family and the various workers on Rakanjima find themselves trapped on the island, not just because of the slow-moving typhoon and a lack of vessel that is capable of braving the storm, but also due to both the phone lines in the mainland and the emergency radio getting subjected to sabotage. And since the family conference takes place during the weekend, those on the mainland are unlikely to think anything's wrong until at least the following Monday. Clueless mystery, a variant. It is entirely possible to deduce the culprit with the first episode alone. The emphasis in that sentence is on the possible. However, while the reader can potentially deduce how the murder occurred, who the culprit was, and how they got away with it, their actual motives are kept a complete mystery for most of the series. This is because Battler isn't interested in determining why the murders were committed, only in disproving Beatrice's existence. So he doesn't ask many questions about why certain things occurred. It's only once episode 5 hits that the player can truly come up with a strong solution, with episode 6 making things clearer and episode 7 doing everything short of telling you the answers directly. Color-coded for your convenience. In the pause menu, an overview of the cast is displayed. Portraits of characters who are dead are displayed in red, while characters who are missing, unaccounted for, or whose status is otherwise currently unknown are grayed out. This gets subject to interface screw more than once as the story goes on, especially with the revelation that these statuses are actually only based on what most characters in the cast assumes to be the truth at any given time. Tropes like faking the death and dead all along are deliberately concealed until they are revealed. Combined energy attack. This is ultimately how Bernkastel is defeated at the end of episode 8. Angie manages to summon her entire family despite Bernkastel confirming their deaths with the red truth, and the entire family counters her attack with a massive fiery eagle. The only reason Bernkastel survives is because Angie let her live intentionally. Compressed adaptation. The anime is a victim of this, but special mention goes to the 4th arc, which entirely cuts out the action sequence when Cannon and Shannon's group escapes from the underground prison, as well as the whole scene when Battler wanders around the empty mansion examining everyone's corpses, meaning that the anime doesn't even show you that Maria was killed or that Cannon's corpse can't be found. That was the trade-off for what was saw as too much time was given the 1998 and Meta World sequences. The whodunit is a funny genre. Sometimes the author plays fair with the readers, giving them all the clues necessary to solve the mystery at the same before the fictional, the others don't. I am running out of energy to fucking read. And we are still in the letter C. Oh my god. Fuck. The computer is a cheating bastard. In the fighting game, the AI gets to forego directional sequence before a special move, allowing scenarios like AI Battler invoking the meta world and blowing you to hell with 3 meta supers in a row, which would be impossible for a human to fit in. You factor the movements. Contrived coincidence. As stated on the character sheet, Erica is a detective prodigy who just happens to shipwreck on an island of a soon-to-be murder mystery, subverted in that it's actually contrived not by the author but by Birkenstell, who is in charge of the narrative arc that time. A typhoon just happens to hit the island, cutting off all contact just after all the guests arrive. Exactly how it happens in the various murder mystery scenarios the culprit has been planning for at least a year. Cooldown hug. Angie towards Battler in the 4th arc. Unfortunately, its double purpose is to keep him from seeing her as she's ripped apart for having said her name as Berncastell's piece. Counter gag in episode 4 when the survivors of the first killings are escaping and Virgilia and one of the goat-headed servants tries to stop them. A counter appears. She tells them how hopeless their situation is. Only after several ticks upwards does it become clear that it's even counting. The number of defeat flags that are being set up, cliched, cueing to genre-savvy viewers that the seemingly invincible antagonist is about to lose. Creepy Cathedral. Kinzo had a special chapel built near the mansion where the first twilight of the 2nd arc take place. Happy Halloween for Maria indeed. Creepy child. Maria has these moments from time to time. Kihi, it is turned up to 11 in the anime and even more in the PS3 version. See for yourself. However, her creepy behavior is mostly due to her having no social skills. In episode 7, it's implied that she may be invoking this to seem more knowledgeable about the occult. It's also the fact that it was revealed at one point that it's a tie back to a emotionally happy circumstance where about how much she loves her mother, which she has become too dependent on because said mother turning into a psychotic, abusive bitch. Child abuse is bad. Cruel and unusual death. The first twilight of episode 2, the bodies of Kraus, Natsui, Heva, Yoshi, Rudolph, and Kairi are found locked inside the chapel, with bloody candy spewing out of their bellies. Their internal organs are found lying on the ground next to the bodies, apparently having been forced out by the surge of candy. Curb stomp battle. In episode 5, Berncastello introduces Cannon Sue, a new furniture to kill Beatrice, further her own plans, and royally screw with the status quo. Eventually, Battler and Beato's furniture decide that they are having none of this. Epic smackdown ensues. In episode 8, Lambda Delta challenges Featherine to a battle. Featherine doesn't even bother explaining how she wins. She just decrees it so, then promises to go back and write an impressive fight scene later. In episode 5, Battler is impaled on a sword. Beatrice, the piece, is dead. Berncastello and Erica have taken over the game board and intend to thoroughly erase everything related to Beatrice, and Natsui is falsely framed as a despicable murderer and a whore who slept with the man she calls father, without anyone able to contest the verdict. Made all the more frightening by that point you expect a twist to happen in the tea party. It doesn't. Then, to nail a bit more, the hidden tea party opens with the real Beatrice's death, and then, finally, Battler comes back and takes a level in badass. Dark Reprise. Golden Slaughterer is already... I remember how many times I referenced, like, everyone's getting Five Nights at Freddy'd. Over and over I said that. It's already a pretty dark BGM. to begin with, since it plays during the more cruel deaths, but it gets a darker and more intense remix, The Executioner, in episode 7, which plays during the fight between Will and Berncastel, dead all along. The 1986 family members are all long dead since the beginning of the first game, and understanding this is one of the fundamental mysteries of the series. Dead alternate counterpart. Episode 7 revolves around a new character named Leon discovering their alternate self, Beatrice, who dies tragically in every single timeline other than their own. Deadly Bath. In the first arc, Hideyoshi's corpse is found in the shower, with the water still running. Deadly Euphemism. Let's open the door to the Golden Land. I.e., let's blow up the island and everyone on it. Deconstruction literally means to take something apart. When applies to tropes, it's like, oh, hits in the head, prison, permanently crippled and disabled. Deconstruction means to take apart a trope in a way that exposes its inherent contradictions, often by exploring the difference between how the trope appears in one work and how it compares to other relevant tropes or ideas both in fiction and real life. The simplest and most common method of applying deconstruction to tropes in fiction among general audiences and fan bases, and the method most relevant to TV tropes, takes the form of questioning how could this trope play out with real-life consequences applied to it, or what would cause this trope to appear in real life? Death is cheap. Dragon Ball Z. Death, my materialism. It's Gold Hawk. Okay. A good indicator of a character's on the low end of the sorting algorithm of morality is that the character acts greedy or materialistic at any point. You kill them, obviously. We neutralize the subject. Us, of course you do. I'm afraid we're going to have to liberate George. By liberate, you mean liquidate? When death or impending death are referred by... Okay. So many reading things. Kinzo doesn't seem to care about any of his children, at least partly because he doesn't like them fighting over his inheritance. I honestly don't think he cares. He's just a piece of shit. Because of the Groundhog Day loop and the fact that the furniture apparently can be recreated without much difficulty, even their very existence has been denied, and the powers of any with the endless title to kill and resurrect someone infinitely. However, this is ultimately subverted. Everyone is revived as pieces during the beginning of each new game, but the real world, the humans who are in Rakanjima are really deader than dead, and nothing can change it. Deconstruction. Blatantly one of the mystery genre. Blatantly one of the mystery genre. Most of the people involved in the investigation of murders are entirely there for their own selfish motives of an ego boost rather than attempting to help the victim catch the perpetrator. And the ones that are there to help to fight with the egotistical people in order to find the truth, as they are unwilling to accept any theory that isn't their own. In addition, the way the murder Mysteries are treated as puzzles to overcome and figure out, rather than tragic acts of violence that destroy lives is commented on as being highly dehumanizing. The deal with the forgeries and Rakajima incident in general is meant to be a commentary on the endless search for a definitive answer and how horrible it is to drudge up the names of the dead in order to search for a good story. Toya Featherin's press conference explicitly spells this out for the audience and the reader. If you take an anti-fantasy stance, it can be seen as one of the fantasy genres, since many of the fantastic elements are implied to be a product of human characters' imagination, which in turn fueled by their loneliness. Deconstruction Fleet. If there is a trope, you can bet Umineko will either subvert it or play it straight with most disturbing consequences possible. It also goes out of its way to subvert many tropes that were played straight in Higurashi, depending on the author. In-universe examples. There are several noticeable differences between the writings of Sayo Yasuda, episodes 1 through 2, and Toya Battler, episodes 3 through 6. For example, Sayo was filled with self-loathing and therefore wrote Beatrice as a cruel villain. On the other hand, Battler, who loved Beatrice Sayo, wrote her in a more gentle light, and Sayo never assumed that Battler remembered his relationship with Shannon as kids, and therefore Battler never showed an interest in Shannon episodes 1 through 2, to the point where he is more worried about Cannon's honor than Shannon's death. But Battler did love Shannon and pointed out early episode 3 that she was his first love. In Rakajima Prime, Battler was even jealous of George Shannon being together and inwardly lamented not coming back for Shannon earlier. So a lot of the stuff is based on each person's point of view. And I've already expressed my long explanation on that 100 parts ago, where I was explaining the reasoning of why Battler said what he said and did what he did in terms of Shannon. But I think I may be the only person on the planet that has that opinion. In short, was basically that he had every intention to come back for her, but he had a low self-esteem himself, thought maybe Shannon maybe not actually liked him or forgot herself or changed her mind or was just humoring him and just didn't want to get in trouble with, the place where she worked, or that he was taking advantage of her because she was on an island and didn't really have a lot of other people introduced to her, so maybe he was just taking advantage of that. So a lot of things in self-doubt, and also realizing that, hey, at that time, you're like 12 or 13 years old. The other person's like 12, 13 years old. We can't exactly afford to pay rent when you're not even in high school yet. So, the real world has lots of complications that perhaps you don't see when you're 12 years old. And even by the time he's 13, he may be like, hey, there's some things I need to take care of before I could even deal with that. So, many different complications on that. And again, lots of ways this could have been fixed. Did you actually believe end of Arc 3 when Battler is about to lose again? Beito pulls this off and brags about how her tsundere technique worked and Battler's a sucker for it. On the other hand, later it's found out that she's really is that nice and the mean part was just an act. Discussed trope. When Jessica denies interest in canon, Shannon implies she's acting as a term she recently learned, tsundere. Sounds like I'll become popular in a few decades, doesn't it? Distant Finale. Episode 8's Hidden Tea Party. Decades later, Angie becomes a famous author under the alias Yukari Kurobuki. Having become famous, she attracts the attention of Toya Hachijo, who turns out to be two people, one of which was Battler, who lost his memories and regained them. Angie and Toya meet, but Toya couldn't associate himself with his identity as Battler. In the end, Angie invites Okuko and Toya to the reopening of the Fukuin house to let Toya come to terms with his past. Does this remind you of anything? In episode 6, Erica's forced wedding with Battler has her forcibly putting a ring on his finger, with dialogue between the two sounding more like she's raping him. Doing in The Wizard. A plot point. If Battler can do in The Wizard, he wins his and Beatrice's game. Beatrice would presumably disappear. While it's never outright stated, the second half of the series does drop a lot of hints that witches and other magical beings may not actually be real in the first place. The episode 8 manga as a whole seems to take the approach of brutally ripping apart the fantasy by revealing the answers the visual knowledge kept implicit. This is diversely appreciated by fans, to say the least. Doing in The Scientist, while a largely mundane explanation for the series, mystery has remained intact over the years. The later events of Higurashi Go Sotsu, and particularly R07 written web novella, Epilogue, Another End, throw a completely anti-fantasy interpretation of the series up in the air, thanks to essentially all but confirming Lambda Delta played as Satoko, and essentially confirmed that the implied connection between her and Bernkastel with the Higurashi series aren't red herrings, leaving the precise nature of the witches and of the Senate similarly high-level meta-world characters extremely unclear once again, especially after Go Sotsu went a step further and directly referenced Sakonia when they cry as well. Also, Featherine was part of that. And keep in mind, in about 6 to 8 months from now, there will be a brand new, possibly final Higurashi anime to show up, which will have a completely brand new, and it might even come in multiple seasons. But it'll be a brand new story, which I don't know if there'll be references to Umineko, but it could certainly occur. I don't know. Doorstopper, the entire novel, all 8 episodes, clocks at around 6 megabytes as a text file. Compare War and Peace, which is about 3 megabytes, the most conservative estimates. It takes about 100 to 120 hours of playtime to go through all 8 chapters, but more realistic estimates clock at around 140 and 160 hours. I can concur. Wikipedia. You're not meant to read all of Wikipedia. Then again, someone says you're not meant to read all of fucking TV tropes. It's like, welcome, I am Lunar Date. I have become the internet. It's like, I know some people say dead internet theory, but I'm like countering all the bots on the internet by being some fucking crazy guy on the internet where YouTube is a place to talk without a filter, where I'm just reading fucking all of TV tropes. And again, for now, part 5 will be the sort of stopping point on doing this for now until I can come back to it in the future. But again, I will more likely come back to the future if anyone wants to, or if I just feel like it. One day I might just like read all of Dragon Ball Z TV tropes. I don't know. We're only on the letter D. This is going to be very long. Even more impressive knowing that Ryokushi wrote it in less than 4 years, and that's not even counting Land of the Golden Witch and the original episode 3 that was scrapped. As for the manga, the first English volume, that first half of the manga adaptation, episodes 1 is 512 pages long, and the second half is supposed to be 612 pages long, 24 pages long. That's because the English edition requires 3 groups, 2 volumes in one. The manga as a whole spans 50 volumes, and some of them going over 300 pages. And this is a monthly publication, which means that if we add up all the episodes, the manga has gotten the equivalent of a 20-year run. Double entendre. The entire wedding scene in episode 6, particularly when Erica tries to forcibly put a too small wedding ring on Battler's finger after lubing the ring up and his finger up with the saliva, insists that she will shove it into the deepest part. And in case you didn't get the subtext, the manga has Erica sweating and panting heavily during the whole scene. Asmodeus and Satan's choice words when confronting Canon. Are you scared? How cute. Where do you want it? What do you want me to pierce you? Piercing it feels so good. Come on, let me have another taste. Pleasure me all you can with that warm chest of yours. Double standard. Rape female on men, averted on male. Averted when Erica is about to seal Battler's will, threatening to magically force someone into eternal servitude, in which servant shall be humiliated and defiled, and his body used over and over to remind her, their master, of her victory. And an earlier scene mentioning putting a mirror in the room so he is forced to watch it for all eternity is treated every bit as dramatically as it should be, no matter the genders. Driving question. The question that drives the first half of the series is who killed everyone on the island. The question that drives the second half of the series is who Beatrice is. More generally, the question of the whole series is not only what happened to Rakajima, but also why did it happen. In the visual novel, in the VN, the author makes a point of largely letting the reader reach the answers themselves. Drunk with power, leading to a rampage of perversion in this spoilery side story, which takes place after episode 5, through, like many other tips, is played for laughs. Apparently, Sayo's motivation for becoming Beatrice, specifically the first taste of magic by being possessed by Gape. Duel to the death in episode 1 between Natsui and Beatrice in episode 3, between Rudolph and Belphegor in episode 6, one between Canon and Shannon, another one between Beatrice, Battler, and Erica. Dungeon Master's girlfriend. In episode 5, Byrne is allowed several liberties, such as the creation of Erica as an incredibly overpowered piece, several red truths, and even the acceptance of Natsui being the culprit, even though it's not true, thanks to the part of being Lambda's girlfriend. In episode 6, after mentally trapping Battler in a logic error, Erica forces a near catatonic body into marriage so that she can take away his position as Game Master. Dying declaration of hate. Ava declares her hatred of her niece, Angie, a few minutes before she dies. Angie hardly seems surprised and retorts that it's mutual. In episode 7 and later, episode 8 later indicate that Ava was lying. Silent scapegoat. Okay. Earn your fun. Several characters state multiple times that the answers won't be given to those who don't try to search for them. Thus, most of the tricks for the murders are left for the readers to solve themselves with... But why is this spelled that way? Fucking Stewie Griffin. Will just giving vague and cryptic answers for the first 4 games in episode 7, but not for the 5th game. Earn your happy ending. Or earn your bittersweet ending, as it were. To say that Angie had to work for that little sliver of happiness would be an understatement. Unfortunately, the rest of her family isn't so lucky. Genre-savvy Beatrice actively tries to cultivate this and then lampshades it in the 3rd arc. In the 5th arc, it's revealed that even that was an act. Beatrice was really a stealth mentor. So fucking much reading. Elegant Gothic Lolita. Byrne Castell's dress is the most obvious example of this, but nearly all of the characters' outfits have some elements of this style to them. Ryukishi seems to have taken a lot of inspiration for the outfits from Gothic Lolita Bible, a long-running Lolita fashion magazine. I feel like Kurumi Kuruso would be a fan. The ending changes everything. Some episodes end on notes that practically require rereading the entire series to adjust to the new revelations. After the ending of the series, you'll never look at it the same way again. Enemy Without. Byrne Castell to Rika Furude. To summarize, she's representative of all the Rikas who died in June 1983, released from Rika's subconscious after surviving. Eureka moment. Repeatedly subverted. Whenever such a moment occurs, Battler's or Erica's deductions are often partially or completely off. It can be assumed that this is to leave it up to the viewer to solve the mystery instead of spoiling anything. Everybody did it. A variation episode 4, namely everybody was in on it. Everyone besides Battler had been bought off, otherwise a compromise with Sayo. So even more than usual, only scenes described from his perspective can be trusted. Anyone else is unreliable narrated. Everybody's dead, Dave happens twice to Angie in episode 8, the first time when she learns the truth that everyone except Ava died on Rakujima and nobody's coming back. The second time is the subversion it's the villains who announce that Angie and Battler after the deconstruction of the Golden Land. Everyone is a suspect. Almost every single character is a suspect for one murder or another. Look out! It's science! I have to go pee now. Oh! Yeah! Ow! Ow, my back. Okay. Evil phone. Hardly ever works. The one time it does during the first arc is when it starts ringing while everyone's holed up in Kenzo's room. Natsui picks it up and hears a little girl singing. Every single time the phone rings, it's for Natsui, and a man claiming to be her son from 19 years ago gives her strange orders and taunts her mercilessly. Evolving credits. The witch's portrait changes each arc. Default Beatrice, then Zeta Ryokiki Beatrice, then Ava Beatrice. The fourth arc simply shows all three portraits in reverse order. Starting in the third arc, they also added 15 new characters to the opening and changed the positioning of 4 of the others to reflect the relationship. By the 5th arc, Erica now has a portrait in the beginning, and by the 7th, all the previous portraits, plus Battler and Wright's and Leon's, are seen. Exact words. Many examples, usually involving the Red Truth. From episode 2. They would definitely never mistakenly think that any other person was canon. No one else can go by canon's name. A different person can't claim that as their name. Notice that neither of these comment on the possibility that the witnesses could have lied about seeing canon in the first place. The direct cause of death is unknown, but his or her neck was sliced open by a sharp blade. This wound was deep enough that anyone could easily confirm his or her death with absolute certainty. If Erica actually checked the bodies of those declared dead in this manner, she would have confirmed with absolute certainty that they were actually not dead at all. XP, Battler and Beatrice bear more than a passing resemblance to Adele and Rosalind in Disgaea 2. Bernkastel and Rika, though this is intentional given that Bernkastel is the incarnation is all the incarnations of Rika Frude who never made it past June of 1983. Extra digits. Kenzo has 6 toes, which is used to identify his corpse. This is a trait shared by his child, Sayo Yasuda. The scar left behind from the operation to remove her 6th toe is what confirms to Kenzo the truth of her identity and their relationship. Faceless goons. The goat-headed butlers may have faces, but they're all alike and may just be wearing goat masks. Played in multiple episodes where it is seen that the goat heads are actually wearing masks. And episode 2 shows Burn taking off a goat head. Episode 4 has Goat-kun, which is mentioned above, reflects on his life. And episode 6 has the entire Ushiromiy family taking off goat heads during Beato and Battler's wedding. Failed a spot check. 1 or 2 of the riddles, most notably the cannon in the closet one from episode 6, seriously relies on this. It's not that there's no body in the closet, it's that the body is now inhabited by Shannon or Beatrice rather than Cannon. The fair folk. While they're called witches and have all the traditional trappings, their existence, playing with reality and fiction and following seemingly nonsensical rules, has many similarities. Fair play whodunit. This work is somewhat bipolar towards this trope. The very first trailers started with the words no knocks, no dine, no fair. Then it begins with a fairly normal mystery plot which flies out of the window where the witches and other magical beings keep appearing, but upon rereading earlier episodes it becomes obvious that all the revelations were hinted at. Episode 5, a new character introduced and whose name is Ronald A. Knox, backwards. Who gives the possibility that Knox's rules are true in the game, scolds the reader for getting distracted from the mystery by the fantasy elements, and outright states that the author wants the reader to solve it on their own. Beatrice herself actually states that the novels follow Knox's Decalogue as early episode 2, when she adds, she and Battler are arguing over the hidden doors. Most people don't notice this the first time around. Episode 7 follows episode 5's trend, introduces the incarnation of Lord H. Wright, the real name of SS Van Dyne, who shows up to bury Beatrice and reveal her heart. The ultimate answer is that while the story is far from traditional fair play whodunit, it still is solvable with use of foreshadowing and reasoning. The anime drops this entirely in favor of the best visual presentation possible. The first arc doesn't even provide enough evidence to solve it as a mystery, and later arcs are reboots in which circumstances change, previous parts are revealed in ways that couldn't be known to most of the characters, and even characters differ without demonstrating development. This certainly flings feces at Van Dyne's second. No willful tricks or deceptions may be placed on the reader other than those played legitimately by the criminal on the detective himself. Even the pre-release trailer promised no fair. Then a revised Knox Decalogue is presented as the rules of the game, but not until deep into the game. Faking the dead. Several murders are only possible by use of this trick. It's then horribly subverted in episode 6, where everyone was faking their deaths to play a prank on Erica, after which she proceeds to decapitate all of them to make sure they are dead, thus preventing anyone saving Battler and trapping him into a logic error. Fan service. This game has the stakes. The anime has pretty much every other female. The Alliance manga has a not so surprising amount of it, considering half of it is centered on Angie and the Seven Sisters, plus the Cheister sisters. With Angie, the author seems to go out of their way to always be just an inch away from the panty shot. fantastic fragility. Beatrice explains that while she could very easily use her magic in ways to leave her utterly invulnerable, it is much more effective to leave the Ushiromiy family a chance, however slim, of successfully defeating her. To illustrate the reasons for this, a comparison is drawn between magic and gambling. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. So a sure chance of victory leaves nothing to gain. However, it's entirely possible that this isn't meant literally. Berncastello claims that boredom is the only way to kill a witch, and it's very possible that the no risk, no reward paradigm is entirely psychological, as if they leave themselves no chance of losing a game, it is no challenge, and therefore boring. But given that Beatrice isn't even trying to win in the first place, it's also entirely possible that none of this is relevant or even true, especially after the more mundane explanations for anything magical are revealed in the second half of the series. While magic is allegedly all-powerful, and the fantasy explanation for its limited use is the game master restricting it to suit the game, and themselves are required to avoid the logic error where the anti-magic toxin makes demons weaker. The mystery explanation is that all displays of magic only exist as imagination of events obscured from innocent observers, and furniture are incapable of doing what the summoner can't by themselves. Fashionable asymmetry. The Ushiromiy crest is a one-winged eagle, so it's only to be expected Angie has a vertical asymmetry with a fully covering top that has a very long sleeves yet an extremely short skirt. Fate worse than death. Thanks to endless magic, people can be killed over and over again in new and interesting ways. This pales in comparison to the closed room Battler gets trapped in episode 6. In that same episode, it is shown that Lambda is scared by the hell of being trapped in a logic error. Hey, are you guys really real? Asking if the people she's talking to are really there, and not just delusions of mind that went insane from being trapped in a logic error. Faustian rebellion. Battler is trying to prove that witches and magic don't exist, while at the same time arguing with them and watching the period of time played out over and over. It's a miracle he doesn't just disappear in a puff of logic. Battler himself notes the irony. Fighting a shadow. Even if Beatrice and Battler, for that matter, die on the chessboard, since their souls actually exist in the meta world, they're fine to play another round. First episode twist. While most of the plot of the series is driven first by Battler's battle against Beatrice and later by the meddling of the miscellaneous witches, the first part is simply a murder mystery with no clearly fantastic elements until the very end. As a result, it's hard to accurately describe the premise of the series without spoiling the ending of the first part. Flanderization in universe. The Witch Hunt has sensationalized Rakkanjima Massacre with the worst characterizations of the Ushiromiy family. Of course, this is named for Ned Flanders, and I have multiple times in many videos discussed the Flanderization of Goku from Dragon Ball Z and Mihoshi Kuramitsu from Tenchi Muyo. Even the forgeries made by the legitimate game masters can do this, though a piece can't be forced to act against their nature. They can be controlled to exaggerate that nature or juxtapose it in context. Flat Earth atheist. Battler at the end of episode 1 seems in stark denial of all the magic happening around him. However, as the story progresses, Battler finds more reasonable grounds on which to explain things, and he changes from disproving magic to only showing that magic need not be involved in the murders. By episode 6, he has both found a rational explanation and become a sorcerer himself. It's complicated. Oh my god, 8-bit theater. 8-bit theater. Dungeons and Dragons. I'll put a link to it in the description if I can remember it. Because we have so much more reading and I'm likely to forget. Oh, come on, that doesn't make any sense. How can a dinosaur hunting be your primary purpose? We're extinct. Then explain yourself. Exactly. SpongeBob SquarePants, at least it's warm around the fire. Patrick, hey, if we're underwater, how can there be a fire goes out? One of the nice things about reality is that a person's existence is not decided by consensual agreement, worship, or logic. In fiction, that is not always the case, and one can disappear in a puff of logic. Again, I remember reading this comic series when it was coming out. Apparently, everyone thought I was really nerdy for doing so. And by everyone, I mean literally anyone I ever mentioned it to, being my friends. Flowery Elizabethan English. The epitaph in Japanese is almost entirely written in a bungo, a form of written Japanese that stopped being used in the middle of the Meiji era, as they become completely disconnected with how people actually spoke. It serves to give the epitaph a majestic and mystical flavor. Kinzo himself happens to speak an antiquated linguistics. Forced transformation. In episode 3... Ava Beatrice turns Rosa into a golden butterflies, into one of the golden butterflies, which promptly gets blown into a spider web. Forced to watch in episode 6 after deciding to forcibly marry Battler. Erica states her plan to put a mirror in the room and hang Beatrice from a cage on the ceiling so that both Battler and Beatrice will be forced to watch Battler being raped by Erica. Foregone conclusion. No matter what the characters may try or what magical power-ups they may get in a given arc, they will end up killed anyway. The point of the series is to understand why everyone is killed. Forensic drama. Briefly alluded to, Erica improvised a mobile crime lab out of Kinzo's alchemical equipment and supplies, but the details and results are discarded in a couple of nondescript sentences. Foreshadowing, this being a murder mystery, there's bound to be loads of them and not just relating to the murder mystery. One plot-related one having nothing to do with the mystery aspect occurs in episode 4 when Battler is presented with having to kill himself, his love, or his family, and he says that Beato is his true love in the faint hope he can kill her. In episode 6, they marry. When first spotting Beatrice's portrait, a puzzled Battler studies it for a moment, as he is sure that it wasn't there the last time he visited, causing Genji to speak up and explain that Kinzo had it painted last year. After learning that this bit of backstory, Battler says that it must be a person of importance to Kinzo, and ponders for a brief moment whether the woman could be his grandmother, but then dismisses the thought as she clearly is a foreigner, and his family are full-blooded Japanese. Turns out that while the depicted subject is indeed not his grandmother, she was his grandfather's lover. Beatrice actually states in an offhand remark in episode 2 that the story is supposed to follow the Knox rules. The first scenes of the novels, the airport scene, has gems such as George has absolutely none of these love stories, and how is Anju-chan? And on the talk of love stories, we have Ava talking to Battler. This picture says it best. Ava, I'd imagine a man of your looks would leave girls crying left and right. I can't believe that you have nothing at all to brag about. What? Oh, you're joking, right? Of course, nothing weird like that's ever happened to me. In fact, I'd rather it did. This sort of thoughtfulness was just like Rosa Obsesson. She wasn't the kind of person who would forget or break a promise. While many of the hints don't mean very much on their own during the first read-through, there's a lot of foreshadowing of the fact that Beatrice, Shannon, and Ken are all the same person. In fact, as soon as you know this, every conversation between them changes radically. In fact, there are so many hints dropped that as soon as you know how to read obtuse metaphors and double meanings, you realize that you actually can solve the series with the first episode alone. At the tail end of episode 3, when Beatrice is restored, after she reveals the whole truth to Ava Beatrice in order to deny her, she looks at herself and is described as looking surprised about her own appearance. It's implied that's because she revealed the whole truth, she briefly turned back into Sayo, just like Ava Beatrice was turning back into Ava just the scene prior. The tea party of episode 1 has Battler, George, Jessica, Maria, Shannon, and Cannon all gathered together. All of the people who survived the episode. One that becomes funny in retrospect early on in episode 1 by Krause. My father is already dead. What is inside of the study is only a shadow of his past self. He means this literally. This link shows you just how much of a goldmine episode 1 is in that department. In the real Rockenjima Massacre event, as Rudolph and Kyrie orchestrate the murders of everyone on the island after they found the gold so that they could have it all to themselves, Rudolph is appalled by Kyrie's suggestion to kill Battler. It becomes understandable in episode 8 when Rudolph confesses to Kyrie that he lied to her about whose child had been stillborn between her and Asumu and paid the doctor to swap the children so that Battler would be known as Asumu's child and preserve his reputation as a faithful husband. After the uproar caused by Maria reading out the letter she claims she got from Beatrice, Kyrie explains to Battler that contacting the family using such a roundabout method implies that Beatrice is actually one of them, playing pretend and fooling Maria. Natsui herself thinks that the most likely possibility is that Shannon wore Beatrice's dress and handed the letter to Maria because Kenzo made her do it. In episode 2, Maria brings up the Kyrie's favorite chessboard thinking and points out that since Beatrice is the witch and not a human, her chess pieces don't have to follow the same rules as Battler's, and that trying to predict her attacks is a useless effort. In episode 5, Battler analyzes Beatrice's actions in the previous games of the metaphorical chessboard and finds out that they conflict with her winning condition of murdering the Ushiromiys in accordance with the epitaph. As it turns out, Beatrice's winning condition isn't as simple as getting Battler to surrender and accept her existence. Twilight of the Golden Witch. After Angie wakes up in the dining room with the corpse of Kyrie, Rudolph, Genji, Ava, Hideyoshi, she identifies everyone and makes observations. As she does so, she describes her own parents as looking pitiful with their bright red bloody makeup. As it turns out, they were faking their death, so it might have actually been literal makeup. Later on, towards the end of the mystery story, where there are 3 people left, George and Maria exchange purple declarations claiming that George can't kill any adults and Maria is incapable of murder, alienating Battler. 4, I still feel like I should go back through and try to see if there's any other possible, like, Easter eggs for that. Like, what if I just pick, like, obviously the solution I got was picking Kyrie, Rudolph, and Battler, but what if I can, pick Shannon and Maria, or Hideyoshi, Ava, and George? I don't know, Jessica and Cannon. I don't know. Okay, where are we? 4, temperament ensemble, the aunts. Natsui is the... Oh, this is a Greek reference. Natsui is phlegm, Ava is bile, Kyrie is black bile, and Rose is the sanguine blood. However, Rose and often exchange their position in the ensemble. Freudian excuse. Rosa often uses this to rationalize her harsh treatment towards Maria. Her own parents and siblings showed little mercy towards her when she was growing up, so she believes holding back on Maria would be spoiling her. The gadfly. Renove and his snarky attitude towards Beato. Shannon can act this way as well, though not nearly as pronounced. Gambit pile-up. Most non-magical explanations for the murders in any given arc require multiple murderers, often working at cross purposes and different ones for each arc. Gambit Roulette in episode 3, where Beatrice's strategy hinges upon Ava, Beatrice, Battler, and Ava all taking a very specific set of actions. Bern Costello is probably the man behind the man on this very one, adding yet another layer to the entire thing. Beatrice had to take a very specific action at the end of Bern's own plans to work out. In episode 8, if episode 8 is to be trusted, Battler pulls one off in episode 6. His humiliating defeat at the hands of Erica, threatening to forever trap his mind in a logic error, was so that Beatrice could be revived and come to his rescue. The game between heirs. The successor to the Ushiromiy family headship and fortune, which includes 10 tons of solid gold, seemed to be locked and set in stone, and then a letter from the resident which arrived witch arrived, announcing that the spoils have been made fair game to anyone who can solve the witch's epitaph, a long riddle which incidentally details a ritual requiring human sacrifice, mind games, and lots of murder ensue. The game come to life. Jessica and the Killer Electric Fan. Genre busting. Fantasy, mystery, one of the elements with the other? Nope. Try romance with fantastical mystery, Jungian psychological elements. Genre shift. Starts as a classical murder mystery, but veers more and more towards fantasy as the story progresses, or so Beatrice would like to make you think. I don't know how to say this. Geodesic? Don't know this word. Let's say you have a large cast and don't want to do a love dodecahedron. How do you keep track of all your characters while still making your desired points? One way is to take your central character grouping and duplicate it with groups of contrasting characters. Do this a few times with copies that even more provide contrast and commentary each one without reference to the main group. Oh my god, my back hurts doing this. I'm like leaning in to read and... Fuck. Oh, I'm trying to find a comfortable way to sit. For how fucking long this is taking. With the exception of Maria's branch, most of the cousins' families work kind of like this one. One mother, one father, one child. It gets more confusing later with the introduction of Angie. And Sayo Yasuda. Geometric magic. The first round of murders is accompanied by blood runes drawn on the door. Ghost reunion ending. Episode 8's Hit Tea Party ends with Angie inviting Ikuku and Toya to the reopening of the Fukuen house, which now contains an exact replica of the hall of the Ushiromiy mansion. There, Toya Battler is greeted by the spirits, the Ushiromiy family, and the meta-world characters. Toya then finally comes to terms with his past, while Battler joins his family in the afterlife. There's various weird questions. Like, here's the question. One, if a person has autism while they're alive, do they still have autism as a ghost? Do you still have an autism in heaven? Will you still have ADHD in heaven? What if you have split personalities? What happens to your ghost? What if you have split personalities and you go to heaven? How does that work? Gilded Cage. Kinzo had a second mansion, Kuadorian, built in secret somewhere in the forest, where he forced his daughter to spend her whole life. And it wasn't even the worst thing he did. Glove Slap. In episode 6, Beatrice throws a white glove at Erica, challenging her to a duel. Refusing would forever mark her a coward in the eyes of the entire magical community. Go-karting with Bowser. Battler and Beatrice have a dialogue and applause contest at Ava's succession ceremony. Gold-colored superiority. In addition to the red text, which speaks about an absolute truth, from the point of the speaker at least, the game master, the witch, who writes the scenario of the current game, can use the golden text, which indicates that they fully understand the rules of the game and can be superior to the red. It means something like this is the premise of the game, so even if it's false, can be denied in red, you can't deny it without rendering the game meaningless. After reaching the truth of Beatrice's game, Battler uses the golden truth to confirm that Kinzo is definitely deader than dead when his position prevents him from saying it in red without proof. Gold Fever. Episode 7 shows how the Japanese and Italian forces of the island wiped each other out over the massive load of gold. Of course, it's questionable whether this actually happened. Since the narrator was Kinzo, who was later implied to be the one who suggested to steal the gold and killed everyone in the base in the first place. In episode 7, The Tea Party, the Ushiromiy siblings solve the epitaph before Sayo can even start the murders. Once they find the gold, all of them start to argue about how to split it and exchange it for money. They all begin to be irrational. The argument becomes really heated and everything goes downhill from there. Go mad from the isolation. What happens to people who get trapped in a logic error? Specifically, Lambda Delta and especially Burn Castell. Doesn't make up for the horrible things she's done, but you still sympathize with her considering Burn Castell's logic error wasn't even her own fault. She was only a piece in that game. Her master, the player, created the logic error, then abandoned the game, leaving a piece that knows nothing with the task of solving the error to escape. The fact that after hundreds of years she was able to do so is why she became the Witch of Miracles. Good all along. Battler's main purpose for setting up the final game for Angie in episode 8 is to portray the Ushiromiy family as this. She quickly catches on that he isn't being honest and showing her what happened on Rakanjima, but he insists that experiencing his ideal heartwarming scenario is ultimately more important than the truth, because even though the truth is actually very ugly, that shouldn't negate the fact that the Ushiromys were a family capable of genuinely loving each other and their children, made even more prescient with the manga reveal that episode 7 theory of her parents being the killers was true, and yet they are fiercely protective of her nonetheless, showing that they weren't the complete monsters gossip mongers made them out to be. Good witch versus bad witch. But good luck figuring out which one is which is which. Gorgeous period dress. Just about all of the witches in the series wear this. Extended social isolation that makes a person go crazy. People who are stranded alone will usually be subject to this. A person on a ship or in space where it is months or years until they reach their destination are also at risk. Solitary confinement can be a way of invoking this as punishment. Gorn. Many of the murders are described as quite horrible. There are missing faces, gouging just about anywhere, people turned into piles of meat, etc. Gothic punk. The plot and style share many similarities in common with Gothic novels of the 18th and 19th century. Gratuitous English. There are a bunch of cases, please don't list them here, or this will get too long. Gratuitous French. The fighting game's opening is full of it. It is a translation of the witch's epitaph in French. Also, every sentence under the health bar is also displayed in bad French. For example, you can see under the message a counter hits sends inverse coup. Whereas a more fitting translation would be contra. Marriage sorcery, the witch groups Maria and Beatrice form. Gratuitous Greek lambda, delta, as well as the firing sequence of the Chysters. Gratuitous Italian, the opening song averted in the case of Virgilia and the Beatrice's names, which are often mistaken for horrible gratuitous English. Great big library of everything. The City of Books, for short, looks like this, but it's only carefully selected books. If there's a place carelessly selected outright rejected books would fit, it's probably an absurd, spacious skewered. As absurdly spacious sewer. A place which is like the modern-day real world, only a lot more goth. Greek course. The meta world acts at a first, like, The meta world acts at first like a very developed example, where characters comment on what is happening and reason whether it can be explained without magic. But by episode 2, it becomes its own subplot. However, a more straightforward example is in the 6th arc, with Fevrian and Angie taking up the role of asking questions about the mysteries. In the 7th arc, Claire takes this role with some help from Zapar and Furfur. At various points, Kumasawa will monologue in empty rooms, like a soliloquy, about the romances. Gletsky has the ball. In episode 6, with all the chess talk up to this point about pieces, moves, and checks, Lambda Delta all of a sudden starts using poker terminology when asking to see Battler's cards to fix the logic error. Battler joins in to talk about flushes and straights, and it goes back to chess when Erica declares checkmate, though. Groundhog Day loop. Each arc is the same time span repeating itself through some prior details changing each time, but only the magical meta characters and furniture are aware of this. Episode 8 subverts this, since the whole series is actually recursive canon. The first 6 arcs are just different interpretations of the events which took place in Rakajima's episode 1 2. Message bottles are written by Sayo Yasuda, which were washed up on the shores of Japan, which episodes 3 or 6 are novels written by Toyo Hachijo, formerly Battler Ushiromiy. A minor character, a group of minor characters, or commentaries. I am so fucking tired. Oh. Fuck. When a work or set of works that appeared to stand on its own in real life turns out to be fiction very loosely based on a true story in the greater universe. Spider-Man exists, and he knows people make comic books about his exploits, but they aren't necessarily accurate. I'm so tired. God dang it. One of the answers to episode 7 is actually in the tips episode 6 that most people probably missed. If you execute Erica, you will see her fate in the real world, that she fell from the boat and went missing, with her parents thinking that she just washed off on Rakanjima. The Rakanjima accident is called the Rakanjima explosion accident, while it was very vague in episode 4. Oh my god. So many. Huh. I don't see Umineko anywhere. I'm tired. Okay. Guilt-based gaming. The end of episode 2 is basically Beatrice giving one big, painful slap in the face of Balor for giving up so easily. Nope, dear readers, not thinking and just accepting everything as the work of the witch is not an option. If you are a true hero, you won't steal anything. Gut punch. During 10 long chapters, we see nothing but cousins joking, siblings talking about economic context of Japan, two lovebirds making a marriage promise, and a little girl reading a slightly unsettling letter. Time jump to the morning after. They have no face. Halloween episode. While it takes place on October 4th and 5th, Maria is obsessed with Halloween for the first part of the second arc, a fact that is played with very nastily during the first Twilight. The last arc also features a Halloween party where everyone's happy instead of fighting about the inheritance. Happily married, oddly enough, the most stable couple the wife's problems come from elsewhere is Ava and Hideyoshi. And when Hideyoshi kicks it, Ava completely snaps and go madder than she already is in episode 6, Battler and Beatrice as well. Harsh word impact. Colored text can be utilized in such a way that declarations of truth, theories, and things alike behave as this trope. Done for drama and gone far beyond any scale of meta-awareness, justified because the characters who are affected by this trope reside in a place commonly referred to as the meta-world. In episode 4, Beatrice is impaled by giant blue spikes when she can't or won't deny Battler's theories. In episode 5, we have Delanar manifesting the power of Nox's Decalogue and red swords, culminating in Delanar denying Battler's theories and impaling him in a gigantic sword. What happens afterward must be seen to be believed. Haunted House, the Ushiromiy Mansion in theory. Have a nice death. The first tea party begins as this, until Beatrice appears and everyone dies horribly. Mood whiplash. Hey guys, he looks happy. Not so happy. What wonderful weather we're having. Oh God. Heel face revolving door. Some of the witches enjoy going through this, notably Beatrice and Lambda Delta. Hair club for men. Ava was almost pushed out of the line of succession because when she married Hideyoshi, she should have lost her name. However, she convinced Kinzo to adopt Hideyoshi as an Ushiromiy, allowing herself to retain the position. Rosa retains hers because no one even knows who she married. This is also a reason, along with George's older age, that Ava thinks he should be ahead on succession. Heroic blue screen of death. Hilariously subverted, Renove says that Battler was so shocked by Beatrice's plan to trick him into believing in her that he refused to talk or eat, but then he shows up fighting with one of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory for a basket of bread rolls, and Renove was just teasing her. Later played straight and exaggerate when Battler finds out that the woman he thought was his birth mother really wasn't his mother at all. He subsequently stops existing for half an arc. Heroic sacrifice. Several. For example, Jessica throwing herself in front of Cannon to block one of the stakes, Angie revealing her name to snap some sense into Battler. Episode 4, Cannon trading places with Battler in the closed room. Episode 6, Lambda Delta towards the end of episode 8. Hide your lesbians. An odd example, even after Bernkenstein and Lambda Delta have said repeatedly and unambiguously that they love each other, the narration and the characters continue to call them friends. It's a bit jarring. Hidden in plain sight, deliberately invoked as a meta example, the characters' theories pretty much state the exact solution of the mystery outright. Way back in episode 1, it was the servants. Kinzo had a mistress and the illegitimate child was responsible. The only thing they don't nail was the motivation, which they had no way of knowing. Hijacked by Ganon. Bernkenstein and Lambda Delta successfully usurped the villain's role and are aiming for the role of the hero as well, too, by means of invoking decoy protagonist. Hit me, damn it. Battler's reaction when Shannon almost does let her feel him up. The basis that she's not supposed to refuse any request from a guest. Crap. And again, I've already explained this in full, like my take on that from both of their perspectives. And like I said, I feel like probably nobody agrees with my stance on that, and I don't remember, but it was like 100 parts ago. But again, is anyone actually going to listen to all, what is this, 408 parts of this? Homage. Heck, who's even going to listen to this video? It's so much reading. We're only on letter H. Homage. Anime references. The anime references Higurashi when they cry several times. For instance, Maria is shown watching the show on television despite being set years before it aired, and Canon uses Rena's cleaver. Hot hope spot. Pretty much everyone who faces off with the killer gets one. Episode 3 has Canon fighting Lucifer. It seems someone wasn't paying attention to Beatrice's exact words. Episode 7's main story ending is a big one for Claire and Leon. Did you really think that Burn Castell will give everyone a happy ending? Hostile show takeover, played for drama in episode 5 and for laughs in the previous episode for preview for episode 17 of the anime, where Ava Beatrice tries to rename the show to Magical Girl Pretty Avatrice. How we got here, the very first scene, episode 5, is the last scene on the Witch World's game board. This was the first scene for the meta battler, as well as before Burn and Lambda rewound the story for him. Episode 6 does this, as well as starting Battler's horrific defeat in a closed room prison that is revised multiple times before it finally makes sense. Human sacrifice, according to the epitaph, if the riddle it offers isn't solved, everyone on the island will be killed off to provide sacrifices in order to summon Beatrice. Subverted, since the epitaph is not actually about human sacrifices, and it's not why the murders are happening. I cannot self-terminate. Beatrice begging Battler to kill her in episode 4. If I wanted you dead, how Rosa argues her innocence in episode 2. She's been carrying around a loaded rifle since the first Twilight. If she wanted anyone dead, they would be dead. It doesn't change that Rosa is at least an accomplice of the culprit of that episode. I have you now, my pretty. A rare gender-flipped version of this occurs in episode 6 when Erica forces Battler into marrying her after she has effectively locked his mind inside his own closed room. I kiss your foot. Canon does this to Beatrice so Shannon might not be chosen as a sacrifice in episode 2, but they're all the same person, which just means Sayo Yasuda is very flexible. Identification by dental records. At the end of episode 1, Maria's jawbone is identified this way. Idiosyncratic episode naming. All the anime episode titles are taken from chess terminology. Also, all of the episodes of the visual novel are named blank of the Golden Witch. I'm a humanitarian. Characters occasionally get ripped to shreds and eaten by goat people. Rosa gets force-fed parts from her siblings and her daughter at the end of the second arc. Crosses the line twice in the anime when Maria's severed head starts talking and happily tries to shove itself down her throat. You know, they're supposed to have a remake of Fallout 3. Is anyone looking forward to that? I wonder how many mods would come of the new version of it. Imaginary friend. Sakutaro is given this treatment, although he's actually a stuffed animal. Ava has her teenage younger self as an imaginary friend in the 3rd episode. Too bad Ava Beatrice is even more nuts than Ava has ever been. In episode 5, Beato and Kenzo's phantom can be thought of as an imaginary friends to Natsui. A recurring theme in the story is how the creation of one or more of these is used by various characters as a way of coping with psychological stress. Maria's case is discussed in detail by Angie in episode 4, and aside from Ava and Natsui, and this is eventually revealed how Sayo Yasuda dealt with her orphan's ordeal. She created an idealized version of herself to act as a guiding figure and mentor. She later does the same with Canon in an attempt to deal with her gender dysphoria and the discontent she feels with her life as a servant. In episode 6, when Battler, as the game master, creates a peace version of Beato that acts like the old Beato due to his distress over the chick version of Beato, it gets even sadder when you realize that he's talking to himself through her. impaled with extreme prejudice, Beatrice during the episode 4 Tea Party, and Battler during episode 5, complete with ironic echo and possibly cool clothes. All of the Ushiromiyas have utterly impeccable fashion sense. I've already discussed this, as I've also repeatedly mentioned that Kairi Ushiromiya looks like Ivy from Soul Calibur 2. Also, Kaoru Nagisa from Evangelion. Also, Sare, the VTuber, both for IRL self and the video game stuff. Also, Kurumi Cutie Kyuchen Kurusu from Union Syndrome, the Denpa game. I'm still looking forward to September 9th and seeing what Easter egg can exist. Too bad you can't just change the date on your computer to fucking find that, so we're just going to wait. But yeah, I'm just saying, Fashion Soul is cool, yeah. And as do the witches and demons, justified in the former are fabulously wealthy, while the latter have magic. In this interview, the author says some characters' clothes are designed to challenge a female coworker and cosplayer. This is the case of Gape, inadequate inheritor. Kinzo feels this way about his whole family. The real successor, Kraus, seems to show this as well. Incredible shrinking man. Jessica. Indecisive medium. Are the games books, movies, RPGs, self-aware books? Also applies the meta world. Lana speaks once about the making of tea that she's drinking, saying everybody accepts it as magic, so it appears as such in the narration. Physical form is just a convenience, apparently. Colored text has been depicted in the visual novel as colored dialogue with a nice sound effect to make it all the more cool. Slashes, spears, and swords, all the appropriate color. The tips even refers to these swords as conceptual weapons that could take any form. We later discover this also applies to some characters. See the treachery of images. The anime has a different example of this as painting the medium. Innocent, inaccurate. As Angie points out, the happy memories in Maria's diary are a lot less happy when one reads between the lines. Inverted portrait. Battler in the Umineko motion graphic 6 has a couple seconds where he's shown upside down, flashing through a sea of memories. Invisible to normals, witches like Beatrice and magic in general can supposedly only be seen by those who genuinely believe in them in the human world. That's because they don't actually exist in the human world. Those who either live in a metaphysical plane or are actually magical friends. Seeing Beatrice only means that you know her identity and understand her true nature, i.e. that she is a character played by someone, and is the case with Genji, Kumasawa, Nanjo, and Maria, although Maria does genuinely believe that Beato is a witch. A form of dramatic irony. A horrific event is understated because the narrator is very young, very naive, is horribly misinformed, and or is intellectually disabled in some way, and doesn't really understand what took place. Alternatively, it may be obvious to the audience that something very bad has happened, is about to happen, but the narrator character lacks the mental capacity and or evidence to realize this and interprets it in a more innocent light. This is taking a very long time. Oh, my back. Ironic echo. If you hear echoes in your head of Beato and Virgilia's exchange, when you start reading exchange between Beato and Ava Beatrice later on in the arc, you aren't the first. Berncastell's spin on the arc words without love, it cannot be seen. Irony. In the author commentary of Minagoroshi Hen, Higurashi when they cry, Ryukishi wrote that it was fun to make theories about the mysteries, but that it was frustrating if you couldn't compare them to the one right answer given by the author at the end. Less than 2 years later, he started to write a series where not only is the name of the culprit not given, literally half of the plot is left to interpretation of the reader. Natsui pushed Sayo Yasuda and the servant carrying them off a cliff because of her frustration over her seeming inability to have children. Well, thanks to Natsui, Sayo's body is damaged to the point of being unable to have children, among other things. It works better with bullets. In episode 8 of the manga, I'm going to sit back down. I tried standing a little bit. It's just, oh my god, this is taking so long. Now I got to retilt the screen. Oh. In episode 8, it is revealed that the reason why Natsui lost her duel with Beatrice in episode 1 is because Sayo Yasuda removed the bullets from her gun beforehand. Natsui wasn't knowledgeable enough about guns to realize this. Jaw drop. Non-comedic example from Natsui in episode 5 after Erika accuses her of sleeping with her father-in-law. Oh, Jesus taboo. Works better with bullets. Alice and Bob are in love. However, thanks to a curse escape clause applied. I can't put phlebotium, clingy costume, man of steel, woman of Kleenex, or some other reason they can't consummate their love. Well, that sucks. Works better with bullets. Of course. What? The victim managed to get hold of the opponent's weapon and points in his face, but the opponent isn't afraid. He might even egg the victim on. The victim pulls the trigger and nothing. The opponent has disarmed the weapon while nobody was looking. When a writer uses a religion, especially Christianity, in a story, but avoids going into God, Jesus, or anything of substance about the religion, Christian symbols, especially the cross, might appear, but their theological significance, when touched upon, there are two distinct variations of this trope. Jaw drop. Most frequently observed in Western animation. Played straight. To some degree in the anime, Beatrice makes reference to a single man who appeared and thanks to a star's guidance and finally explained the single element love that makes up the world. She then asks Shannon if she knows who the man is, but the question is rhetorical. The tips section for episode 4 mentions a magical grimoire that has been a history over 2,000 years and is currently still in circulation and continues to acquire new alliance members even now. Averted in episode 7 when Maria tells Will about her belief that she was conceived by the power of the Holy Ghost. Since Rosa kept telling her that she didn't have a father, to back this up, she quotes the book of Matthew and states that since Jesus was born from the Virgin Mary, she may have been born in the same way. Jiggle physics! I love some jiggle physics. I also like big titties. Sproing! Jiggle, jiggle. There's always room for jello, especially in a D cup. I've been waiting 2 years for Volleyball Babes 6000. It's got way more bikinis than VB5K. Plus, I hear you can make the balls different colors. I just hope they improve the secondary motion engine. It makes the backgrounds look awesome. Jiggle physics, also known as soft body physics, or sometimes cloth physics, is the art and science of simulating the behavior of non-rigid objects and materials in a computer. In this respect, it's a sister trope to ragdoll physics, which deals with more rigid structures. The early uses of jiggle physics were not for simulating anatomy, but rather for hair and clothing. Of course, the computing power to simulate soft anatomy became commercially available much sooner, so for a relatively cheap gimmick, it could be applied to body fat, and the example which comes to mind for most people when they hear them, the term breasts. I like me some fan service. I feel like I want to read more of that, actually. Go to this. Go to this. Anime. Apparently there's a lot of fan service in anime. This is more so just a suggestion list for animes I should check out in the future. Heck, I have like so many games on my Steam wish list that are all just hentai that I'll probably never buy because I can't afford to buy them. Kangaroo Court, the Rosa torture scene, has more than a few elements of this. Especially in the visual novel. Also played terribly straight with Natsui's trial at the end of episode 5, Kansas City Shuffle. Right from the first arc, Battler deconstructs exactly why the chessboard thinking he tries to use isn't going to work because he doesn't know the rules of the game. Because he doesn't know the rules of the game, he has no idea which moves will result in which pieces being taken. Karmic Death in episode 7's Tea Party. Rudolph and Kyrie don't check if the relatives they have killed are all really dead, and so they don't realize Ava is only unconscious and not heavily wounded. They are later killed by her, but not before they have killed the rest of the family and servants, save Battler, sadly. Kick the dog. In episode 4, when Rosa breaks one of Maria's ceramic rabbits and tears up Sakutaru. Burn Castell has a lot of them. In the visual novel, there are multiple troll sprites for this character. Kids are cruel. Rosa's justification for her treatment of Maria, or the one she tells people anyway. In Maria's backstory, we find out that Rosa hates her for a good deal just for being. Basically, all the children make fun of her, don't you see? Beating her will obviously make her stop whining. Not to mention Angie's classmates who carry some responsibility for Angie's socially reclusive personality. Killed off for real, following the gold text, I guarantee that this corpse is Kenzo Ushiromiya's corpse. Ultimately, everyone who was on Rockajima except for Ava and Battler. Ava dies years later and Battler undergoes death of personality to become Toya Hachijo. Technically, everyone in the Ushiromiya family dies except Angie. Konami Code. The very first scene of Rudolph appears and him pulling off Battler's ear while saying up, up, down, down. Obviously, shout out to this. Oh my God. Lamarck was right. Descendants of Kinzo almost universally inherit the key elements of his magic, pure blind determination, and an idiot's understanding of chance and probability. This clan of human lemmings would be marked for mass extinction in the real world, and indeed are in the world of Umineko. This goes even further. Apparently, Kenzo and thus Battler are not only untalented in magic, but have supernatural resistance to it, and yet, lampshade hanging. In episode 3 of the sound novels, Beatrice puts a massive lampshade on her own tsundere behavior in that arc, even mentioning animes and dating sims. Language of Truth. In episode 2, Beatrice points out that she has noticed Battler tends to spend a lot of time going around in constant circles by second-guessing everything she says so as to simply simplify their debates. She introduces the red truth. In a nutshell, anything spoken in the red text, unquestionably absolutely true. If it isn't true, it can't be spoken in red text and may be subject to unreliable narration. And if you actually try to state an untruth in red text, you will come to physical harm. Such statements, however, rely heavily on exact words and are also not immune to being metaphorically true. As such, red truth can be used for paltering through semantics, wordplay, and omission, making it possible for multiple red truths to contradict each other, because the speaker can claim their statements to be true if only the strictest technical sense of the word. For whatever reason, this doesn't stop people throwing around the red statements frivolously. Beatrice cackles on 2 separate occasions in red, and few characters deliver depth threats in red, as if there were doubt or about it or something. The manga elaborates but precising there are 2 kinds of red truth, those who apply specifically on each separate game board for the circumstances of the deaths and alibis and such, and those who apply to every game and to the world outside of the cat box, such as the number of people on the island. In episode 4, the somewhat less a blue truth is introduced. These statements are not so much a truth as they are rational anti-fantasy theories that must be assumed to be true unless they can be directly countered by a red truth. It also comes with the strict condition that unless it directly contradicts the existence of witches, it cannot be used. As a result, witches are downright compelled to respond to them with the red truth counter argument, sometimes forcing them to give up information they would otherwise have refused to divulge or attempt to keep secret. In episode 5, gold text is introduced out of nowhere, which can only be used by those who understand the rules. According to the Word of God, this means someone who has figured out how the game board actually works. It is similar to the red truth in that the statements are unquestionably absolutely true, but makes it more situational than the red truth. As well, it can shut down arguments made by blue or red truth. One cannot mislead another with it like they can with the red. Purple text starts appearing in episode 8 like the red text. It's always true unless the person speaking it has committed murder, in which case it may be false. Large ham. A special one goes out to Jim Mang, the guy who sang the anime's ending theme. It's so over the top that it's nearly impossible to see something involving the anime who desire. See the character sheet for in-show examples. In story, there's Beatrice, Erica, and Kenzo. Laser Blade. Canon and the stakes swords are very elaborate magical versions. Last Kiss. Beatrice Sayo kissing Battler before jumping from the boat with a 10-kilogram ingot in the magic ending. Reposa in pace. Last request. In the second arc, when Beatrice has broken through Shannon's shield, Shannon turns to George and asks him to tell her one last time how much he loves her. He starts, but is cut off by Beatrice killing him, but in reality it was Shannon herself who cuts him off by killing him. Last second ending choice. After the climatic battle, episode 8, the single choice determines whether you get the magic or trick ending. Last stand. Episode 8, Angie Beatrice crashes. The after party summons Ava Beatrice, who in turn summons an infinite horde of goats that begins devouring the game board, forcing the fantasy characters to fight for their lives until the Golden Land opens up. Law of inverse fertility. Partially fed into issues, Natsui, unable to conceive for 12 years, and Ava, who gives birth earlier and thinks her son should be the heir. Leaning on the fourth wall. The first tea party has the characters musing about how surprised they were about the fact that the story is a fantasy rather than a mystery. Battler, hey everyone, good job finishing Umineko. I still don't have a clue what's going on when the story ended. Jessica, just so what happened was basically a bad ending, where time runs out before the culprit can be exposed? Ooh, definitely a bad ending. That's right, Beatrice's letter, which Maria Chan read on the first day, did tell us in advance to solve the riddle of the epitaph. We were so busy trying to protect ourselves and look for the culprit that we didn't even take a shot at it. Shan, that's right, if we actually had tried to solve the riddle, I'm sure things would have ended differently. Game over. Oh my god, so much reading. Then again, is anyone actually listening to this? Oh, though this ends up being ruthlessly deconstructed when Battler becomes more and more confused and disturbed by how everyone so readily accepts the fact that it's fantasy instead of mystery. And then everyone else rapidly returns to their state of death. Beatrice reveals herself for the first time, and then she whisks Battler off to Purgatorio, where they start their battle of logic that frames the rest of the series. This also functions as a meta twist to those who expected a lighthearted rap party with animated actors at the end of every arc like in Higurashi. Another notable example run over about Battler and Chiru, it seems the tale of the next head will be worth writing down as well. In fact, it is already being written. It is already a very, very long tale. Leave him to me. During the final battle, Erica Fruto tells the goats to let her fight Beatrice alone. Then they bow to each other and begin the duel. Left the background music on. 2 scenes episode 4. The novel opened with the upbeat, jazzy soundtrack, but Angie complains and has Amakusa turn it off. Legacy Immortality. Battler's hypothesis as to how to figure out Kenzo Ushiromiya could take so much hands-on action in the fourth game. Despite dying before the start of any game, is that someone took on his name, and that the rest of the family acknowledges this. Later on, the people turn out Beatrice claimed to be 1,000 years old, since many of her stories relating to the past are really stories of her mother and grandmother who shared the same name. Legions of Hell, Beatrice's funeral, lay motif. Many characters have their own, but Black Liliana can be considered the theme of witches in general. Wings is a primary melody that appears throughout many Umineko's tracks, even getting a vocal cover to highlight its importance. Lemony narrator. The narration of the first Tea Party has a mild, very tongue-in-cheek example. Lethal Chef. Beatrice. If the Beatrice's White Day side story is any indication. Beatrice Castiglione acknowledges it in Requiem, saying that only her alchemy can turn pasta into a black heap. Lethal, harmless power. Shannon's barrier crushes the witch Maria during episode 6's love trial. Let the past burn. It's revealed that a huge stockpile of hidden explosives were used at the end of the second day of the Ushiromiya murder mystery, which creates a huge crater on the island and destroys their mansion. The family members send any evidence with it. Episode 4 and Episode 8 of the visual novel suggest that it would be much better to forget about the incident and let the hype driven by the media die so the relatives of the people who died can move on. Light is not good. The main protagonist, Beatrice, is named the Golden Witch, which is said to appear as a flock of golden butterflies. So what does she do during the first 4 arcs? Only sadistically kill all of the entire cast. Later it is revealed that this is more of a case of light is not nice. Limited wardrobe. With Canon and Shannon exempted, most of the characters in the VN only ever seen in one outfit, even in flashbacks, when it is also noted that these are their formal clothes that they are wearing for the family conference, although, according to one tip, Krause and Atsui wear formal clothing all the time at home, not just for conferences. The anime and the PS3 report largely avert this trope in the flashbacks, but they still keep them in the same outfits through multiple days, even though logically everyone should have known that they would be staying for more than one day and packed a change of clothes. Locked room mystery invoked many times and taken by some characters as evidence that murders were committed by the Golden Witch rather than by a human. Of course, the point of the game is to not buy any of it. Logical fallacies. Guarding all that gold yourself, little girl. What is your power? I can make puppies appear anywhere. Huh? Logical fallacies. When Battler accuses Ava of lying in her Red responses to her, to say that Red only tells the truth, to accuse Battler of insulting Beato's honor, this is intentional given that anti-mystery versus anti-fantasy points out the Red troops rely on you trusting Beato. Furthermore, actual evidence supporting the validity of the Red truth is presented later on. Lonely piano piece. Fortitude is the most common one, although Wingless and Umarete Kite Kurete Arigato, Thank You for Being Born, also deserves a mention. Really a good part of the music could be considered for this. Dai is really fond of using pianos. Long Lost Relative. Although the moment was suitably surprising for Battler, the audience is set up to have already known Gretel's true identity. Lost in translation, the Epitaph's puzzle would have been extremely difficult to translate to solvable English because English doesn't have the structural features of Japanese, i.e., multiple character readings, alternate kanji for the same readings, that to translate, the embedded word puzzles would require a much longer and less poetic epitaph, making it meaningful as directions to a treasure would lose the implications of a sacrificial ceremony. When the solution is presented in episode 7, the translation explains all the relevant Japanese wordplay and character readings along with it. I remember ranting about that. Lotus Eater Machine. Beatrice creates her own perfect world, just her and Maria, also the Golden Land, and the first arc functions this way. Love Dodecahedron. A pretty rare and complicated example. Well, damn. To elaborate, the cousin-servant couples are Jessica Cannon, George Shannon. The twist comes in that it's revealed that, unbeknownst to the cousins, Shannon and Cannon are the same person, Sayo Yasuda. To further complicate matters, Sayo is still in love with Battler from when they made the childhood marriage promise and pursues him as Beatrice. Sayo's mess of a love life is one of the main causes of the entire tragedy. Love hurts. A major theme, according to episode 7, is that this is almost entirely the cause of the Rockanjima incident. Sayo serves as one of the page quotes for this trope. Love makes you crazy. Kenzo, who became so obsessed with the occult as a way to revive Beatrice, and happily watches over the start of the ceremony to sacrifice his children. However, Kenzo really was deeply in love with Beatrice Castiglione, and she with him. Unfortunately, she died in childbirth, with her daughter surviving, and as she grew, her uncanny resemblance to her mother led Kenzo to doing something he'd regret for the rest of his life. In episode 6, Battler also demonstrates this in his desperation to revive Beatrice and his bitter disappointment when the new Beatrice has no memory or personality of the old. He eventually gets over it. Love Martyr. Maria's relationship with Rosa is treated in that way until the 4th arc, Loving a Shadow. One of the major tragedies of the story, George is in love with Shannon, while Jessica is falling in love with Ken. Unfortunately for the cousins, both Shannon and Ken are play-acted characters by the part of Sayo Yasuda, a servant with ambiguous gender and Kenzo's secret heir. While she does love both of her paramours, Sayo has a wealth of mental issues to deal with, on top of physical scarring and a damaged body. There's also the fact that consummating a relation with either cousin would result in incest, which deeply disturbs Sayo as she was a child by rape via Kenzo of his own daughter. Neither George nor Jessica are aware of Sayo's true nature, and it's strongly implied that episode 1 murders happen because Sayo is anxious about George discovering who she really is. In the end, each of Sayo's personalities end up in the Golden Land, with Shannon paired with George and Cannon with Jessica. Lyrical dissonance. Beatrice's character song starts out as an upbeat rock pop song, but the lyrics are about Beatrice wondering who she lives for and beginning to doubt if she will ever find true happiness. After the first couple of verses establishes, the melody gradually becomes more fitting for the song. The case with Maria's character song is not immediately obvious because it has an upbeat tune with an upbeat lyric until you stop to think about what the lyrics really mean, which is when this trope kicks in full force and turns the song into a tearjerker. The comments made by Vindrid, Xanthus AMV, and Little Screamer explain perfectly why this is a case of lyrical dissonance. The Stakes Images song contains a cutesy, energetic, and upbeat music about how the stakes want to gouge and kill your body. Mad Bomber Sayo Yasuda, who perfectly willing to blow up an island in an explosion that wipes out most of everything there. Mage species. The 4 archetypes describes 3 different types described in ascending power witches who can possess immense power in one world that is considered to be a dominion. Its dominion. Voyagers who can travel freely in between the different fragments, and creators who can create a one in a world of nothingness. From a mundane perspective, becoming a witch is a metaphor for using escapism to cope with one's problems. The witch's ages represent how long their suffering felt to them. To Sayo Yasuda, the 6-year-long wait for Battler return Rakanjima felt like 1,000 years. Magic versus science. Magic versus logic, anti-mystery versus anti-fantasy. As time goes on, things get more complicated. The game continues to go on, but considering that their by then well-developed characters are the witches so easy to brush off as non-existent. One could argue that the witches being real or not doesn't change whether the murders are magic or mundane, and if they are mundane, would that really cast doubt on the existence of ageless, extra-dimensional beings like witches? Malicious slander. The Rakanjima tragedy causes various members of the Ushiromiy family to be subjected to this by sleazy rumor mongers or inconsiderate witch hunters, to the point that salacious rumors effectively ruin Ava's life after she returns. Quite tellingly, even when the truth is presented in episode 7 Tea Party, it's treated as little more than a malicious attempt by Bernkastel to mind rape Angie, and its authenticity is repeatedly called into question until the manga confirms its accuracy. This provides a pointed take that audience message that the truth is worth nothing in the hands of those who only want to abuse it for their own amusement. Mama Bear, Rosa's last act in the second arc, is to mow down goat-headed butlers with a rifle and Maria at her side. During the climatic battle in the Golden Land, Rosa displays her Mama Bear tendencies to Erika in full force, to the point where the narration had to point it out. Natsui and Kumasawa actually say this in regard to they will always say the most frightening bears are those who have children. It doesn't work though. Man behind the mad. The third tea party has Lambda Delta state that she gave Beatrice her powers in order to create a board to beat Bernkastel in, later reinforced by the alliance of Bernkastel and Lambda Delta against Beatrice in the fourth Tea Party. Marathon episode 4, between Angie's travel in 1998, her learning magic while she was off to boarding school, Maria's diary, and the fourth game. Be ready to spend at least a good week reading it. The Angie and diary parts make up a good half of the episode. Several of the chapters are very long, and that's not even including the Tea Party, which covers Battler investigating the crime scene and the entire final battle. Maybe magic, maybe mundane. The point of the entire series are witches and their magic, real or not. Is this fantasy or just mystery? We may never know. Meaningful name. Beatrice and Virgilia both derive their names from Dante's The Divine Comedy. The Stakes of Purgatories have their names and demons corresponding to the 7 deadly sins. The Chichester Bunny Girls are named after Winchester shotguns. Finally, Lambda Delta's name is Greek for 34, which may hold some significance to those who saw Higurashi. Maria's name is one of its common translation of Mary, a reference to a woman from the New Testament who gave birth to Jesus Christ. In the fourth arc, one of the tips speculates that Maria is one of the creator witches who can create something where there was previously nothing. The significance of Maria's name is further explored in episode 7, and Maria even says that she has been born a boy. She would have been named Emmanuel. One of the names for Jesus, meaning God, is with us in Hebrew. The names of Kinzo's children are all related to Nazi Germany in one way or another. Kraus, Klaus Barbie, Ava Braun, Rudolph. I thought Rudolph was more like, reindeer, but okay. And Rosa Hitler's maid? Okay. I didn't know that. Whatever. Just thought it was about like roses and stuff. Considering that Kenzo's true love, Beatrice, also had an Axis powers connection, this is most likely intentional. Of note, the third generation are also given names more consistent with the victorious allies later occupied Japan, such as George, Jessica, and Maria. Mental story combined with a show within a show reveal. Episode 8, most of the plot is Tachio Hashio, aka Battler, recreating the events of Rockenjima 1986 mystery of mystery novels in the same way Beatrice wrote several manuscripts that she threw into the sea of bottles after he recovered his memory of what happened. Message in a Bottle, the enduring legend of the Golden Witch. It's later revealed that there were several of these, though only 2 of them were found. Metafiction. The story is essentially about how mystery stories are created, and the VN operates on several levels of meta-reality. For starters, that the Boar, aka the events of each episode, that there are a meta-world of Beatrice, the witches, the meta-battler exists on. And then even the past that there's on top of the level of the reality that Angie lives in. Metaphorically true, anything said in red needs careful attention paid to its exact words. It is, however, absolutely true to the person saying it. Even that might not always help. Oh my God. Ernie, I think there are some things missing in your for sale ad. Personal watercraft for sale. There's nothing about the engine constantly overheating. It's there. I called this the hottest thing on the lake. This trope occurs when a statement is not true, at least according to the most obvious meaning of the words. But if you squint hard enough, it could be considered true. Sheriff Stilinski. So you lied to me? That depends on how you define lying. Well, I define it as not telling the truth. How do you define it? Reclining your body in a horizontal position. In episode 6, it's heavily implied that episode 2, Red Truth, that can and died in this room, can only be true metaphorically. This is also in effect if you're an anti-fantasy reader. For example, Beatrice says that the murders were committed via magic. In one of the later arcs, it is revealed that Kumasawa once described magic as a form of trickery and misdirection, and it's heavily implied that a lot of circumstances meant to make the murders seem like they were done through magic, such as by creating locked rooms, are in reality accomplished through misdirecting observers. In a sense, the murders were indeed done by magic, but not the spell-slinging kind, more like the stage magician would use. Mindscrew Ryokishi is a master of this. Wait, what? Everybody's alive again? What do you mean, rap party? So what? Everyone's dying on some TV show. We're all watching some gag. Beatrice, what are you doing here? Wait, none of this is a weird meta gag? Of course, if you played Higurashi, it's a weird double whammy of a mind screw. Since Higurashi had rap parties too, it's just that those ones were non-canon. Thus, when Umineko pulls out the first tea party, the results were subversion of their use of the previous games. This goes to a new level in episode 5 where, depending on how you look at it, this can be a 3 or 4 levels of meta worlds. Episode 6 has a massive one. Angie is reading the part of Dawn the Featherine, where Beato asks about the incarnation of old Beato, in which Featherine opens the door to bring Virgilia and Beato to look through her library. Then, later, when Angie is still reading, she stops and asks Beato, who is still in the library, a question. It is common for readers to clutch their heads in confusion at that point. Angie's tribulations in 1998, in particular, are really hard to follow. From episode 4, just after Ava's death, she jumps off of a building but survives, and she goes on a trip with her bodyguard, questioning various people and finding bits of information about Rockenjima before going there herself and being killed by said bodyguard. In episode 6, she is alive again, but to a few days before Rockenjima in the house of a person she isn't supposed to have met that day, after which she goes to Rockenjima again and is supposedly killed by Amakusa again. In episode 8, she is somehow back at the top of the building, jumps off again, and kisses the concrete, implying that she didn't survive the jump. Episode 4 and 6, but in the fantasy ending, she's back at the top of the building again, and this time decides not to jump, thus living happily ever after, while in the trick ending, she she ends up back at the boat in Rakajima, where she figures out Amakusa and the captain are plotting with everyone else to kill her while she goes there. She then kills them instead, sailing off in the sunset with the boat, with Erica appearing beside her. But by choosing the magic ending, the Secret Tea Party episode 8 shows that decades in the future she became a successful children's book author and meets the amnesiac battler during that time. Good luck making sense of all of that in the anti-fantasy perspective. Mind Screwdriver. The sound novel itself is very careful to give the player enough clues and hints to reach the truth themselves without ever explicitly telling them the answer. The manga, supervised by Ryukishi himself, both adds more clues and explicitly lays out the solution for the reader in the Confession of the Golden Witch story arc, as well as confirming once again the truth of what happened in Rakajima during the tragedy. Will and Claire's duel in episode 7 acts as this, as it actually spells out the solution to each prior episode with oblique wordplay. For example, Claire opens the duel by stating, "First game, first twilight, 6 corpses in the gardening shed." I'm going to take a brief break. Fuck. Oh my god, guys. My fucking leg. Okay. Ow, everything fucking hurts. Going downstairs for a little while. And I think I have to pee again. Ah, fuck. I'm considering just going to a gas station, like maybe I can get an energy drink or something. My back and my legs hurt from just sitting in that position for so long. You guys can barely hear me. Fuck. Go downstairs, walk around a little bit, pee, walk around some more. Will counters this by saying illusions to illusions. The corpse that cannot return to the earth returns to illusions. What he means by that is Shannon faked her death, making it possible for her to set up a fake locked room without using magic. Missing mom. Battler's mother, Asumu, died, and it's stated outright that Kairi is more of an older sister than a mom to him. In fact, Battler is distanced from Rudolph because he married Kairi too soon for Battler's taste. Of course, it turns out Asumu wasn't his real mother, and Battler has a huge, heroic blue screen of death when he finds out. And of course, Kairi actually was his real mom. Mirror character. After their characters end up being fully explored, Rosa and Maria become this for each other. Maria represents the little girl of lost innocence that Rosa once was, and just as Rosa represents the resentful and vengeful woman that Maria probably would have risked becoming if she hadn't died too soon. Mobile shrubbery. One of Battler's more ridiculous theories. This just makes me think of that video game that all those people were playing. The trees hate you. Go watch Chibidoki play that. It's funny. Then she also made like a bunch of zoo animals too that like did Chibidoki noises. Involves Peace Beato sneaking into Maria's bedroom and stealing the chapel key while hiding in a cardboard box. Is there a link to like Metal Gear Solid here? Yep, Metal Gear. Metal Gear! Monty Hall problem. In the episode 8 manga, Jessica and George use this on Angie during a game of hide and seek with the trope named outright. Mood whiplash, a pretty strong element all throughout the series. While the pattern in Higurashi arcs was to begin light and funny and get progressively dark and scarier, Umineko relies more on unexpected emotional shock. Mooks. All of the goats, who are also faceless goons, subverted in one scene in episode 4. Visual novel, one of the goats reflects upon its life before triggering in too many loser flags and dying at the hands of one of the heroes. Moon logic puzzle. Solving the epitaph requires a lot of strange reasoning as well as fluency in Japanese, English, and Chinese. It's a monkey wrench. Got it? Fuck you. The key to the Golden Land refers to a 6-character word. My beloved hometown is Taiwan. The Sweetfish River is a railway. The shore that the two will tell you of refers to a station named Kaigan, which contains twice the mouth radical and the character for shore. In Chinese, Kiragan and Kilian, this is the key. Well, then you must understand that the 10th twilight, the capital of gold, which written can be written, then the character, the red is Kai, which then means 10 quadrillion. So the first twilight begins the 1/10 of that 1 quadrillion. Then you remember that the word quadrillion is written on the chapel's pediment. That's where you must remove the 6 letters of Kilian, sacrifice the 6 chosen by the key. After that, you just have to follow the rest. Additionally, Kilian is an anachronistic Hanyu Pinyin romanization of the station's name in the 80s. When the visual novel was set, the station's name would have been romanized, and Tongyu Pinyin is Chilean, and the customary Taiwan during the era. Indeed, the station was only renamed English, and then you have to change it to be a reference to the fucking Bible, oh Lord. And then you have to turn things. Morality, kitchen sink becomes increasingly apparent as the story goes on, particularly the answer arcs, while Beatrice sets herself up as the clear main villain and the ongoing chapters, opening chapters. Later episodes add a lot of depth to her character, reveal that she's not nearly as malevolent as she'd made herself out to be. As more information is revealed, after all, the first 2 chapters are written from Sayo's perspective of her hating herself, and even then she didn't even get around to do this. This is more so her just having an escapism moment where you're like, it's more like her escapism novels is more like someone playing Grand Theft Auto. They're not actually hurting anyone, but it is, you are driving over people on a sidewalk while shooting people with a bazooka. Obviously something that would be very horribly evil in real life. But if you're like, it's like, how many people, like, who out there has played Halo? How many people have you shot in Halo? Billions. Doesn't make you a murderer. Just makes you someone that enjoys shooting people in a video game. Otherwise, every person who ever played fucking Doom would have shot people in real life. It's called, yes, escapism is good for emotional, coping with things, as well as escapism can be good for, just entertainment, or even just as a therapeutic thing. The problem comes when either one, you have mental health issues, or two, a lack of balance between the things. For example, playing Grand Theft Auto, not a problem. But perhaps if you play it 10 hours a day, every day for 20 years, that could be a problem. Also, if you have mental health issues or a lack of positive support social network in real life. The most terrible thing in the world is that everyone has their reasons. In some stories, the good guys are squeaky embodiments of shiny goodness that fight goateed stage magicians who cackle a lot. Then again, sometimes you have stories where your caped crusaders largely go up against misguided and distraught. Other stories might have pragmatic freedom fighters against a government who alternately sing orphans to sleep or murder their kittens. Still, other stories have the world's mightiest, most murderous, most pants-wettingest heroes you've ever seen against a guy made entire worlds into slave states for profit and kicks. Then you have stories that don't fit any categories like this. Rather than discrete groups or... In short, none of the groups fit clearly into white, gray, black moral categorization. Then again, there's also orange and blue morality, or the cuckalundander. It's a term for Orihime from Bleach. As more information is revealed about the Ushiromiy family, both outwardly decent people and seemingly jerkasses are shown to have hidden depths, capable of doing both good and terrible things depending on the circumstances. Battler himself is one of the few characters who stays heroic throughout, and in the final episode tries to help Angie look past the ugliness of the Rakanjima tragedy to realize that no matter how horrid the truth may be, her family truly cared about her and always will be with her. Multi-gendered, split personalities. Zigzagged. Ken and Shan are alternate personas of the culprit Sayo Yasuda, who is female. However, she was designated male at birth, but raised as a female after the accident left her unable to have children as a baby. Much of her conflict comes down to not feeling fully comfortable as either gender. Multi-generational household. The main house in Rakajima is used by 3 generations of the family. Multiple endings. Unlike Higurashi before, Umineko has 2 endings, which are based on the single choice the player is offered input on. It's very clear which is considered the true ending, though, mostly due to the ending having an extended epilogue sequence. Multiple reference pun. Similar to Higurashi, although it may be a bit far-fetched, Umineko is the Japanese name for black-tailed seagull, but it literally means sea cat. The term used to describe the endless possible scenarios of Rakanjima is the cat box, so the title can mean When the Seagulls Cry or When the Cat in the Middle of the Sea is Dead. Mundane made awesome. It's kind of hard to remember with all the sound effects and shiny flashes that when characters use red text, blue text, gold text, they're really only rebutting each other's arguments. It's like the most shiny debate club competition ever! Remove the color, tense, and special effects at the end of episode 4 and you get Battler trying to speak but choking halfway. Lambda Delta's power include bombarding her opponent with candies. Dawn has a particularly interesting case and even lampshades it. Erica picks a fight with Maria over the fact that Maria claims Beatrice made candy appear from an empty cup. It escalates to the point where Maria and Erica have a truth battle to determine whether or not this candy trick was an act of magic. It's a wizard duel meets bickering over candy with a 9-year-old. Cornelia, let it be known that this fight has no point. Lampshade hanging, or more formally lampshading, is the writer's trick of dealing with the element of the story that seems dubious to take at face value. Whether a very implausible plot develop or particularly blatant use of a trope by calling attention to it and simply moving on. My greatest failure, the Focus Episode 8 manga, is that the Ushiromiyas coming to terms with the mistakes they made in life. This includes Ava's remorse for mistreating Angie as her stepmother, Natsui for maiming Beatrice / Sayo, Rosa for not empathizing with Maria despite her own experience with bullying, Beatrice / Sayo's for constant escapism to fantasy instead of addressing her issues, Kumasawa and Genji for encouraging her escapism. Yeah, I mean, at that point, like when you revealed the stuff to Sayo and it became obvious that the person was not coping well with it, instead of letting them continue to pretend like it doesn't exist and live their life like normal, you should have just, I don't know, one, told somebody, whether it be Jessica or somebody, like that whole premise I did at the start, one, either Battler writing a letter addressing the stuff in a certain way that would, Shannon would understand, but also wouldn't outright state it, but Shannon would get it. Or in the case where he did that or didn't do it, just them going to Jessica and Goda. I'm just saying, like, there's many points in which several characters could have, avoided what occurred. And being too passive with her situation, respectively. Kinzo for being an awful father, Nanjo for not correcting his ways, George and Jessica for not letting Sayo feel comfortable to admit her issues, and Rudolph and Kyrie for not being better parents. An overall lesson Angie learns is change from the truth of the Rokkenjima incident not mattering to recognizing it as a culmination of her family's mistakes and suffering. My master writer wrong. Genji, Shannon, and Cannon seem rather unconcerned in the face of Kinzo's actions, and all of the murders that occur. In reality, Kinzo is long dead, and Shannon and Cannon are in fact the same person. Sayo, who is Kinzo's illegitimate child, with his daughter Beatrice too, and is the one Genji considers his new master. Sayo plans Rokkenjima tragedy and suicidal loathing for the Ushiromiy family, and Genji's guilt at driving her into this state is what motivates him to help Sayo at any costs. At that point also, like if your master's suicidal, rather than just follow the master's stuff, how about you, like, okay, at some point you need to do something to help. It's okay, let's just go to Jessica and Mysterious Purple. The series makes use of languages of truth. For example, speeches in red is always true. No falsities can be spoken using that red text. However, metaphorically, true statements can also be spoken in red. Purple text is similar to with a caveat. It's always true unless it's spoken by someone who committed a murder. Not only does that make whether or not the speaker is a murderer ambiguous, it also makes it a mystery for the player to whether or not the statement itself were true, a lie said by a murderer, or a true statement just said by a murderer. Mystery fiction, a classic form of this being a whodunit. This is a misdirection as the story is better defined as a whodunit instead. Mythology gag, references to Higurashi, the Toho fan song Patton, Patton, Sura Patton, was used because the lyrics reference Oyashiro and footsteps. 34 sympathizes with Ava's unfortunate childhood a bit. Maria's letter to whoever discovers the bodies at the end of episode 1 is nearly identical to the one Keiichi wrote in Higurashi Onokukushi Hen. Unimpressed by his nonsensical hypothesis at the end of episode 4, Lambda Delta suggests in episode 5 that Battler's next crazy theory should be that everyone on the island is infected with Rokkenjima syndrome, a virus that causes mass delusions. In the first novel, Battler makes it clear that he's not infected with some strange disease that makes his lymph nodes itch until he scratches him to death if he doesn't fondle breasts. Boobies! Also, in the first novel, Battler mentions in passing that he recently read a book titled Higurashi When They Cry, most likely referencing to the one authored by Uishi and Akasaka at the end of Himatsubushi Hen. The Seven Sisters outfit looks suspiciously like Angel Mort's uniform. One of the riddles in episode 8 is exactly the same riddle Keiichi used to trick Satoko at the start of the zombie tag in Higurashi. Nazi gold, the true origin of the 10 tons of gold. As revealed in episode 7, to be more exact, it was fascist Italian gold. Nested story revealed. In episode 8 revealed that most of the plot is Toyohashi's attempt to recreate what happened to Rokkenjima by writing mystery novels with forgeries based on the original 2 message bottles that washed up on the shores of Japan. Never trust a trailer. The anime's next episode trailers are full of blatant lies and out-of-character behavior. They're hilarious, except the last one. The trailer before the release of the first game opened with the words, "No Nox, no Dine, no Fair." Episodes 5 and 7 introduce incarnations of Nox and Van Dyne rules, respectively. A website version of Alchemist announced an Umineko project but used different characters drawn in Umineko portrait style. This all turned out to be a joke, and the characters were, for the new game, Galgun, but at the same time, they announced Rondo the Witch and Reasoning. Nightmare Face really gets ramped up in the PS3 remake. They generally involve shadowy brows, extremely wide grins. And that's I would also recommend to people out there not only buying the game yourself, but also just watch someone do it. Because like I said, I've seen bits of the PS3 game on YouTube, and it's pretty cool. There's a lot more drawings and voice acting, and it's cool. At some point, I'm going to watch an entire Let's Play done by somebody else. So I'm looking forward to that. It'll probably be more coherent than whatever it is the fuck that I am doing. It's like, what are you doing, Lunar? Like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know. It's like a story of my fucking life. And let's not get into the manga where every chapter is guaranteed to have at least one grotesquely deformed expression. Notable woman laugh. Beatrice is prone to these, and Maria's giggling sometimes morphs into it as well. Lambda has her in the visual novel as well. No body left behind. The stakes are some of the few characters not to leave gruesome corpses unless they're the ones doing the killing. But that's another matter. That's also every time canon dies. No celebrities were harmed. A very transparent case. When seeing Kenzo's sawed-off Winchester rifle, Hideyoshi recognizes as one of the ones used by Steve McQueen in Wanted Dead or Alive. The only attempt at fictionalizing this reference is that the actor is styled Steve McQueen. No name given. Kenzo's wife and Maria's father remain ghost characters until the very end. Not so fast, Bucko. Used horribly effectively in Requiem. The funeral's over, the rain stops, everyone can go, a sweet piano music plays with Umineko Nakakura ni ending screen, and then the tea party we are brutally reminded that Bern Castell is the game master of the episode. Of course, all the tea parties have a twist, but this one is almost an episode of its own. It's even divided in chapters. Not with the safety on, you won't. Amakusa tries to pull this on Angie in the trick ending, upon which she calmly replies that the Tara Cub does not have a safety and shoots him to death. Of course he's alive. In episode 4, it's revealed that Kenzo has actually been dead for almost 2 years, and Kraus and Natsui have been keeping up the illusion that he's still alive, but telling everyone else that he shut himself up in the study and refuses to come out. In episode 5, it's further revealed that all of the servants, Sans Goda and Goda alone, along with Dr. Nanjo, are all privy to Kraus and Natsui's conspiracy and actively help them maintaining the illusion. To add an extra layer to the whole thing on Natsui's sanity slippage and resulting tendency to hallucinate that Kenzo is still alive and encouraging her is also meant to fool the audience at first. Official couple. There is nothing but these. No much room for shipping in this series. George Cannon, Shannon Cannon, fuck. Beatrice, Battler, Lambda, Bernkastel. However, when you take into account that Shannon Cannon and Beatrice are the same person, things get really complicated. Older than they look, Ava is 50 years old and looks in her mid-30s. Her siblings Kraus is just a few years older than Ava, and Rudolph is 40 years old, and Rosa is in her mid-30s. Aren't shabby in their youthfulness department as well. Kairi as well. Ironically, it's her husband Hideyoshi, who looks how you'd expect from a middle-aged man. It's justified, though, considering Ava practices martial arts and Kraus was a former boxer, which they passed down to their respective children, explaining how they could keep in shape. Ominous Latin chanting. The anime's opening, the visual novel openings as well. It's gotten to the point that Aki Shikikata created a new version of the visual novel's opening entirely in Italian. Ominous pipe organ. Odds are, if you're magical, your theme tune hits this trope. For some examples, we have organ obscura number 600 million in C minor, Beatrice Happiness of the Marionette, Ava Beatrice and the Dance in the Moon Rabbit, the Chister. Though as subversion, the latter two sound pretty joyful. The best example of this trope in the series is the Koina in episode 5. On one condition: if you find the gold before midnight on the second night, you win. If not, the witch shall be revived and none shall revive. And even when some did find it, when the seagulls cried, there was none but one survivor. In episode 5, the goal was found, and a murder occurred anyway. Furthermore, while the game ended before everyone died, the author implied in an interview that more people die anyway. Not to mention in episode 7, everyone works together to find the gold and promptly turn on each other. One woman whale. Several of Zaki's musics are based on this. In the soundtrack, she does the whale herself too. Also known by their nickname, Beatrice's name is treated as a title, and indeed, when Ava Beatrice becomes the new Endless Witch, Beatrice claims that she is now the nameless. Battler then gives her the nickname Beato to use, which has been used for her more often than not since. Ontological mystery. How part of Episode 6 is played out. Our hero is dead. Happens quite often thanks to Death is Cheap, but is very notable towards the end of episode 5, after Battler and Beatrice's utter defeat at the hands of Bernkastel and Erica. Our homunculi are different. Beato's explanation of 1967's Beatrice's existence is that Kenzo created a homunculus of her and trapped her soul in it. In episode 7, it turns out that this probably isn't true. Out of character, Renove and Beatrice's in forgery number XXX, which features an Axe version character of Battler. Outside the box tactic. Finding the culprit requires to think of some aspects in an unorthodox way. Namely, you have to understand that a person doesn't necessarily refer to the physical person, which is heavily foreshadowed in the early episodes, and relatedly, that in Beato's mouth, dead doesn't necessarily mean physically dead. Painting the medium. Red truth is for an absolute truth. Blue truth is for a magic denying theory, and later to emphasize logical arguments. Gold truth is for those who understood everything in the game board, and Twilight has purple statements for important testimonies in Bernkastel's mystery game. Every piece can use the purple statement and is used to speak the truth like the red, but the culprits can lie with it. All dialogue is spoken aloud in the anime, but the red text tints the scene red, zooms around in white font with butterflies circling, and makes a high-pitched buzzing. Blue is the same, sans butterflies. And in some instances, the final the text doesn't appear, but the sound effects, a slashing noise for red and a booming noise, remain to imply what they say is colored. Parental incest. Kinzo fathered a child with the daughter that he had with the original Beatrice. What's worse is that since he saw Beatrice too as a reincarnation of her mother, and she could neither return nor understand these feelings, he essentially raped her. Parents with new paramour, Battler took very poorly to the fact that Rudolph remarried so quickly after Asumu's death. Perilous marriage proposal in every scenario. The murders begin the night George proposes to Shannon, although the scene itself is also shown in 2 arcs. Is implied as stated to have occurred in all of the others as well. Philosophical choice endings. Episode 8 shows that the player, a magic trick involving magic candies appear and asks if the magic is real magic or a trick, and choice leads to the appropriately named magic or trick endings. Postmodernism and how the series uses so many tropes from the metafiction index that the truth loops around itself and really becomes unstable between deep discussions of what consists mysteries, implications, and some narrative is untrustable. Lampshades of invoked tropes and the entirety of the meta world, the viewer is left to guess wildly about what is going on. Fuck. The power of love. According to episodes 3 and 4, magic was originally intended to bring about happiness and gained its power through the efforts of love. Knowing Ryukishi, this was completely intentional. The trope is actually examined in different ways throughout the series, and in some cases is deconstructed, most notably in Kinzo's case, since while he and Beatrice Castiglione were deeply in love, his love for her combined with her death by childbirth drove him sexually abuse her daughter just because she was so closely resembled her mother. It also implied that it led to him killing all of the Japanese and Italian soldiers in the base, or at least manipulating them into killing each other. Powers that be, the witches' Senate may be something of the sort. We are never really explained what it is, what kind of power it has, or how its members are designated. We just know that Burn and Lambda and Featherine are part of it, and that it's a very bad idea to go against it, to the point that Lambda herself takes it very seriously when she invokes her authority as a member of the Senate. Present day past. Internet as presented in Umineko would seem plausible if the story were at least somewhere in the 21st century. In 1998, though, while it definitely would be kind of subject that would catch interest and imagination of most online conspiracy theory communities, the internet in of itself simply wasn't widespread enough to the point of having millions of people posting theories about Rokkenjima incident. Look, I don't care when the fuck Harry Potter is in my version if it takes place now. This trope occurs while making a story set during the recent past. The contemporary culture of the production seeps in where it wouldn't have existed. Oh my god. Basically, it's like, hey, oh, fuck. You guys get the point. Maria says that one of her favorite anime series, Card Master Sakura, a very obvious reference to Card Captor Sakura, to the point that it is a naming inspiration for Sakotaro, though one could assume that the show Maria likes isn't necessarily the same one as Card Captor Sakura. The later series' original manga began in 1996, while its anime first aired in 1998, while Sakotaro was made in 1986, the very latest. Prologue. Legend of the Golden Witch is basically one long prologue with the meta duel between Battler and Beatrice. beginning only at the very end of the Tea Party psychological thriller. While there are ample amounts of gore, especially in the first 3 episodes, the tension still mostly stems from wondering why all this is happening and the characters trying to figure out this seemingly unsolvable puzzle. Pun-based title. One of the music tracks, Proud Dust, is a pun on the double meaning of the Japanese hokori, which can either mean pride or dust. Puni Plush, Ryokushi's infamous drawing style, consists of big heads, round faces, and weird hands. Really weird. It appeals to many fans thanks to its expressiveness, though. Puff of logic. In episode 4, Battler instantly defeats Kinzo's villainous goldsmith persona simply by coming to the realization that Kinzo is dead all along, and thus cannot be the killer. In the manga version, episode 8, Beatrice manages to stop Black Battler dead in his tracks by uttering the red truth: Ushiromiy Battler is not the culprit. Puzzle thriller. Not only the hero, but the players must figure out how the narration works before they can solve any puzzle. As long as you just take what is shown to you at face value and assume the narration is objective, you won't go anywhere. The Rashomon? Suspend any expectation that the third-party omniscient camera will show the objective truth, or even the character's honest perspective. Events and conversations may contain truth, even if they never happened. Raised from Heaven, the visual novel, does this at the end of episode 7 after Will, solving all of Beatrice's games and riddles, letting Beatrice, in the form of Claire, die in peace. Leon also learns how lucky they should be in not having become Sayo Yasuda. The sunlight is even described as looking as a staircase to heaven. Readings are off the scale. His anti-magic resistance level is at endless 9. Real after all, possibly after it is seemingly established that witches and fantasy creatures are essentially imaginary beings, or at least exist on a different plane. Episode 8 shows Ikuko feathering using the red truth. In some situations, Ikuko is feathering. In some situations, it's actually Sayo actually survived the drowning thing, and it's literally just taking care of an amnesiac battler. Or both, I don't know, using the red truth during the press conference on Real Road and not aging the slightest bit in something like 40 years, thus implying the witches do exist after all, like an ultimate mind screw from the author. Real place background, like in Higurashi, the original sound novels mostly use photos as backgrounds. The Ushiromiy Mansion is based on the Q Furukawa Gardens in Tokyo. Recurring riff. The major composers each have a prominent one. CTS has The Golden Slaughter, Die as Hope, Luck, Ganiki, Organ, Short, 6, Fuck. Recursive canon. Parodied in the anime's adaptation, episodes 2 and 3, Maria watches an episode of Higurashi when they cry. Back in episode 1, Battler mentions reading Higurashi, but it's quite possible that he's actually referencing the in-universe book written by Oishi Akasaka and Himatsubushi N. Himatsubushi Hen. Red herring. One that can be suspected as early as episode 2 if you pay close enough attention. Not only the epitaph murder is not part of any revival ceremony, the one who supposedly begun said ceremony is long dead. Resurrection death loop. The witches love this trope. Episode 2's death party, where Rosa's relatives are repeatedly killed, have specific parts of their bodies harvested and made into food, and then are brought back to life so more ingredients can be taken. In episode 3, Ava Beatrice forces Rosa and Maria to experience all of her childhood fantasies, which are all deadly. Having mountains of cake and jelly, each giant food crushes them to death. Flying as butterflies, being eaten by a spider, and flying as humans, they fall onto a spiked fence. In episode 4, Maria repeatedly kills and revives Rosa as revenge. Retcon. An integral part of the plot if I mention the quantum post-selection paradoxes. Would you understand? In episode 6, Battler initially provides Erica with faulty tape to prevent her seals, but later retroactively gives her proper tape out of pity. Erica then retroactively seals some rooms to force Battler into a logic error. The reveal utterly defied. The original sound novel never discloses the identity of the culprit, leaving it up to the audience to guess who it is. The first 4 episodes set up the mystery, which the last 4 episodes heavily hinting the solution. The manga averts this, giving a clear identity to the culprit, and strongly implying that episode 7's Tea Party is the closest depiction to the real events of the Rokkenjima massacre. Riddle for the ages. What actually happened on Rokkenjima between October 4th and 5th, 1986? Due to the Rashomon style the story is delivered in, there is ultimately never given an answer that can be considered truly objective, and instead is left up to the player to piece one together based on the various clues they are provided throughout. While it is, in the end, suggested that Rudolph and Kyrie were the masterminds behind the massacre, Scenario Episode 7 is the version that is closest to the actual events. Even this is subject to at least some degree of unreliable narrator. How real the supernatural elements in the story are, to this day, are a matter of debate among readers. The story makes it fairly clear by the end of the Beatrice the Witch and her furniture never actually existed in our inventions of Sayo, and no actual supernatural forces took part on the events of Rokkenjima Massacre. This may lead someone to conclude that no magical element of the story is real, and that the entire game board is a metaphor for an amnesiac battler trying to reconstruct the events of Rokkenjima. But then you get the inconsistencies like Burncastel and Lambda Delta not being based on any person or item that either Sayo or Battler knew about, instead being based on main characters from Higurashi, or how Ikuku Hashijo, the human form of the witch feathering, is seemingly able to pass entire decades without aging a single bit, and is the only one who was capable of speaking the red truth in the real world in 1998, outside the game board, in front of a crowd of people. The final question mark section also has Burncastel, Lemondale, and Erica still around, despite the fact that by that point, the game board is closed and has a where are they now moment, specifically for the fantasy characters who aren't Beatrice's furnitures, implying that somehow they exist in one form or another. This indicates that the supernatural elements could exist in one form or another, but good luck figuring it out. Rivals team up. Whose rival is rather floating, but there are several occasions. Episode 5, Battle Renova, Virgility Gape, and the Seven Sisters of Purgatory all band together to give Erica and the Aesir and Jungfrau, especially Delano, a serious beatdown. In episode 6, Gape and George and Renova and Jessica, and the first Twilight, and Kyrie and Leviathan also. In episode 8, Will and Delano team up to fight the goats. Rewatch bonus. Much like Higurashi, rereading through the Umineko can feel like you're experiencing a completely different story. Umineko takes it further, though, due to its overall theme of maybe mundane, maybe magic, maybe mundane, its exploration of the mystery genre and its initial premise being much more of a mind screw than Higurashi's was. Rule 34. We all know that rule, but I want to see the TV trope version of it. There's actually other rules, too. The tip, Game Master Battler, might be a parody of this rule, as Battler takes advantage of the power of the cat box to have every female character, and yes, that includes Angie, crawl at his feet. So tired. Sacrificial lamb, subverted in the same way as Higurashi, but slightly more ironic, as those who die first do so as sacrifices to summon Beatrice, or not, since that's not why the murders are happening. Sadistic choice. Episode 4, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1, your life, your loved one's life, everyone's lives. Musically, everyone shown indicates one of the choices, then goes on to take a fourth option anyways. The entire plot is a sort of variation. Battler must accept magic's existence or blame one of his close relatives. As Beatrice gleefully points out several times, he has big qualms with both. Saved for the sequel in Higurashi, Keiichi asked his mother if she, as an avid reader of mystery novels, could tell him something about how the perfect crime is depicted. In fiction, his mother replied that actually in crime stories, the perfect crime is a crime that is never discovered at all, referencing as an example a novel about an old man living alone and isolated in a cabin in the woods, who gets killed by his son, but since said son was the old man's only point of contact with the rest of the world, no one discovered that the old man was dead because the son kept telling everyone who asked that his father was still alive, and no one cared. No one else cared enough about the old man to investigate this claim any further. Umineko takes the latter part of the story and expands upon it with the plot point that Kenzo has actually been dead for 2 years, but Natsuya and Kraus had, with some help with the servants and Nanjo, staged to make it look like he was still alive, but claiming that he was cooped up in his study and stubbornly refusing to come out, relying on everyone else in the family being too afraid of Kenzo's infamous temper to investigate that claim any further. Sawed-off shotgun. Sawed-off Winchester rifle, popularly known as Mare's Leg. Kenzo had an affinity for this specific model of gun, which was made iconic by being wielded by Steve McQueen's character on Wanted Dead or Alive, and so ended up collecting 4 of them, each modified to be able to fire different kinds of ammunition and stashed them in different places around Nakajima. Naturally, this results in the guns ending up in several wrong hands across the different chapters. Scarecord, a rather terrifying one. Episode 4 somehow manages to make a pin pond sound like a scare cord when Gape stops pretending she's in trouble. Science destroys magic. This is the bitch's defense for why they don't use magic openly. People don't believe in it anymore, which undermines its effectiveness. The validity of the argument is intentionally ambiguous. Schrodinger's cat, the Rakajima incident, is considered a cat box because there are virtually no trace of the Ushiromiy family to confirm their deaths. They are in fact dead, but 900 tons of explosives blew away all the evidence. Secret underground passage. Rakajima used to be a military base, so now it gets used for the passage to Kuadorian. Serial escalation. Everything that happens in the one game usually gets this treatment in the next. Heck, it also happens in the middle of the games themselves. From the awesomely awesome epic magic shows to the badass BGM to the number of characters per game to the ridiculous and outrageous theories for the murderers to the amount of memes generated per game. Special mention goes to episode 5, in which the holy shit quotient reaches its peak. servant race. Furniture is apparently this, later subverted since not only is it implied that many of the furniture characters are really imaginary friends, but as the series goes on, it becomes more apparent that whenever Shannon and Cannon use the word furniture, it doesn't actually refer to their race or social status. Rather, it refers to how Sayo Yasuda believes that her damaged body, which is unable to love, makes her less human. Sex equals love. One of Sayo Yasuda's issues and part of her primary internal conflict. The accident she suffered as a baby left Sayo with a body that was unable to have children, and it is heavily implied unable to have sex at all. Her inability to consummate her love with George and ultimately bear his children is one of the primary things that slowly pushes her over the edge. Shameful strip. After Battler surrenders to Beatrice in the second arc, he is stripped completely except for a chain around his neck, and Beatrice uses as a leash. Shout Out has its own page here. Shout Out Umineko when they cry. Neat. Shouting free-for-all deliberately invoked by Beatrice and company during the climax to stall for time, while Battler Angie Lambda Delta leave to retrieve the book of the single truth. Show don't tell. Due to the format and asset limitations, many scenes in the novel rely on sound effects and expositions, sometimes long paragraphs to describe what is going on for the reader. The manga adaptations instead took advantage of its medium by having the art show all what said descriptions would describe, as well as making use of paneling, rules of page flip, and replace first-person POV paragraphs with dialogues or monologues in order to make said scenes more consistent and building up suspense, just like how the original novel could. Show within a show, played for laughs in the manga, where Maria and Angie and Omake watches a show called Magical Burn-chan. Sickeningly, I can't say it. Sweet. Played with at the beginning of episode 3. One cute scene has the cousins and Shannon all fooling around on the beach. Then everyone promising that they will always get along while holding hands, with Jessica lampshading how embarrassing it is. And then the screen breaks and we brutally switch to the meta world, while Beatrice cackles that nope, there won't be such a happy ending. Did we mention that she's a bit of a troll? Sigil spam. The one-winged eagle crest, the Ushiromiy family, shows up quite often. All the Ushiromiy family members and servants have the crest somewhere on their clothing, except for Natsui and Goto, who Kinzo doesn't trust. It's on Kinzo's stationery and personal seal, and the hidden gold bars all have the crest on them. Episode 7 reveals that it's not an original symbol, that it derives from a faded imprint of the Italian Social Republic's eagle on the gold bars. Signature item clue, a variation episode 3, reveals that Kairi figured out that Hideyoshi was covering for Eva during the window of time Rosa and Maria was killed. From discovering the cigarette butt in the ashtray of their room, Kairi knew that Hideyoshi is a smoker, but Eva has always staunchly forbidden him from smoking in her presence, so she couldn't have been in the room during the time he was lighting up. Battler is later able to use that same cigarette, but in an inverse manner, because he knew it wasn't of the brand Rudolph would normally smoke. Slasher smile. Everyone who was involved with the murders of the family. Eva Beatrice. Kenzo, come to mind, has one. In the manga, Delaner, Great Equalizer, is death. Nox gains a slasher smile at one point. Sliding scale of continuity. Level 5, full lockout. Ye gads, get out of order or miss a segment or two in either, and you can end up so lost. And this is the same, whichever medium you're playing, watching, reading them in. Slipping a Mickey. As revealed in the manga, Ava killed Kraus and Natsui in episode 3 by lacing the coffee she served them with sedatives. It is implied that she had stolen them from Rosa earlier, then strangling them when they were passed out. Snipe hunt. Rosa at one point notes that if Maria was told to go look for something, she will diligently go do so and never ask questions, even if that thing doesn't exist. The tone of the voice she uses when doing so implies she has more than once exploited this to occupy Maria elsewhere to get some time away from her. Social services does not exist. Averted, they do exist, but Rosa doesn't want anything to do with them since they may find out about her less than stellar parenting of Maria. There is an intrinsic understanding throughout most of modern Western society that children are to be loved, nurtured, and protected throughout their childhoods by their parents. Parents are viewed as having a responsibility to ensure their child's happiness and welfare as a necessary component of their healthy development into responsible and mature adults prepared to face the demands of society. Oftentimes, this isn't what happens. Many fictional parents believe that this is a load of poppycock and act disdainful, neglectful, and outright abusive to their children. Others, particularly in comedic scenes, are just jerkasses, either through self-absorption or stupidity. These only may just seem to understand doing things like passing their debts onto their kids, arranging random contradictory marriages, engaging in thoughtless behavior toward their children, could cause lasting damage. They aren't applying the rod to avoid spoiling the child. They don't even know it's there. Rod or child or whatever. Needless to say, many of those sorts of parents would never be allowed to keep their children. At the very least, some of them should have to go through a few parenting sessions. But just as there are no therapists in fiction, there are apparently no social services either. In most fiction, there are no official systems in place to protect those who are psychologically vulnerable. Nobody is ever concerned that kids who watch their parents die might be considering suicide, homicide, or fighting crime without due process. Fiction is full of bunny ears lawyers, but this will be ignored, so long as they are not crazy with axes. This trope isn't saying that the solution to every mental problem is to go to a head shrink, merely that there is an extreme amount of genre blindness regarding traumatic experiences, probably for the sake of convenience and drama. Remember, fiction isn't fair in regard to characters, can be a justified trope. Related tropes. By the way, again, if there's any particular trope you guys want me to go more into, it's so long just to read the tropes of just one thing. So happy together. So happy together. You guys remember that? Like in Pikachu and Mario and... In the first arc, George proposes to Shannon in the gazebo with all sorts of pretty music playing in the background. Guess who's one of the people found dead the next morning with the engagement ring in her finger? Double subverted since Shannon wasn't really among the corpses, but she was probably the murderer. Soundtrack dissonance. Episode 3, people getting killed horribly with this music in the background. That's nothing compared to Ava Beatrice's theme song. It's called even called the happiness of the marionettes. So when does this play? Whenever the villain of the arc is contemplating how she'll torture people, of course. Note, if when playing Umineko, a piece of music is played containing either a pipe organ or a harpsichord, unless it is in the beginning centering the Rakajima family gather, nothing positive is going to happen in that scene. No matter how happy, fun, pleasant, or uplifting the sound may, some serious shit is going down. Someone is either going to A, die horribly, B, have their perception of reality shattered, C, get trapped in a horrific logic error, D, have their argument torn to shreds, E, think that they are going to win, then get completely and utterly beaten, or F, all of the above. Speak ill of the dead. The epilogue of episode 3 is all but outright states that this played a large part of Eva turning into a bitter recluse in the wake of the Rakajima massacre. While Eva could, to some degree, handle being publicly smeared as a villain who had gotten away with her crime scot-free, it was seeing this vitriol against her spilling over to Hideyoshi and George, who were both dead, therefore couldn't defend themselves, and witnessing them getting stereotyped in media as crooked, reckless businessmen and a lazy, idle, rich son, respectively, that really broke her spirit. Split personality. Eva, Beatrice, and Eva, which could also qualify as something of a literal split personality, and possibly an enemy without. It is deconstructed, however, when we learn about the real origin and why Avatrice was created. Rosa is very often implicated to have won both inside the story by her daughter and outside by some fans. Her own daughter, Maria, believes that Rosa gets possessed when she swings into one of her rages. But whether that's an actual split personality or just a symptom of her mood disorders is up for debate. This is actually defied by Shannon, Cannon, and Sayo. Everything in the story points to the three of them all being split personalities of each other, but in reality, Shannon and Cannon are just characters thought up by Sayo. Word of God clarifies that Sayo always believed them to be different identities she is trying on as part of her anxiety and realization that both George and Jessica generally fall in love with those characters. Spoiler coverage: Manga Gamer's release of the Answer arcs in the PC console version of Saku no Battler and his endless sorcerer cape on the cover store icons, implying a major part of his character development. Spoiler opening in each of the arc opening animations, most notably in the portrait, the second animation set shows Beatrice's human form, and the third set shows Ava, Beatrice, Virgilia, and the Chysters. The fourth one shows all three portraits, another Chyster, and Maria Witch's outfit. The opening of the PS3 port is very bad with it, showing quickly important scenes with context may not be bad enough, but showing characters whose very existence are a big surprise for first-time players. Make sure a good part of the mood of the first few episodes are completely changed. The opening of the PS4 and Switch ports goes even further, showing one of the final scenes of the story and its opening. Stay in the kitchen. While growing up, Ava was repeatedly told by her family that she fails as a woman because she didn't know how to do feminine things. The creation of Ava Beatrice seems initially to largely stem from her resentment of this. Krauss repeatedly shuts Natsui up. Unfortunately, this isn't to her benefit, since she basically runs the house and has much more common sense than he does, while he squanders the money on poorly thought out business ventures. Stealth pun. Why is Leviathan's hair an odd shape of green? She's green with envy. Oh my god. Story branch favoritism. It is very clear that the magic ending is favored over the trick ending and is supposed to be seen as the closest story to the true ending. The magic ending is notably much longer, tonally appropriate, and thematically coherent with the rest of the Answer arc, as opposed to the more abrupt and quite thematically jarring trick ending. The manga even emphasizes this further by relegating the trick ending to a single chapter, which is explicitly labeled to as a what-if scenario, while the magic ending is for all intents and purposes treated as the story's actual conclusion. Okay, I am going to drive to a gas station put some gas in the car, and see if they have an AMP energy drink there. I will leave you guys alone. Then again, that implies anyone is listening to this video at all. Oh my god. My back itch. Everything hurts. Ah. Wow. You guys, I can hear me make old man noises as I get dressed. I'll be back in a bit. Okay, I needed to put some gas in the car anyway, and I could not find an amp energy drink, but did see that there's a flavor of Full Throttle I haven't tried. Red Apple. Give that a try. Out of curiosity, how much caffeine is in this? 160 milligrams per can. Not bad. I'll double check OBS Chan real quick. Yeah, working. The 5-hour video. Succession crisis. There were all sorts of tensions laid about. Then Beatrice's letter shows up, effectively forcing the current heir Kraus to fight for his position, and all hell breaks loose. According to Battler's final game, this is apparently subverted since Kenzo makes an official succession ceremony and distributes the inheritance to the family, also averted outright in episode 7, since there is no epitaph and the Kenzo already has an appointed successor, Leon Ushiromiy. Summation gathering. In episode 5, Erika invokes this trope intentionally, and indeed all common elements of the scenario are present. It's subverted in that the obvious suspect, Natsui, is innocent and being falsely accused. Erika doesn't really care about this one detail, however. It's extensively discussed in episode 5. While talking with Virgilia about mystery novels, Battler realizes that someone putting this trope into motion has the same effect as telling the reader that at that point in time there should be enough clues to solve the mystery. Shortly afterward, Battler rereads the story thus far and learns the truth of the mystery, indirectly telling the audience that it is possible to deduce the truth. Super fun, happy thing of doom. Some of the tea parties may start as cheerful and humorous after parties, but they usually do not end this way, and more often than not, they contain some horrible reveal or twist. Surprisingly realistic outcome. The grown-ups want to find the hidden 10 tons of gold to solve their financial problems. This makes perfect sense until episode 7's tea party, where we are shown some people finding the gold and realizing that they'll have to sell it before it can be of any use to them, and selling several tons of unmarked ingots without attracting suspicion will be very difficult. This is alleviated somewhat by Kenzo having already sold some of the gold on the black market and putting the money onto a card that is also included as part of the treasure. And fighting over how to share the gold makes this the least of their problems. Symbolic cast fade out. The character portraits and the character bios on the tip menu fade into gray and get splattered with blood in the manner that they died. Take me instead. Rosa tries it by expressly asking Beatrice, take only her and spare Maria, when she shows up to stop Ava Beatrice from torturing them again and give them a mercy kill instead. Take that, audience, a rather unsubtle one in episode 8, towards the readers. A seemingly endless bunch of goat-headed creatures making hilariously stupid theories, demanding answers from the creators. Some readers took offense, lampshaded in story. The enjoyment comes from sorting and thinking to reach the truth and not demanding it. This actually starts as early as episode 2, not as direct but not as subtle. When characters scold or complain about other characters, usually Battler, but not always, not even trying to think. Take up my sword. In episode 5, Battler becomes the endless sorcerer after Beatrice is killed by Erika. Taking the bullet in the second arc, Jessica takes a stake for Cannon. It doesn't really accomplish much since Beato has 6 more. Talking is a free action, gleefully averted, at least some of the time. In the first arc, Cannon has a long rant about how he's going to kill himself and ruin Beatrice's plans. But she sticks a stake on him before he gets around to acting on it. There's also an awful lot of people dying in the middle of trying to say something important. The anime, on the other hand, fell victim to this trope, with Jessica falling to the ground in bullet time and talking at the same time. Played straight later in novels, battlers debate with Beato at the end of the 4th arc, and the trial at the end of the 5th arc last a minute each. Talking to themselves. It takes more than half the series for the readers to realize that this trope is in effect whenever Shannon talks to Cannon, but in episode 7 this fact becomes obvious. Also, no matter how you look at it, Beatrice is doing this with many of the fantasy characters, as well as Shannon and Cannon in both the meta world and the peace world. Tangled family tree in hell. It's revealed in episode 7 that Kenzo had a daughter with Beatrice Castiglione, and then had another daughter/son with that daughter. Said second daughter's son is in a relationship with at least 2 of Kenzo's grandchildren. Gender ambiguity actually being a plot point here. You do the math. Tempting fate. Unless messing up sets off a trap that blows off the island, of course. You just had to say it. Beato. 10 little murder victims. Essentially, the whole plot is based on this trope. The trope number is even referenced in The End of the Golden Witch, and parallels are drawn. 10 paces in turn. Rudolph duels a stake with this trope involved, and then in the 6th episode, during the duels between Shannon and Cannon, later Beatrice and Erica. Theme naming. With the exception of Kenzo, the blood members of the Ushiromiy family all have Western names transliterated from kanji. Battler is the odd name out, being a translation instead. Sayo is even more of an odd name out, but it is a justified case. Unlike Battler's, the four siblings, in particular Kraus, Ava, Rudolph, and Rosa, all have German names. Many of the servants have no sound at the end of the names. All the women related to Battler are named from Christian mythos. Kyrie Ellison, Kyrie Prayer, Sumu, Assumption of Heaven, Angie Angel. As for the magical characters, several are named characters Dante's Divine Comedy. There are no therapists. Even though the Ushiromiya family could all really benefit from some therapy, this trope is justified since during the 1980s, therapy was frowned upon in Japan. Kenzo would set one up for when the clock strikes 12 as a motivational exercise, which apparently never failed, but someone else will let it time out at the end of October. Here's the thing. What if you set that thing up and then you go to turn it off and it doesn't turn off? Time travel. Angie is an interesting case. It is not clear when or where the meta world is, but Battler, I don't know, maybe time and space just don't exist. Like the same way like we would view a video game. Angie lives in 1998 with Bern Costello's assistant, reaches the meta world. One way of explaining this scene is episodes 1 and 2 Saiyan's meta world sequences were found as message bottle in 1986. All Angie doing is metaphorically going back to 1986 and trying to find out what really happened in such a case. This probably counts as a subversion. Title drop over and over again by Battler. When the sequel's cry refers to the typhoon is over and everything is safe. It's also used at the end to give the body count or perhaps survival count might be a better description. Several episodes also drop their own title and dialogue. Too bleak, stopped caring. Both in universe and invoked. In fact, it's largely the point of the final episode, which points out the Ushiromiy family could not have been nasty to each other all the time, and that the previous episodes more or less showed the family at their worst, and said the worst is more likely less of the theories and a bunch of gossipers. It is often said that conflict is the soul of drama. Without some form of conflict to fuel things, there's no engine to drive the story, and thus, meaningful conflict is the soul of drama. Too bleak, stopped caring. Tropes are, after all, tools. Took a level on badass. Episode 2, there's Shannon the first arc. She seems to be a generic, shy, Mo-Mado archetype who becomes cannon fodder early on. Cue the second arc when she stands up to the witch who's supposedly killing everyone and basically tells her that because she gets enjoyment from seeing the squirm, she's not going to react to give her the satisfaction, not to mention the barrier powers. In episode 4, both Jessica and George, formerly damsels in distress, give Renove and Gabe a run for their money. Battler, who was level grinding throughout the entire series so far, and boy does it show in later ones. Rose at the height of episode 8 gets so tired of being the butt monkey of the witches in the past arcs when Erica makes a mistake at denying her love for the daughter. Rosa proceeds her by delivering her own butt on a silver platter, on a plate silver. Erica manages to save herself and get away, or only because Rosa had restrained herself on purpose. After spending so much time being exploited, mocked, and finally cruelly discarded by Bernstone and having faced many doubts about her ability to really be able to save and bring back her family, the ability to be able to overcome her grief, coupled with awareness that all of her family, despite everything, loved her, allows Angie to use her powers as a witch of resurrection to their full potential to materialize a golden truth, her own truth, to finally defeat Bernstone in a single unified assault along with the rest of the Ushiromiy and allies. The tragic rose, the rose garden in the front of Ushiromiy Mansion, and Maria's search for her marked rose served to symbolize the troubled relationship with her mother, who is pointedly named Rosa. Translation, punctuation, depending on the language, the character's native language is Japanese, and when a character is speaking in English or another language, the dialogue will be written inside square brackets or in angle brackets. This is used more in the author-endorsed fan patch by Witch Hunt than the original Japanese to avoid confusion about the dialogue. The treachery of images, a plot point actually. Battler is nearly won over in the third arc when Beatrice starts showing him visually spectacularly witch battles. But Virgilia reminds him that this is still a narrative being told by Beatrice, so he should take the visuals with a few cellars of salt. By the time the seventh arc rolls around, it's blatantly obvious in regards to at least three characters, if not more. Those who want to solve the mystery by then should take to heart the fact the story is basically lying to the readers as much as it can without distorting the truth. According to Delanner's version of Noxus Ninth, it is permitted for observers to let their own conclusions and interpretations be heard. This is fair play. Everything shown in a character's point of view, including internal monologues, is constructed to be their conclusions and interpretations, and therefore as honest and reliable as that character is. The witches in general, though depending on the witch, their trolling can be somewhat amusing in a dark comedy sort of way. Special nod goes to Bernstone, whose trolling is not only incredibly cruel, but absolutely not funny. She ain't called Troll Castell for nothing, you know. Tsundere. Jessica, though like Mion and Higurashi when they cry, she's an unconventional example, in that she's neither overly Tsuner nor overly Dere. Beato towards Battler. In Beato and Battler's case, this is subverted massively in episode 3, but appears to be true in episode 4 anyway. Battler even talks about it in episode 5. When she comes back in, I'm going to tell her you're such a Sundara. 2 aliases, 1 character. Actually, 3 aliases. 1 character, Shannon, Canon, Beatrice are all the same person. They're all alter egos, imaginary friends of Sayo Yasuda, and a twist on this trope. While these characters are all shown talking to each other at various points, the catch is that no one in-universe ever sees them together outside of fantasy scenes, which are narrated by Beatrice, who's an unreliable narrator. 2 done it. A possible theory of the two for Rakajima is that the events are caused by 2 teams working independent of each other. 1 planning and 1 opportunistic. The first one is the servants and one of the siblings, which one depends on the arc, led by Sayo Yasuda, who plans the murders. The one among the siblings and a few servants think it's just a game. In order to become free from her fate, that Battler solves the case and finds truth. The other one would be Kyrie, who took a chance when the gold was found. Umbrella of Togetherness. George and Shannon do this in the first arc when the typhoon hits. Uncommon Time. Proud Dust is an intense, head-banging piano crescendo with a slightly disorienting 13/4 time signature that reinforces its chaotic feel. At this very moment on stage, we have drummer A playing at 7/8, drummer B playing at 3/4, the bass playing at 3/4. The organ playing in 5/8, the tambourine playing in 3/4, and the alto sax blowing his nose. In music, the most encountered time signature is 4/4. Boring, old, common time. There's also 2/4 and 2/2 cut time, which aren't much different. All the bars still divide into 2, which makes them useful meters for marches. 2 beats per measure equal 1 measure per pair of steps. 3/4, sometimes called 3/4 time, and canonical meter for waltzes, is also fairly intuitive if you've ever been taught to waltz by counting step 2, 3, step 2, 3. Then you know how it works. Regular time signatures are divided into categories of simple and compound time. Simple has each beat into 2. Compound has beats divided into 3. 4/4 is referred to as simple quadruple time. 4/2 would also be in this. 2/4, simple duple. Along with 2/2, 2/1, 2/8, you get the idea. 6/8 is compound duple equivalent to 2/4. 9/8 is compound triple equivalent to... Note that 9/8, depending on how it's divided, can either be an example of this trope or compound time. Music in uncommon time does away with the regular meters and instead opts for totally unconventional rhythms that are often based on higher prime numbers, or at least that are not divisible by 2 or 3. This can be done by choosing an oddball time signature such as 5/4, 7/8, most commonly of the irregular meters, and or by switching the time signature rapidly. It can be done throughout the length of an entire song or used as an effect in otherwise common timey songs. Still confused? Let's relate it to poetry forms. Understatement. Episode 22's title in the anime, Problem Child, in regards to Maria. For some context, that's the one where she kills her mother over and over and over again. Hard not to cheer for her, though, considering that Rose is not exactly the best mom either. Unexpected successor. Kenzo, actually. The Ushiromiy family used to be very powerful, and Kenzo was a member of a branch of the Branch family. Then an earthquake took out just about everything, and it was up to Kinzo to restore the family to its former glory, but not exactly, as the elders of the family were still alive and intended to use Kinzo as a figurehead. And he even knew they were going to make a puppet out of him. Somewhere along the lines, he decided to take matters in his own hands, presumably with the help of Beatrice Castiglione. Unexplained recovery: what happens when a new game begins after the last, in which everybody dies, or at least a majority of the cast. Unreliable expositor. A key part of figuring out the various mysteries is realizing that several characters have various reasons to distort any information they might give out at any time, figuring which of them might fall into this category, namely, all of the servants, with the notable exception of Goda and Dr. Nanjo and Sayo's co-conspirators in every iteration of the game board, although even amongst them, Genji is the only one who knows the actual truth. Kumasawa and Nanjo merely believe that Sayo is staging a fake murder mystery for Battler's benefit, and any testimonies they give out can never be trusted. In addition, in every iteration, Sayo takes advantage of the Ushiromiy siblings' money problems by approaching one of them behind the scenes and bribing them into acting as additional co-conspirators, compromising their testimonies too. In most narratives, there's an element of trust that the person telling you the story is telling the truth, at least as far as you know it. This trope occurs when the convention is discarded. The narrator facts contradict each other. If you ask them to go back a bit and retell it, the events come out a little differently. It can be like dealing with a used car salesman. There's a real story in there somewhere, but you're left to piece it together through all the lies, half-truths, and mistruths. Reasons for unreliability vary. Sometimes the narrator is a guilty partner and is trying to mislead the audience as well as other characters. If the narrator is insane, it's through the eyes of madness. If the narrator has honestly misunderstood what's going on due to naivete and experience, the passage of time, fogging their memory, or just lack of information, it's innocent and accurate. A variation commonly seen in kids' books is that the narrator is a small child and is actually playing make-believe, but claims their adventures are real. And the most basic and realistic reason is that humans are unreliable. We're all biased and not nearly as observant as we think we are. This trope, therefore, can add a major dollop of verisimilitude to a story. Even a consistent and sincere testimony may prove unreliable due to personal bias or conclusions drawn from incomplete observation. As an author, this is a difficult trick to pull off. At some point, you have to lampshade the unreliability and make it clear that the lampshading, not the unreliable recounting, is trustworthy. It is a lot easier to tell a straight story than it is to deliberately mislead the audience. Never mind that it violates the traditional assumption that viewers are morons, and there are always a risk of attracting misaimed fandom. The worst tragedy of the poet is to be admired, though being understood. Let's cut to the chase. Fans are an odd group of people. Oh. One moment. I didn't want to keep wearing pants. Trying to read this. So, was that Hydra became the greatest terror? So it was that Hydra became the greatest terrorist organization the world has ever known, with the Red Skull as its rightful leader, and they all lived happily ever after the end. Tell it again, please. How amusing. You say that what I'm saying now is a lie, yet what I said in the past is not. Sometimes exposition is put into the mouth of an unreliable figure. The result is unreliable expositor. Frequently invokes metaphorically true or in character research failure. This includes exposition that is later proven to be flat out wrong, exposition from somebody later proven to be a lying liar who lies is much less knowledgeable than they claim to be, or badly researched science, mouth somebody who either willfully simplifying or is a liar, fanatic, otherwise fundamentally unreliable. Compare unreliable narrator, where the unreliable party is the storyteller, and instead of merely providing exposition. All compare unreliable voiceovers, flashback. Unreliable narrator. A key part of the plot. The story frequently shifts its POV, point of view, between the different characters, and it's gradually made abundantly clear that pretty much all of them are, to one degree or another, are withholding or even outright altering or fabricating certain details and facts in their narration. Their reasons vary, but it's often out of self-interest, sometimes due to having a somewhat tenuous grasp on reality, and on a few occasions, a bit of both. It's explicitly stated that anything not in red text is liable to be false. And what's in red, not very much. Spells out what can and can't be taken as reliable. For example, episodes 1 through 4, only scenes that Peace Battler narrates. For episode 5, only scenes that Erica narrates, which are few. This applies in a broader sense later on once you learn that episodes 1 through 2 were written by Yasu and episodes 3 through 6 by Toya. Each of them places far more emphasis on things relevant to themselves. Yasu's episodes are unreliable beyond that because they were written before the actual event, while Toya's place much more emphasis on how Yasu was influenced by Battler, which makes it impossible to know how reliable that really is. The unreveal. We are never shown what Angie saw in Kawabata's house in episode 4. It is only shown a tip. Oh, Tsubasa. I assume it's Sakotaro. The reader never learns what really happened on Rakanjima. They're only ever given hints to reason the answer themselves. The reason given in the game is that by never revealing the truth, Angie's hope for a miracle that everyone survived can never be denied. The truth is at least something disturbing enough to drive poor Angie to suicide after she reads Ava's diary, which contains the one truth. In the manga, the unreveal about the diary becomes the untwist, as its contents pretty much show episode 7's tea party. The untwist. Ryokishi predicted this to an art form. A rule of thumb when you are reading Umineko is that offhand comments or theories made by characters should not be dismissed casually. One prominent example is the very first tea party when Battler brings up the possibility that various suspects and even victims themselves could have been play acting in context. This is supposed to make Battler come across as desperately grasping at straws, but being aware of the possibilities that some characters might not who they pretend to be, that some deaths might be faked, that some characters might be conspiring with each other behind the scenes, and that even some POV narration might not be entirely accurate, i.e., the characters just don't play act for each other, but do so for the audience too. Turns out to be very crucial to getting to the bottom of the mysteries. The trope is outright mentioned in our confession. If, say, Natsui says, the servants are the culprits, the reader will naturally assume she must be wrong. It's a confusion technique. Unusual euphemism. Referring to the servants as furniture. Episode 7 reveals that it was coined by Sayo Yasuda, and it's actually a euphemism for something worse, namely because of her mutilated body, which can't love. She may as well not be human. In fact, she may as well be furniture. Updated re-release. Like Higurashi, it has a remake on a Sony console. Uptown Girl. George, a member of the obscenely wealthy Ushiromiy family, falls in love with Shannon, one of the servants of the main house. Similarly, Jessica Ushiromiy falls in love with Cannon, a male servant. Subverted when it turns out that Shannon and Cannon are actually the same person, Sayo Yasuda, who is Kinzo Ushiromiy's illegitimate child and the true head of the family. Utopia justifies the means. Battler speculates that the reason Maria is so calm about everyone dying is the promise at the 10th twilight that she'll reach the Golden Land, and everything will be restored, and her mother will be nicer to her to boot. Verbal tick. Maria often makes a whining ooh sound. Episode 4, it's revealed that she makes the sound so much because she believes it's a spell for happiness, and thus she'll make that sound even more when she's feeling unhappy or stressed. She also feels, as not only is it a spell for happiness, but it's a very strong reminiscent thing of a happy memory of her and her mom. Basically, every time she's making that noise, it's her subconsciously basically saying she wants to get along better with her mom. Unfortunately, it is not very effective. Villain-based franchise. Subverted in that Burn Castell wasn't a villain in Higurashi. Video game cruelty potential. The original VN allows you to execute characters to see how they died. This is the potential of a video game has for the player to do awful, horrible things to enemies, or even friendly and neutral NPCs. It can be knee shots causing screaming, telekinesis to literally play catch with guards, punching out scientists, flat-out torture, or many, many other things. Something Awful has dubbed two specific variations of video game cruelty as asshole physics and asshole AI. Some games specifically cater to this. These often skip out on a karma meter. This can be the carrot along the path to the dark side for players in a game with a karma meter. The severity of this trope varies. Some games only let you be cruel to your enemies and give harmless non-player characters immunity. Harmless enemies will still be fair game. Other games let you torment random NPCs you meet along the way. Still, other games give you absolute, unchecked control over your subjects. In games where there is a level editor or allows a sense of creativity, the trope allows those with less constructive intentions to target those of a player character nature just for fun. This can also happen outside of creative games, sandboxes, through the medium of joke weapons or modifications, hacking. This trope is often used for laughs. Remember though, just because a game lets you do something doesn't necessarily mean you should do it. Contrast video game caring potential. Though sometimes helping your little drones means doing horrible things to their enemies. See also What the Hell player, or video game perversity potential. If the game or genre usually does not permit cruelty, even though there's no particular in-game reason for that, but this time they do, you have surprisingly realistic outcome. One of the acceptable breaks from reality. You may laugh at video games, but if someone did this in real life, you probably wouldn't be laughing. And if you are, then you're a sick bastard. This trope is a super trope. To the following tropes, please make sure that the examples you add do not fit better in one of these. Cruel player character god. For games where you are an unseen godlike entity that manipulates the world to torture its inhabitants. Cruelty is the only option. For when you have to be cruel in order to finish the game. The joys of torturing mooks. For when cruelty is directed toward your enemies, in other words, a twisted form of self-defense. Video game cruelty punishment. For when the game decides to retaliate for your antisocial behavior. In the third perfect apocalypse game, you play as a villain protagonist who sadistically murdered others in previous games, so you naturally get a lot of options to be cruel, including but not limited to making a dog girl violently sick by putting chocolate in her cake, severely injuring another dog by putting nails in the baseball you throw to him, stalking the cat boy who rejected you and killing him so that you can get your body back from him, long story there, and even summoning a god of evil to start the apocalypse. I did a let's play of this, all three of the games in the Perfect Apocalypse trilogy. It's a good game. I recommend it. Not all games inspire. Oh, Markiplier talking to Bullet. Blair Witch. I would do anything for you. I will protect you to the end of my days. And if this game does anything horrible to you before the end of this game, I will go down to their studio and I will personally punch every single person who made that happen. Not all games inspire base cruelty in players. Some games make you feel like a mama bear or papa wolf to little AI bots in your virtual world. You'll go out of your way to save Sergeant Chavez because his final speech is just too heartbreaking to bear. Or Mecha Mook number 27, who bravely got that plot coupon when all his unit died, and it's just so damned cute. In short, the game presents characters in such a way that you actually try to save the little buggers, rather than do the sensible thing and use your Mook Maker or Clown card grave to replace them like the red shit army that they are. You attempt to cause poor Gary harm for no good reason other than you kinda suck at this game. You coldly cut open an artery. To even the most skilled physician, it would appear as though Time Bomb died of his wounds. You bastard. A combination of Easter egg and you bastard. This occurs when a player does something strange or unusual. They may attack a friendly NPC, try to go off the rails, abuse combinatorial explosion, or do something out of character. An arachnophobic character approaching a spider's nest, for example, or maybe just demanding a little too much attention. Perhaps the hardest part about writing an adventure game. It's like this. Suppose you're writing a noir-styled game, and you decide that a good puzzle would be to have our hero offer his lighter to the classy dame as a way to break the ice. The puzzle hinges on the player picking up clues from the genre and environment to determine that this would be a wise course of action, that he actually find his lighter, which could, in turn, require that he find the key to his desk drawer, where he keeps it, and so on and so forth. Reasonable puzzle. But here's the problem. You've just put a lighter in the game, a device that makes fire. You are pretty much guaranteed that the player, and instead of just offering the lighter to the classy game as they are intended, is instead going to run around the game world trying to set the world on fire. This would be bad enough if you could class all other uses of the lighter as silly and disallow them. But what if there are places where starting a fire is, if not optimal, a not entirely unreasonable solution? If you can't think of a good reason why the player can't dispose of incriminating documents by immolating them, the player is going to feel cheated when they receive a default failure message on trying. And worse still, odds are that your enterprising player will think of one or two other reasonable uses for the lighter that never even occurred to you when you wrote the game. And this applies to everything. The crowbar you wrote in so the hero could open the crate where the Maltese falcon is hidden? Why can't he use that to bludgeon the crooks? And don't even get us started on that rope you wanted him to use to tie up the thugs. The player is going to try tying everything to everything else. And heaven help you. If they get it in their head to set the rope on fire. The interconnectedness of all things in the model world opens great potential for providing players with alternate solutions. But this requires that the author think of every single combination that could validly apply, which is not a reasonable thing to expect from a human writer. A game with 100 objects provides almost 4,950 potential one-on-one object interactions. If the player wants to try using 4 of those objects together, the number of combinations jumps to nearly 4 million. 3,921,225. And let's not get started on using objects to interact with furniture or scenery, such as tie the rope to the tree. This is one of the traditional draws of the tabletop RPGs, and it remains so even as computers be capable of handling more and more detail. Quick question. When was the last time this particular TV Tropes Wikipedia page was edited? In fact, when was the exact sentence I just read typed? Has it even been edited since the first time it was added? My question being this: AI. Exactly how advanced was AI when that sentence was written? Because nowadays, what if you took the premises of any of these types of games, fed every last bit of the information in there, and just put it into Grok? So at that point, anytime the human player makes a decision to do anything, Grok can, in real time, find an adequate solution. You guys get the point, though. Poke, 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 poke. Video game perversity potential. The fabric of the universe was ripped apart by my butt. As soon as any editing tools are created for a video game, players will make either pornographic, profane, or phallic content. By the way, Jen, stay out of the ladies' restroom. That kind of activity embarrasses the agency more than it does you. This tends to take 3 forms. Abuse of an in-game function such as camera angles, virtual paper doll features, or even the ability to rename characters. Aside from obscenities, you can give many conversations by naming the player Master. Game mods designed for certain purposes, such as nude mods or other user-designed content of this particular nature. Custom level designs that are decidedly not safe for work, such as phallus-shaped levels. Back in the bad old days of video games, almost anyone could code up a video game that could run on Atari 2600. Say you're watching your favorite action movie. Bob is in a car chase, and the bad guys are right behind him. He sees some sharp turn up ahead, and next to a brick wall. Thinking ahead, Bob decides to drift at the last second so he can cause his pursuers to crash and escape. However, Bob is not an experienced drifter, so instead of drifting, the car flips, does a rollover, and smashes in the wall, letting the bad guys catch up to him. This is what is probably going through your mind. Huh? Wait, what? Did that just happen? I mean, that is how it would happen in real life, but a surprisingly realistic outcome happens when work subverts narrative conventions by deriving an outcome from realistic principles, temporarily removing otherwise fictional logic. We can often anticipate results based on the story's narrative pattern. This trope subverts those expectations by momentarily employing more realism than its norm. Real life is the space between works of fiction. Did you know that there's an entire world outside of TV tropes? You bastard! So, but I guess calling it hunter-gatherer of innocent young dinosaurs, pathetically muling their last as the memory of their mother's warmth drifts away to be replaced with the unforgiving coldness of, oh fuck it, let's just call it you bastard. So there you are, reading a book, or playing a game within the media, whatever it may be, is some rather illegal and immoral action. Violence, murder, mayhem, general chaos. It's all very enjoyable and so much fun. And then suddenly, something happens to make you question how right you are to enjoy this socially unacceptable behavior. Perhaps the characters start musing about what kind of warped mindset would possibly enjoy this. Or maybe they just outright smash through the fourth wall and tell you exactly what they think of you. Or alternatively, maybe you're watching, reading, playing, has some kind of political message. Perhaps it deals with famine or suffering in impoverished nations, or the rise of fascism, or some other example of how humans are bastards. And then the same thing happens. The characters basically turn around and tell you, this is all your fault. You bastard, why the hell are you enjoying this? And you're left to wonder in shame, or perhaps confusion. This works especially well in video games, in which murder and theft are generally accepted ways to advance the video games typically require active user participation without thought to moral consequences. After all, it's just a video game. And none of these things are real, right? If done well, it can be thought-provoking and unsettling, giving the reader viewer, player, pause to consider the moral implications. Of what they may have previously considered just a bit of fun. It may prompt them to examine both their motivations and reading this and the motivations of the hero who, if they engage in numerous acts that would be condemned if done by anyone else, may look less and less heroic. If done not so well, however, it can be quite narmy and animalicious. And also somewhat hypocritical. After all, if the viewer is a bastard for passively enjoying this great evil, then what does that say about the producers, who ultimately are actively churning out and exploiting said evil for profit? What does that say about the creators who claim moral superiority by artificially creating a scenario, then getting offended that their player did exactly what was expected? When, really, all the violence, pain, death, and suffering is on the part of the creator. And aren't other video games really to blame for drilling the everything as a target, and your orders are absolute messages into players' heads since the 70s? This trope is when the work calls out the audience. I understand that the people in this movie are watching a horror movie. And the joke is they're laughing at the horror thing. And don't get me wrong, I do find that funny. But it would be very remiss of me not to say that the word splurt I do not think about anything gory when I see that word. I think about something much more hentai. Narm is a moment that is supposed to be serious, but due to either over-sappiness, poor execution, excessive melodrama, unneeded use of foul language, or the sheer absurdity of the situation, the drama is lost to the point of surpassing cheesy and becoming unintentionally funny. Funny. Wouldn't that be crossing the line twice? Yeah, the absurdity situation puts the pathos to the rout. The idea that, okay, you have a scenario where you cross a line, like basically there's a point where there's a line, what's appropriate. You cross the line once and it's like, oh my God, that's so fucking offensive. But then if you cross the line a second time, it doesn't make it more offensive. Well, it depends on how you do it. But it's quite possible that you cross the line too far. You just, again, make an absurd situation that loses the impact. Naruto. The fuck is that facial animation? Game, you pulled the trigger. You were holding the gun. You gave me the gun. You ordered me to pull the trigger. Blamed for being railroaded refers to any kind of situation where the only option you are given to advance the plot is doing something that results in the game's NPCs hating you or your character's guts. These are games where you're given a wide variety of choices to make. The illusion of choice is just a formality. Your task has already been decided, you see. Being the game master of a tabletop RPG campaign is a difficult business. Do you think Sims feel pain? Because let's face it, puddings don't count as people. Puddings are useless, subhuman blobs that exist solely to be bashed into an acceptable shape via master controller or eternally tormented and killed for the amusement of the sim gods looking down from on high. A subtrope of video game cruelty potential. This deals with games where the unseen godlike player character can manipulate the in-game universe in such a manner that those little digital souls suffer as much as virtually possible. Want to be the Caligula? Like doing things for the lows and the evils? Want to prove to everyone that you are God? The sickest dreams have come true, you bastard. Viewers are geniuses. In order to understand what the series really is about, you need to pay attention to a lot of small details, and such as where the characters get hurt, where do they die, who they talked about, fantasy, etc. However, Ryokishi felt obliged to add hints like the Catbox Talk and Banquet, because after episode 2, many people had started giving up when the fantasy scenes popped up. In other words, he was forced to realize that no, viewers are not geniuses. Weirdness censor. In the anime, almost no attention is drawn to Maria's cackling, odd foreknowledge, and general sociopathy by other characters. The biggest example is probably the mood whiplash above. Battler reacts with proper dread at her mysterious statements most of the time, and while he tries to laugh it off in the visual novels, he does find it troubling. Well done, daughter, girl. Natsui has this to Kenzo, her father-in-law, as she loves him very much and desperately wants his approval. And she wants it so bad that she is driven to psychosis after he dies, imagining his ghost is praising and reassuring her. Burn Castile later makes a point of telling her in red that he never thought she was good enough. Well, that is not the trope. The very first Tea Party segment overtly presents itself very similarly to an all-cast review session from Higurashi, with the main characters seemingly appearing as animated actors who can see beyond the fourth wall and comment on the format of the story and the roles within it. Things begin to take a turn, however, when Battler grows increasingly uneasy at Maria, George, and Jessica's casual acceptance of the existence of Beatrice, culminating in him chiding them for seemingly having stopped using their brains and outright challenging the witch to show herself. It is then that it becomes very evident that the function of the tea parties are defined. Definitely not comparable to anything from its predecessor, and it is very much a part of the story itself, instead of a silly little omake that is cordoned off from it. Wham episode. Practically every single episode of the visual novel is one having at least one major revelation about what's going on. If not in the episode itself, then in the Tea Party and the anime's episode 18. That's partly due to compressed adaptation. People have a tendency to rationalize what they can and forget what they can't. In some universes, ignoring the antics of the story goes beyond the bystander syndrome. It seems that with your average person, their attention span is wholly taken up with the gray mundanity of their everyday lives. They simply refuse to see anything too strange, sometimes invoked for seriousness, such as explanation in which exploits go unignored by most people. But often, this is just one part of the rule of funny. Magic battles and alien invasion and all sorts of supernatural happenings often happen right in front of people's faces, and yet they merely glance out the window and go back to their morning coffee. Sometimes either not noticing it or just saying some excuse. If it's ignored because they're incapable of seeing, it's invisible to normals compared to Bavarian fire drill, which exploits similar psychological tendencies. Contrast the Fisher Kingdom, where the world itself is the center. Frequently pink elephants are invoked. Wham line. Many statements in red end up being this. Episode 4, Lambdale, hey, in your 1986, did Battler Oni-chan make it home? Did he come home? Episode 6, Delanner. Ushiromiy Sayo cannot save Battler. Another red in episode 6 that has screwed more than one mind. I am the visitor, the 18th human on Rockinjima. Sorry, but even if you join us, there are only 17 people. This game will not have a happy ending. Wham shot. Episode 7's Tea Party. Rosa is shot during an argument with Ava and Hideyoshi. Neither of them shot her. And then it cuts to Kairi, pointing a gun at them with a smug smile on her face. What you are in the dark. The reason the cat box of Rockinjima is closed. Everyone has a motive that isn't quite extreme enough for murder. But what do they do when presented with a pile of riches and the means to remove all evidence of what they did to secure it? When the clock strikes 12 twice. Usually on the first day there will be a time jump around midnight to around 6 a.m., implying that when the first murders occur, all of the fourth arc is a little different. By midnight of the second night, well, in episode 7, the siblings very nervously watch Kenzo's grandfather clock reach midnight, uncertain whether the explosives rigged to are armed or not. Which me? There are about 12 different versions and variations of the Beatrice, 11 if Shannon and Cannon are separate people, but that's still one hell of a lot. Some of them have their own names. Angie Beatrice is usually known as simply as Angie, unless some distinction between 1998 and 1986 needs to be made. Some have last names that are applicable. Beatrice Castiglione, and some of them simply have fan-created names, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to figure out who someone was referring to. Moatrice, Suit, or sometimes Peace, Beatrice, Beatrol, etc. White, Magic, according to Virgilia, was initially the purpose of endless magic. However, the magic itself can be used for either this or black magic, depending on the intentions of the user. Who done it to me, Battler Ushiromiy, at this time? I will kill you and not right now. There is no one on the island and other than you, and the only one alive on the island is you. Nothing outside the island can interfere in any way. And of course, I am not you. However, I am here now and will kill you. Whole plot reference. The relationship between Battler and Beatrice is toward the divine comedy, and Beatrice waiting for Battler to find the truth, referencing the eternal lady waiting for Dante at the top of Mount Purgatory. Several other names, series reference the book and fulfill the same role. The book and similarities and reference that when Battler reaches the truth, Virgilia is guided. It's explicitly inspired by them there were none. Agatha Christie. Who wants to live forever? Most of the witches have been driven near mad, with sheer boredom after centuries or even millennia. Bernkastel repeatedly refers to boredom as the witch's sickness. Why couldn't you be different? A core tragedy, the heart of Maria and Rose's relationship, a combination of abuse, neglect, and Maria's implied autism, mean that she is something of a social pariah and has a very troubled relationship with her mother. Rosa didn't even want to be a mother, but Maria's odd behavior is often the last straw, and she becomes physically and emotionally abusive, and Maria enrages her. Wife husbandry. Kenzo to Beatrice, Ushiromiy and Beatrice too. Yes, the one he fathered. A wizard did it. What Beatrice claims regarding the closed room murders, Battler's goal is to prove her wrong. Word puree title, a good number of the musics and OSTs. World of Boxum. Virtually every female over the apparent age of 13 is noticeably blessed. Especially true of the Ushiromiy clan. Boobs in this series come in two sizes. Almost non-existent. Lambda, Delta, Maria, and DD. And non-existent and double D. Every other female Bernkastel is either totally flat or mildly busty depending on the author. World of Ham. Ham-to-ham combat. Virtually every single argument in the series, even the most mundane ones, is undeniably hand-to-hand combat. Then the color text of the magic weapons come into play, and the scenery is literally torn to pieces. World of symbolism. It is strongly implied that the fantasy and meta-world scenes are abstract representations of the real-world concepts. To get into specifics, Beatrice, her demon servants, and Virgilia are idolized representations of Sayo's childhood companions. Renova and Virgilia are clearly meant to be Genji and Kumasawa, while Gape and the Seven Stakes are her imaginary friends. Interestingly, figures like the Chista sisters and Sakutaru being originates in Maria's imagination, but Beatrice is able to summon and interact with them because of her alliance close friendship with Maria. The Agents of Heaven, who all have detective fiction themes, are literal representations of those rules being applied to the mystery of Rakanjima. Delana represents Knox's Decalogue, while Willard is representation of S.S. Van Dyne's own mystery writing clauses. They begin as hostile to the game world of Rakanjima to pry open its mysteries, but later become used to keep Rakanjima hidden from prying eyes once they learn the awful truth of what really happened. The witches and their proxies. are abstract forces of fate. Burn Castell represents miracles, while Lambda Delta represents certainty. Feather Rain represents narratives and storytelling in general. Their existence in the game board represents Rakajima. Uncertain history, miracle that the family may have survived, the certainty that no one other than Ava did it. In reality, both Burn and Lambda have the correct perspective, and the entire family is killed, barring Battler, who underwent a death of personality from head trauma. Feather Rain, meanwhile, just wants to hear a good story, but a real-world counter understands how damaging false narratives can be, decisively destroys the truth of Rakajima so people can stop speculating over it. Lastly, Battler Beatrice of the participants game strongly implied to actual souls, the real-world counterparts. The meta-world is some kind of afterlife antechamber where Battler's soul rests and must come to grips with his relationship with Beatrice before he can move on to the next life. Angie's presence here represents her uncertain future, in particular attempted suicide, and how this might be in between life and death. Adventure Coma Land. World of Technicolor hair. Most characters have realistic hair colors, but there are exceptions. Battler and his sister Angie have bright red hair. That exists. Burn Castell, Erica, and Zapar have blue hair. Delaner has lavender hair. Chysta 45 and 410 respectively have pink and teal hair. Leviathan has green hair, and Amakusa and Claire both have white hair. Most characters will have unusually colored hair that aren't human or magical. The Academy, where 100% of the girls who graduate float without holding their breath. Well, there's a surprise. Even more absurdly huge tits. Boobs. It's just... $92F. Worthy opponent. Battler and Beatrice refer to each other as this constantly. Wrestler and all of us. In the fighting game, Angie with her wrong genre savvy. Battler doesn't believe in the supernatural and tries to find mundane explanations for everything bizarre happening on the island. Oddly enough, Beatrice seems amused by his denial and traps him in a time loop, challenging him to find mundane explanations each time or something. He eventually realized in episode 5 that he must change his priorities, and becomes one of the most appropriately genre-savvy characters in the series. Also, it may be Eric and Delaner, in case episode 5, they use the fact that they are a mystery use Nox Decalogue as basis. However, it was never stated that Decalogue is really valid. Delaner even acknowledges this. The Yellow Brick Road. Jessica and the Killer Electric Fan. Basically, Jessica wrote a nonsensical script for the school festival play, but Lambda Delta found it amusing to enchant it. So when she did, Battler and Shannon tried to rehearse it. They are transported to the world of the play and must follow the script until the end to get out of it. At the end, a giant Killer Electric Fan appears beneath their feet, despite being mentioned nowhere in the script. It turns out that Jessica wanted to write Finn at the bottom, but wrote Fan instead. You already changed the past. Despite Angie's goal being to set right what went wrong, there is nothing she can do to change the future. Nearly everyone who was on Rockinjima will die. She will still have a miserable and unpleasant relationship with Ava. And though Battler technically survives, he will no longer consider himself her brother. You are worth hell. The fantasy ending of the series has Battler declare this for Beatrice. You bastard. In the Tanabata side story, Byrne addresses the reader several times during her section, repeatedly asking, implying, or outright stating that they prefer seeing the sort of twisted wish-granting she indulges in. Looking back, considering how Higarashi's ending was criticized because it was too happy for the series, she may not be totally wrong. You can't fight fate. Angie helps, even knowing that going back in time to help Battler won't fix her own timeline, just the one that Battler will now go on to which makes her a future badass. In the end, she can't fix Battler's timeline either, but it still turns out aside from Ava, he was the only one to make it off Rockinjima alive. When the seagulls cry, none are left alive.